Chapter 2037. It's the fisherman who profits from the fight between two fish based on his previous plan. Once the blackback tortoise walked into their ambush, they would immediately activate the formation, and with the strength of the silverback mayflies and pavilion master Kuei Xiao, they would swiftly take it down. In fact, even capturing it alive would not have been out of the question. The appearance of Citadel Lord by Xiansheng was outside their expectations, but it did not affect them too much. Instead, it would just make things simpler for them. They could reap the reward once the two of them tired one another out. While they were chatting with one another, the blackback tortoise swallowed the diamond crystal whole, but the diamond crystal continued to absorb the energy from the oars non-stop. This provoked the silverback mayflies into action. They immediately began flocking over, causing the surrounding water to billow deafeningly. The blackback tortoise was not the only one who came under their attack. Citadel Lord by Xiansheng also suddenly found himself swarmed by innumerable silverback mayflies, forcing him to release his zhenqi and form a protective barrier around himself. Caught off guard by this abrupt situation, Citadel Lord by Xiansheng took a look around him before looking downward. Friends hiding below, let's take down this blackback tortoise together. Given its size, there's more than enough to go around. His voice caused the surrounding water to billow, and it arrived in the ears of Zhang Xian and the others clearly. He's found us? Elder Feng was stunned. That's not necessarily the case. Since the blackback tortoise was able to notice that there's something amiss about the diamond crystal, as a semi-divinity realm expert, Citadel Lord Bai might have noticed something as well. Most likely, he's trying to coax us out to deal with the blackback tortoise alongside him. It's fine, just ignore him, Zhang Xian replied with a shake of his head. Given how conspicuous the diamond crystal was, the chances were that someone would have dug it out by now. It was too much of coincidence for it to appear there at such a moment, especially since the blackback tortoise was attracted to shiny things. With such evidence, it was not difficult for Bai Xiansheng to figure out that someone else had laid a trap there to ambush the blackback tortoise. It was just that he did not know whom the other party was and what power they belonged to. Boom! The blackback tortoise saw that the formation did not activate even after the shout, but it was extremely certain that there was someone hiding there. The fact that those that were hiding there did not make a move despite an invitation from a semi-divinity realm expert likely meant that they were confident of dealing with it. With this, it knew that if it really fought against this first semi-divinity realm expert and exhaust itself, there was a good chance that it might lose its life. Thus, with a furious roar, it rammed its body right toward Bai Xiansheng. This time, it moved with even greater speed. Before one could even blink, its massive body had materialized right in front of Bai Xiansheng. Its humongous physique left one feeling as if a comet was crashing right toward one. This ram wielded the ability to destroy even a heavenly high immortal in an instant. Let's see who is stronger. Bai Xiansheng seemed to have expected this move from the blackback tortoise, and he burst into laughter. He swiftly conjured a massive shield right before him. As soon as the shield appeared in the water, it immediately lengthened itself until it was over several hundred meters in width and height, the same size as the blackback tortoise. As the two collided with one another, a resounding reverberation reminiscent of the chime of a bell echoed loudly in the air. The silverback mayflies in the surroundings were immediately jolted into powder. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's eyes narrowed. That shield is a semi-divinity realm artifact? He had known Bai Xiansheng for many years, and they were extremely familiar with one another. They had fought several times before, and they were equally matched in terms of fighting prowess. When did the other party gain a semi-divinity realm artifact like that? With such an artifact in hand, there was no way that Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao would stand a chance against him anymore. It was no wonder he dared to challenge the blackback tortoise without any preparation. With just this artifact in hand and his superior cultivation, he was more than capable of standing his ground against it. Block! After blocking the blackback tortoise's ram, Bai Xiansheng laughed once more, and he rotated the shield in his hand. Hula! It immediately scattered into something reminiscent of a fishnet. Innumerable metal chains darted forth and wrapped themselves around the blackback tortoise, locking it firmly in place. It turned out that this semi-divinity realm artifact was a weapon with flexible form. This is bad. At this rate, The blackback tortoise will really be his. Elder Feng exclaimed in panic. The seven-star pavilion had prepared nearly an entire month for this, and the blackback tortoise was already well within their reach. They never would have thought that someone else would snatch their prey at a crucial moment like this. There's no need to panic. If it was that easy to capture the blackback tortoise, it would already be dead by now, Zhang Xian consoled with a smile. Right after he had said those words, the blackback tortoise suddenly opened its mouth, and the diamond crystal floated out of its body. The appearance of the diamond crystal immediately illuminated the dim surroundings, but this time, it seemed to shine with even greater splendor than before. Hong long long long. At the same time, the tremors in the surroundings became more intense. Frenzied currents tore through the water, stirring up massive waves on the seabed. Somehow, the blackback tortoise was increasing the rate at which the diamond crystal was absorbing energy from the ore. Hoo-hoo-hoo. As the tremors grew even more violent, the silverback mayflies flew into even greater frenzy. They immediately charged over with utmost desperation, swarming the blackback tortoise and the diamond crystal in an instant. Damn! Seeing this, Bai Xuanqing's face turned livid. Scram! You pests! He waved his hand furiously to fend off the silverback mayflies as he tried to pull the steel chains that he had wrapped around the blackback tortoise. However, it felt as if he had lost the connection with his semi-divinity realm artifact, leaving him unable to control it. Voila! Just like that, his semi-divinity artifact lost its effectiveness and fell through the body of the blackback tortoise and collapsed at the bottom of the ocean. Elder Lu, what's going on? Even Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was unable to make sense of the situation. A semi-divinity artifact should have been extremely powerful, not to mention that it possessed its own consciousness. How could it be rendered ineffective just because it was swarmed by a large number of silverback mayflies, such that it even lost the ability to fly? Most artifacts are forged with metal, and that chain he is holding is no exception. While silverback mayflies are living beings, they do have an extremely high level of metal content in their bodies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to form such a bright reflective surface on the water. Zhang Xian explained with a smile. These silverback mayflies might be small, but they emit a unique force field that they use to communicate with one another. It's due to this force field that they are able to maintain a huge, orderly formation. Any weapon, when coming into proximity with such sheer number of silverback mayflies, will find the connection between its body and its spirit obstructed due to the compounded force field, thus sealing off its strength. The blackback tortoise must have known about this, which is why it intentionally lured Citadel Lord Bai Xuanqing here. The other two were stunned. They never would have thought that the tiny silverback mayflies would be capable of neutralizing the effects of semi-divinity realm artifacts. If they headed over, would their acupoints be sealed, resulting in them losing their fighting prowess, too? It's no wonder they say that those unfamiliar with oceanic creatures should stay away from the water. It seems like there are many baffling wonders underwater that are beyond our imagination. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao shook his head and sighed. The Sea of Exiled Stars was rumored to be not beneath the City of Collapsed Space in terms of danger, but as a semi-divinity realm cultivator, he had thought that there was nothing much for him to fear anymore. After all, even the strongest beast living in the waters would only be at the semi-divinity realm, just like him. However, it seemed like strength was not enough to guarantee one's survival. If one let one's guard down, it was only a matter of time before the oceanic creatures devoured one alive. Naturally, as a beast native to the Sea of Exiled Stars, the blackback tortoise was well aware of these creatures, which was why it had chosen to lure Citadel Lord Bai Xuanqing over and lure him into using his weapon. It was all in order to cripple him. It's about time. Elder Feng, may I trouble you to release the seal on this spatial formation? Zhang Xian said. Elder Feng was slightly taken aback by the abrupt request. He was just about to nod and get into action when the young man suddenly shook his head. Never mind, we won't make it in time at this rate. I'll do it myself. After saying those words, he took a step forward and stomped lightly on the ground. Wong. A huge whirlpool immediately appeared above the hidden spatial formation, forming a passageway similar to what they had come in through. Seeing such a sight, Elder Feng's jaws slackened. For a very long time, His mouth remained agape. He had put in a lot of effort to set up this formation, and even with the insignia controlling the formation in his hand, he knew that he would not be able to stop it all of a sudden. Yet, the other party had actually managed to do it with just a simple stomp of his foot. Was such a thing possible? Before Elderphone could recover from his shock, the young man raised his hand toward the open passageway and grasped upward. Who? The next instant, the falling semi-divinity metal chains vanished from sight. Close. After taking away the metal chain, the young man stomped his foot once more, and the spatial formation whirred back to action. Once more, the three of them vanished from the seabed. You snatched Citadel Lord Bai's semi-divinity artifact? Elderphone and Pavilion Master Kuei Shao looked at one another in horror. Do you know just how valuable semi-divinity artifacts are? Such an act is practically no different from making enemies out of the Black Mirror Citadel. Besides, can an artifact of such a tier really be put in one's storage ring so easily? Even if you manage to store it in there, if the artifact resists, it will still be able to break out of your storage ring and flee. The two of them were not the only ones who were taken aback by the situation. Above, Bai Xiansheng was on the verge of descending into lunacy. It was one thing for him to lose control of his artifact, but he had never thought that those fellows hiding below would actually snatch his weapon without the slightest hesitation. That weapon was something that their Black Mirror Citadel had paid a heavy price, and even reneged on their promise in order to acquire. For it to be stolen away just like that, he felt like he would go insane in that instant. Who the hell are you all? Give my weapon back. Bai Xiansheng roared furiously as he attempted to dash to the seabed. The spatial formation had only opened up for a brief instant, such that even with his cultivation, all he had seen was a palm reaching out. He had not been able to catch a clear glimpse of who was hidden inside. But no matter who the culprit was, whoever dared to steal his weapon would have to pay with their life. However, how could the black-backed tortoise allow Bai Xiansheng to move as he wished? It had not been easy for it to strip the latter of his semi-divinity realm weapon, so there was no way it would allow the latter to have any chance of acquiring it back. Thus, without any hesitation, it dashed right toward him. This time, before striking its target, it retracted its head into its shell. Gotcha! The unbelievably resilient tortoiseshell crashed right into Bai Xiansheng, causing the latter's face to turn ghastly pale. That strike had shattered a number of his ribs, and a spurt of fresh blood escaped from his mouth. They were both semi-divinity realm experts, and Bai Xiansheng's cultivation was a little higher. However, he was still unable to withstand such heavy ramming from the black-backed tortoise. Pung pung pung. Having managed to pull off a successful heavy strike, the black-backed tortoise continued with its offense, leaving Bai Xiansheng with no choice but to continuously retreat. He desperately summoned his Zhenqi to form a barrier in front of him, so as to guard against the black-backed tortoise's attacks. He had to block a series of consecutive attacks before he finally managed to catch a breather to regain his footing. Just when he thought that he could turn the tables around, an incredibly brilliant crystal appeared right in front of him. Its blinding light left his eyes slightly glazed. In that instant, Bai Xiansheng's soul nearly escaped from his body. He immediately tried to back away, but it was already too late. The surrounding silverback mayflies had already encircled him. His Zhenqi barrier was swiftly devoured, and before he could retaliate, the silverback mayflies had already squeezed their way into his acupoints. My strength! The sealing of one's acupoints was no different from stripping a train of its engine. Bai Xiansheng was suddenly in a position where he was no longer able to drive his Zhenqi properly. This abrupt loss of energy caused his body to plummet downward. Pung! Making use of this opportunity, the black-backed tortoise gathered its momentum and rammed over once more. The flustered Bai Xiansheng immediately gathered all his physical might to defend against the attack. Gotcha! Gotcha! Without the augmentation from his Zhenqi, his hands swiftly fractured inch after inch as he was blasted right into the seabed, creating a massive crater beneath. Chapter 2038 Pay respects to your new master, Little Tortoise. Powerful. Witnessing such a scene, Pavilion Master Kuei Shao and Elderphone felt their bodies turning cold. They could not help but imagine themselves being in the same position as Bai Xiansheng. They had been confident in their ploy against the black-backed tortoise, especially since they had devoted many resources and spent months preparing for it. They had thought that with all they had done, it should not have been too difficult for them to capture the black-backed tortoise. However, little did they know that the other party was simply going along with them in order to lure them into its trap. Honestly, Citadel Lord Bai Xiansheng was truly a formidable cultivator. If not for the aid of the silverback mayflies, there was no doubt that the victor of the duel would have been Bai Xiansheng. However, the environment always played a key factor in the outcome of a battle. Bai Xiansheng failed to take this into consideration, so he ended up landing himself in such a tragic state within a few blows. Had Elder Lu not seen through the black-backed tortoise's ploy in advance, they would have charged right into the trap and ended up in the same position as Bai Xiansheng, or perhaps even worse. Hong Long. Even after successfully launching a powerful attack, the black-backed tortoise did not let down its guard. Instead, it dived back into his tortoise shell and continued ramming toward Bai Xiansheng. "Till kill you." For the roles of the hunter and the hunted to be reversed all of a sudden, Bai Xiansheng was incredibly indignant. With a ferocious roar, he brought out 3 swords and drove them forward. As expected of the head of the Black Mirror Citadel, the 3 swords were all at heavenly high immortal tier. Ding ding ding. The swords clashed against the shell of the black-backed tortoise, but they did not even leave a scratch or hinder its speed at all. Bai Xiansheng narrowed his eyes. In the face of such a situation, what choice did he have other than to turn tail and flee? He had lost his semi-divinity artifact, his arms and rib cage were fractured, and his innards were jolted. If this continued, he would die for sure. Boom. Before Bai Xiansheng could get far, the black-backed tortoise struck his back once more, smashing him all the way into the ground. "We have to make a move right now," Zhang Xin remarked as he released the spatial formation and rushed out. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and Elder Feng, who had been watching the situation intently, quickly dashed out from their hiding spots. They knew that Bai Xiansheng would really lose his life if they continued biding their time. The 7-star pavilion was not close with the Black Mirror Citadel, but they had no intention of letting Bai Xiansheng die like that, especially given the recent movements from the Hall of Gods. The black-backed tortoise immediately noticed the presence of Zhang Xian and the others, but it did not rush into making a move. Instead, it waited patiently to see what they were up to. "Pavilion Master Kuei, we'll be counting on you," Zhang Xian said. Don't worry." Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao nodded as he charged forward as if a bolt of lightning. He swiftly channeled of his energy in his palm, generating a surge of energy so immense that the surrounding water began bubbling non-stop. All the silverback mayflies that were gathered around the black-backed tortoise immediately dissipated into ashes under the outpour of energy. On the way to the Sea of Exiled Stars, in repayment for helping him achieve a breakthrough, Zhang Xian had given Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and the others some pointers on their battle techniques. Even though it had only been a few short days, they managed to make massive advancements in their fighting prowess. It was the same bolting lightning clutching clouds as before, but it was at least 2 times stronger. Lightning crackled from his hands, making it seem as if he was the god of thunder. Sensing danger, the black-backed tortoise immediately retracted its body back into its shell and revolved its body. As a result, the lightning in Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's hands simply scorched the surface of the shell before being deflected away. The attack had failed to inflict any internal injuries to the black-backed tortoise. "That tortoise is formidable," Zhang Xian murmured. Not only was it fast, it also possessed a massive tortoise shell that allowed it to easily deflect any sharp strikes. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was not weak by any means, but it was apparent that even he was having trouble trying to hurt the latter. In the blink of an eye, those two had already exchanged more than 10 blows. The sheer might from their confrontation caused the Sea of Little Mirror to boil up. Steam rose endlessly from the surface of the water. The shockwaves from the duel between 2 semi-divinity realm experts were more than enough to destroy everything within a radius of 10,000 li. If not for the fact that they were underwater, this battle would have drawn many experts to the area. Spectating the battle in wonderment from the side, Elder Feng could not help noticing a peculiar detail, and a frown formed on his forehead. He turned to Zhang Xian and asked, "Why doesn't the black-backed tortoise use its ram against Pavilion Master Kuei?" When the blackback tortoise was fighting with Bai Xinqing earlier, it had relied heavily on its powerful rams in order to cripple the latter. Yet, when faced with Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao, it seemed to be taking a more passive role in the battle, primarily focusing on defending against the other party's attack. It's apprehensive of the double ripples water formation, so it doesn't dare make a reckless move, Zhang Xian said with a light chuckle. Elder Feng widened his eyes as he came to a realization. The blackback tortoise was truly a wary individual. The area where it moved around throughout the battle had been outside the perimeter of the formation, such that the formation would not be able to hurt it even if they activated it now. No, that's not right. Wasn't it waiting for the double ripples water formation to activate earlier to trap Citadel Lord by so that it could kill him? Doesn't that mean that it isn't afraid of the formation? Elder Feng asked. Well, the situation is slightly different now. It might still have been able to squander its energy carelessly earlier, but it can't afford to do so anymore, Zhang Xian replied. Those words made Elder Feng frown. This huge fellow had simply been ramming its humongous body around, not bothering to use its zhenqi or any of its other talents. It should have plenty of strength left in it. So why did Elder Lu make it sound as if it was already in a drained state? Those silverback mayflies are capable of rendering even a semi-divinity artifact powerless. It's true that the blackback tortoise's defense is impressive, but do you really think that it wouldn't suffer any damage when it has been the main target of the silverback mayflies throughout the battle? Zhang Xian asked. Even at this moment, there were still plenty of silverback mayflies attached to the body of the blackback tortoise. Considering how they were able to bring down a semi-divinity artifact, it was impossible for the blackback tortoise to be completely unaffected by them even with its powerful defense. Since that's the case, why don't we join in the battle too? Hearing that the blackback tortoise was swiftly getting worn down, Elder Feng heaved a sigh of relief as a glint flashed across his eyes. Zhang Xian waved his hand and said, No rush. Since it's biding its time, we should do the same. Having complete trust in the young man, Elder Feng did not question his judgment and continued spectating the battle. During this period, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and the blackback tortoise exchanged another 20 blows. The former's offense had clearly become a little wearied, lacking the ferocious aggression from before. Similarly, the latter seemed to be extremely exhausted, taking in large breaths of air. At this moment, the blackback tortoise opened its mouth once more. Who? The diamond crystal that had done in Bai Xinqing earlier flew out from its mouth and headed right toward where Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was. Humph! There was no way Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao would not be guarded against this move after witnessing what had happened to Bai Xinqing, but just as he was able to dodge to the side, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Don't dodge it. It was Zhang Xian. With a light smile, he reached forward and grabbed the diamond crystal. Who? The diamond crystal immediately vanished from sight. He had thrown it into his storage ring. This time, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was not the only one who was taken aback by the situation. Even the blackback tortoise was visibly stunned. The reason it had endured so many blows was to wait for an opportunity to toss the diamond crystal toward its enemy, but who could have known that this fellow would suddenly appear from nowhere to throw it into his storage ring? This was no ordinary diamond crystal. It harnessed a tremendous amount of energy, producing light that could even be seen from 10,000 li away. How could the storage ring possibly not explode from something like that? If it was possible for them to keep it with a storage ring, they would have already done so. Why would they bother going through so much trouble to dodge to the side? Seeing through the blackback tortoise's bewilderment, Zhang Xian asked with a smile, Are you wondering why I am able to keep this diamond crystal in my storage ring? With a flick of his wrist, the diamond crystal immediately materialized above his hand, floating quietly in the air. What? The blackback tortoise widened its eyes in disbelief. You actually managed to tame the diamond crystal? In order to make use of the power of the diamond crystal to lure the silverback mayflies, it had burned its blood essence after swallowing the diamond crystal in order to forcefully tame it. But in the blink of an eye, the diamond crystal had become another person's property. While the diamond crystal was not a weapon, something of its tier was bound to already possess its own spirit. Once it had pledged loyalty to a master, unless its master died, it would never switch allegiance. Just what in the world did the young man do? I did. I killed the spirit in the diamond crystal and re-enchanted a new one. Naturally, who else would the new spirit submit to other than me? Zhang Xian replied calmly. Then, he flicked his finger. Wong. The diamond crystal flew right toward the blackback tortoise before glowing even brighter than before. Hula. The agitated silverback mayflies immediately rushed over and encircled the blackback tortoise tightly. I underestimated you lot, the blackback tortoise said as it stared deeply at Zhang Xian. Without any hesitation, it turned around to flee. Its initial plan had been to take down Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao as well, and by devouring the two of them, it would have been able to raise its cultivation. However, its plan had been foiled by this young man. At this very moment, its energy was nearly entirely depleted, so it had no choice but to flee for the time being. Don't you think that it's too late for you to think about leaving only now? Zhang Xian remarked as he took a step forward. Wong. The billowing sea immediately quietened down, as if it had been sealed by some kind of power. Even the rampaging silverback mayflies had fallen silent. Shocked, the blackback tortoise quickly picked up speed to ram its way outward, but it was swiftly rebounded by some sort of barrier. Its face turned livid as it uttered in disbelief. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so powerful? It had made sure to examine the area carefully before, and it was certain that the formation that had been prepared for it was the Double Ripples water formation. While that formation was able to trap it for a brief moment, as long as it charged its way out desperately with all of its might, it would still be able to make a safe getaway. So, what the hell was this? He had actually been rebounded by the barrier, even though he had already put all of his strength behind the collision. What kind of formation was this? All formations would require energy to sustain them. There were no clear pulsations of energy in the area, so how was such a resilient barrier formed? The Double Ripples water formation is just an ordinary confinement formation. It wouldn't have been able to trap you. So, I made some modifications to it, expanding its area and prowess. All this while, the formation has been absorbing the energy released by the three semi-divinity realm fighting here. For this reason, unless I release this formation personally, it'll be no different from three semi-divinity realm experts blocking your pathway. You don't stand a chance at all, Zhang Xian explained. Since the formation that Elder Feng had prepared was insufficient, he had no choice but to modify it slightly. The main reason he had not interfered in the fight so far was to allow the formation to gather more energy, such that it would reach a level where the blackback tortoise was no longer able to breach the barrier. Only with this would they be able to hold the swift blackback tortoise there. The formation has been absorbing our released energy? Who the hell are you? The blackback tortoise tried a few more times, but it was just as Zhang Xian had said. Even if it was at its full strength, it still would not have been able to breach the barrier. Knowing that it did not stand a chance at all, its face turned extremely livid. The cultivation of the young man before it was not too high, but he was able to tame the diamond crystal and set up such a powerful formation. It was as if he was the true mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes, and everything had gone according to his calculations. Just who in the world was this person? The blackback tortoise was still thinking that it would be able to make its name through this battle in the Sea of Little Mirror so that no humans would dare disturb it anymore. But after all the scheming that had gone around, it had still ended up being done in. You want to know who I am? Zhang Xian looked at it and smiled. Little tortoise, acknowledge me as your master. Acknowledge me as our master, and I'll tell you who I am. Chapter 2039. Are you willing to become our sect leader? Acknowledge him as its master? Elder Lu intends to tame the blackback tortoise? Pavilion Master Kuei, Xiao, and Elder Feng looked at one another in horror. Semi-divinity realm beasts were incredibly proud. Even after all the preparation they had done, they dared not think that it would be possible for them to tame the blackback tortoise. Moreover, why would the other party submit just because it was told to do so? Even if Hall Master Zhang Yang from the Myriads Beasts Hall was there personally, there was also no guarantee that he would be able to tame the blackback tortoise. Just as they had guessed, as soon as it heard Zhang Xian's words, the blackback tortoise's face immediately darkened. Reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of an explosion, it spat. You want me to acknowledge you as my master? You'll first have to prove yourself. Boom. With a roar, it charged right toward Zhang Xian furiously. Seal. Without taking even a step, Zhang Xian tapped his finger lightly. Hula. Energy swiftly gathered within the formation, pinning the humongous blackback tortoise down. As if a fish in frozen water, no matter how it struggled, it was unable to break free. Submit to me or face death, Zhang Xian said after sealing the blackback tortoise's movements. Kill me if you can. The blackback tortoise scoffed as it dived back into its shell. As a semi-divinity realm beast, its shell was comparable to that of a semi-divinity artifact, making it nigh indestructible. As long as it were to hole itself inside its shell, there was nothing the other party could do after trapping it. Semi-divinity realm beasts had their own pride and honor. How could it possibly acknowledge a human so much weaker than itself as its master? Not to mention, the formation that was trapping him had to be sustained with sufficient energy. As long as it held on for long enough, the formation would collapse on its own, allowing it to get away. Do you think that I'm helpless against you just like that? Zhang Xian had long guessed that the blackback tortoise would make such a move, so he clapped his hands and said, Little chick, it's your turn to receive our guest. Coming. The little yellow chick waddled its way out. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and Elder Feng blinked. Were they seeing thing? A heavenly high immortal realm little yellow chick? It was true that the cultivation of the chick was not too low, but it was only the size of a palm. What could it possibly do against the blackback tortoise? Paying no heed to their shock, little chick waddled its way up the back of the blackback tortoise, but after climbing for a long while, a water current suddenly swept it off its feet, causing it to fall off. It had to hurriedly flap its thumb-sized wings desperately before finally getting back on. The same thing happened a couple more times. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and Elder Feng were literally tearing clumps of hair out. Was this little creature really capable of dealing with the semi-divinity realm blackback tortoise? What a joke. Cooped in its shell, the blackback tortoise also secretly peeked out from its shell, and it was stunned when it saw a little yellow chick climbing up its shell. You can try to tame me, but you can't insult me. No matter what, I'm still a semi-divinity realm beast, one of the strongest existences on the Forsaken continent. Even those two semi-divinity realm experts ruling over two of the 6 sects are no match for me. There are so many ways you could have used to attempt to tame me, but you actually brought me a chick instead. It would be one thing if it was a really hot chick. That would still come under the art of seduction. But what the heck is this? The hell? Who brings out a real chick in battle? The blackback tortoise was stifled. If not for the fact that it was in a weakened state and was unable to breach the seal, it would have rammed the fool who dared use such a strategy against it through the 18 levels of hell. Meanwhile, little chick continued falling a few times, and eventually, it gave in. It turned to Zhang Xian and yelled, Don't you know that chicks are bad in water? Instead of standing there like a fool, why don't you come over and help? Zhang Xian, didn't you swim perfectly well in boiling water the last few times? Mentally reminding himself that it was futile to bicker with an idiot, he walked up, grabbed the little yellow chick by its neck, and threw it upward. Go. Who? Pyong. Little chick crashed on top of the back of the blackback tortoise and rolled off a little. Hurry up and make your move, Zhang Xian said. Rest assured, leave it all to me. Little chick nodded. Standing atop the 100-meter-wide tortoiseshell, it abruptly opened its tiny mouth. Who? Its fingernail-sized mouth opened several 100 meters wide and chomped down on the massive tortoiseshell, swallowing it whole. It formed a bizarre sight. It was as if yellow fur had grown all over the tortoiseshell instead. There, I'm done. The little yellow chick fluttered its tiny wings triumphantly. What are you doing? I'm telling you to help me tame it. Why are you swallowing it instead? Zhang Xian was rendered speechless. This fellow sure was unreliable. I needed you to help me scare it into submission, not swallow it whole. What do I have to gain from having it eaten by you? He quickly leaped up to the head of the inflated little chick and smacked it. Spit it out. Now. All right. Little chick harumphed indignantly as it spat out the blackback tortoise. By this moment, the massive blackback tortoise was already on the verge of dying. It stuck its head out from its shell with a dazed look on its face. Who am I? Where am I? Submit to me, Zhang Xin ordered. Those words immediately snapped the blackback tortoise out of its daze. With an indignant look, it roared, "You're dreaming." Fine. Zhang Xian turned to Little Chick and said, "You can continue eating it." So, the little yellow chick opened its mouth wide once more. Wait. I'll submit to you. The blackback tortoise cried out desperately. It had no choice but to submit. It did not fear death, but if others learned that it had been eaten by this little chick, the imposing reputation that it had built up over the years would really go to ruins. That's more like it. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction as he quickly carried out the acknowledgement ritual. Seeing this, Pavilion Master Kue Xiao and Elder Feng widened their mouths in disbelief. It was tamed just like that? Was that little yellow chick really so formidable? They had honestly thought that the young man had brought out the little chick in order to discuss the blackback tortoise. But who could have known that such a small creature would actually have the capacity to swallow the massive blackback tortoise? That should have been physically impossible. And now that they thought about it, could this little chick be the reason that the young man had been able to snatch away by Xuanqing's semi-divinity metal chain earlier? Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief after the soul contract had been sealed. He took a look at the blackback tortoise and said, "You are too big at the moment. Make yourself smaller." "Yes, master." The blackback tortoise immediately contracted its body until it was around 2 meters in diameter. Zhang Xian waved his hand and took out a few bottles of chicken soup. "Drink this." The blackback tortoise dared not to disobey its master's orders. It immediately swallowed the chicken soup, and a moment later, its eyes widened in bewilderment. In truth, it had been in a terrible state from the prolonged battle. The continuous ramming had taken a toll on it, causing it to sustain severe internal injuries. Furthermore, the continuous attacks from the silverback mayflies had caused significant damage. It had never thought that it would be able to recover in an instant just by drinking a few bottles of chicken soup. It could almost feel vitality gushing through its body. It was really the chicken soup of life. Could the little yellow chick be a divine beast? Could my master actually be a god? The gaze that the blackback tortoise looked at its master with was different from before. The initial reason it chose to submit was because it thought that it would be much more humiliating for it to die at the hands of a chick than to submit to a human, but right now, it realized that there was more to this young man. The fact that the little yellow chick was able to swallow it so easily meant that it was no ordinary heavenly high immortal. In terms of abilities, the other party definitely far surpassed him. Considering how it was already at the semi-divinity realm, any beings that were so much stronger than it could only be true divine beasts. The fact that its master was able to tame a divine beast, even though it might still be young at the moment, meant that he was no ordinary human. Paying no heed to the shocked blackback tortoise, Zhang Xian leaped down to the seabed and held the 3 heavenly high immortal tier swords that Bai Xianxing had brought out earlier between his fingers and flicked them several times. A moment later, a metallic reverberation echoed from their bodies, reminiscent of cries of pleasure. Those 3 swords had submitted to him. He stowed them into the storage ring. After that was done, he took out a tamed beast sack and moved the blackback tortoise and little chick into it. Then, he turned to Pavilion Master Kue Xiao and said, "This diamond crystal is something you paid a heavy price to acquire. I'll return it to you now." While he did play a vital part in ensuring the success of the hunt, he still felt guilty about cutting in line to tame the blackback tortoise. On the other hand, however, he was planning on leaving the blackback tortoise to guard the 7-star pavilion after he left the Azure, and that would definitely be much more beneficial to the 7-star pavilion. After all, no amount of money could possibly buy one semi-divinity realm guardian. That being said, he would feel guilty about taking away the diamond crystal given its sheer value, so he chose to return it. Receiving the diamond crystal, Pavilion Master Kue Xiao's face reddened a little. He had been confident in his strength in the operation he had planned. He had thought that it would be easy for him to slay the blackback tortoise, but little did he know that he would almost lose his life there. On the other hand, the young man before him had used only a single formation and a chick, and he had easily tamed the blackback tortoise. It seemed like he had severely underestimated the prowess of this young man. How should we deal with Citadel Lord Bai? Zhang Xian asked. Bai Xiansheng was still lying unconscious amid the mud of the seabed. He had sustained far too severe injuries from the ramming of the black-backed tortoise to recover in a moment's time. If he finds out that we have tamed the black-backed tortoise, the relationship between the two sects would surely sour. We should just leave right now, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said. They had only appeared after Bai Xiansheng was knocked out, which meant that the latter should not know that they were involved in the matter. No matter what, the Black Mirror Citadel was still a trading partner of the Seven-Star Pavilion, so it would not be good to fall out with them. Not to mention, they had taken away Bai Xuanqing's semi-divinity artifact. If the latter demanded it after he awoke, they would be placed in a dilemma. Since that was the case, they might as well quickly evacuate the area. Leave right now? Zhang Xian thought deeply for a moment before walking over to Bai Xuanqing's side. He plucked the other party out from the mud and took his storage ring off. Who dares to? Bai Xiansheng was jolted awake by someone taking away his storage ring, and he immediately bellowed furiously. But before he could even open his eyes, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. Putong. He fainted once more. Zhang Xian retracted his palm calmly. With the storage ring in hand, he leaped over to Pavilion Master Kuei Zhao's side and said, "Let's go." Considering how this fellow was able to casually bring out a semi-divinity artifact and 3 heavenly high immortal tier swords, there was no doubt that he was extremely wealthy. It would be a pity to leave such drops lying around. This. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao shook his head helplessly. He did not think that Zhang Xian would be so greedy. Eventually, he held himself back from saying anything. Together, the 3 of them swam to the surface of the water. As they left the Sea of Little Mirror, they noticed a full moon reflected on the silvery surface of the water, and they could not help but feel a cold chill. Those mirror-like silverback mayflies were insignificant creatures in their eyes, but who could have known that they would actually be so frighteningly powerful? In armies, they could take down even a semi-divinity artifact without any issues. If not for the young man beside them discovering it in advance, they might have ended up in Bai Xuanqing's position, or perhaps even on their way to meet their maker. As such thoughts flashed through their minds, they could not help but glance at the young man beside them. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao turned to Elder Feng and asked, "What do you think?" "He has far surpassed my expectations." Elder Feng nodded. "I'm willing to submit to him." "Good," Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao replied with a smile. Following which, he turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Elder Lu, I have a request to ask of you." Zhang Xian frowned slightly in response. "May I know if you are willing to take over my position as the head of our 7-star pavilion?" Chapter 2040 Vacancy. Not expecting such a request, Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before hurriedly shaking his head. "My apologies, but I'm too used to wandering the lands. I'm afraid that I don't have the capability to become the head of the 7-star pavilion." It was not that he was uninterested in becoming the pavilion master. The 7-star pavilion was known to be the richest organization on Forsaken Continent after all. But he was already the head of the Myriad Beasts Hall, and it would be inappropriate for him to take on another leadership position in the 7-star pavilion. That definitely isn't the case. If you are lacking in capability, then I should be utterly ashamed of myself, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao replied bitterly. A strong leader was integral to a powerful organization. Considering how the young man was able to tame the black-backed tortoise easily, there was really no candidate more suitable than him. "Elder Lu, I humbly beseech you to lead our 7-star pavilion." Elder Feng clasped his fist as well. This? Zhang Xian was conflicted. First the Myriad Beasts Hall, and now, even the 7-star pavilion was acting in such a manner. Why was it so difficult for him to be an ordinary elder? Was it his fault that he was so outstanding? Thinking about it, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was still the best of all. He could just remain an innocent honorary elder, unburdened by the weight of an entire sect. Noting Zhang Xian's hesitation, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao pressed on. "There's a limit to the lifespan of semi-divinity realm cultivators, so I won't be able to protect the 7-star pavilion for too long. However, semi-divinity realm beasts are known for their longevity. This is especially so for the black-backed tortoise, which is rumored to be able to live for several thousand years. If you become the sect leader and leave the black-backed tortoise to guard our sect, we won't have to worry about our security for the next several thousand years. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded. The azure was nothing more than a pit stop for him. It was only a matter of time before he approached the Hall of Gods in search of Luo Ruoxin. In the first place, he was already planning to leave the black-backed tortoise behind to guard the seven-star pavilion. After all, he was indebted to the seven-star pavilion for all their help. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. I don't mind becoming the sect leader, but I'm too used to living a carefree life. I won't be getting too involved with the affairs of the Seve-Carat Pavilion. There isn't a problem with that. The role of the sect leader is just to serve as a strong front to deter aggressors. You can leave the affairs of the sect to the first elder. Pavilion Master Kue Zhao's eyes lit up after hearing Zhang Xian's agreement, and he laughed heartily in response. Elder Feng brought out the boat once more, and the three of them quickly got on it and headed back to Starchaser Island. Sometime later, Zhang Xian arrived back at his accommodation in the Seven-Star Pavilion's branch. He brought the black-backed tortoise out from his tamed beast sack and had it let out some of its blood for him. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the floor and absorbed a droplet of the black-backed tortoise's blood into his body. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the droplet of blood entered his body, Zhang Xian could feel all his muscles coming to life. A terrifying surge of energy gushed through his meridians and gathered in his dantian. With a reddened face, he hurriedly drove his zhenqi to assimilate the energy. This won't work. Without a high immortal realm cultivation technique, it won't matter no matter how much energy I absorb. He had thought that even without a cultivation technique, he would still be able to force a breakthrough by gathering sufficient energy via the energy in the blood of the semi-divinity realm beast. However, that was easier said than done. It was likely that he would first explode into bits before he could even raise his cultivation. Since I'm unable to raise my cultivation, I should nourish my body. Knowing that it was futile to raise his zhenqi cultivation in such a manner, he could only turn his attention to something else. The black-backed tortoise was known for its defense and its blood essence and extremely useful in nourishing one's body. Controlling the energy from the blood droplet through his meridians, his physical body swiftly grew stronger. 2 hours later, the might of his physical body could already rival that of heavenly high immortals. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian took out the semi-divinity metal chain from his storage ring next. With the threat of the little yellow chick and him pointing out the flaws reflected in the library of Heaven's Path, it did not take long before Zhang Xian managed to tame it as well. You are called Little Tortoise, and you are called Metal Chain. Zhang Xian formally announced the names of the two semi-divinities. A certain Little Tortoise, a certain Metal Chain. After all that was done, Zhang Xian let the Serpentine Dragon and the others out. This is the blood essence of a semi-divinity realm beast. Each of you will have 10 droplets each. Whether you will be able to make a breakthrough or not is up to your capability, Zhang Xian said as he flicked the blood essence of the black-backed tortoise over to them. Those few beasts had all reached the heavenly high immortal realm, and their bloodlines were extremely powerful. If they consumed the blood essence of a semi-divinity realm beast, they might be able to take another step forward. It would be best if they could make a breakthrough, but otherwise, there was no huge loss. The Serpentine Dragon, 9-headed fiery phoenix, and the others quickly bowed their heads in gratitude as they swallowed the blood essences. For hours later, they managed to advance their cultivation significantly, but they were still unable to overcome the final bottleneck limiting them. It seemed like it was not that easy to reach the semi-divinity realm after all, or else there would not have been so few of such experts in the world. Seeing that they had reached their limits, Zhang Xian returned them to the tamed beast sack before taking the black-backed tortoise out once more. I want you to recount to me how you were able to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm and where you managed to do it, Zhang Xian instructed. This was the primary reason he had chosen to tame the black-backed tortoise instead of killing it. Ever since he learned the details surrounding the Godblood Rock, he had been wondering if it had anything to do with Luo Ruoxin. I achieved a breakthrough over in the vacant sea, the black-backed tortoise revealed. Vacant sea? It's roughly 2 million li away from here. It's an empty region of the ocean. There are no islands or humans in the area, and that's where it got its name from, the black-backed tortoise explained. It's far away. Zhang Xian frowned. How did you manage to achieve a breakthrough then? Based on what I know, only those have challenged the Azure Bridge are able to make a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. It's true that it's impossible for those who haven't challenged the Azure Bridge to reach the semi-divinity realm, but 2 months ago, I unintentionally swallowed a droplet of fresh blood, and before I knew it, I'd already reached the semi-divinity realm. A droplet of fresh blood? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly together. A semi-divinity realm expert was conducting some kind of ritual above the vacant sea, and shortly after, a crack appeared in the sky, and a figure fell down. That figure seemed to be injured, and fresh blood was dripping from her body onto the surface of the sea. I and a few other heavenly high immortal realm beasts drank her blood and successfully reached the semi-divinity realm shortly after. The black-backed tortoise quickly went through his story. A figure? What did that figure look like? Do you know where she went afterward? Zhang Xian asked anxiously. She's a young lady. I wasn't able to catch a clear glimpse of her appearance, and I'm not too sure where she went. After drinking her blood, I immediately fainted from the sheer energy it harnessed. When I came to, I was already at the semi-divinity realm. To be honest, I'm not too sure how it happened either. The black-backed tortoise replied awkwardly. Only some time after reaching the semi-divinity realm did it deduce that it had something to do with the young lady who had appeared from the sky that day. Most likely, she was a true god. That would explain why her blood harnessed so much power, allowing it and a few other semi-divinity realm beasts to successfully make a breakthrough. Does she look like this? Zhang Xian quickly flicked his finger and drew out Luo Ruoxin's portrait in midair. I can't remember anymore. The black-backed tortoise shook its head. For some reason, my memories of her are a little hazy. It distinctly remembered seeing the young lady descending from the sky, but other than her gender, somehow, it was unable to recall her appearance, physique, or anything else. Its mind would simply draw a blank each time it tried to think about it. Most likely, that was the doing of the young lady. Zhang Xian erased the portraits and instructed, "Take me over to the vacant sea you spoke of." The black-backed tortoise was horrified. It quickly explained, there were a few more semi-divinity realm beasts who achieved a breakthrough that day. It's very dangerous to head over there right now. It might have managed to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, but it was well aware that it was not the strongest in the vacant sea. Those who had swallowed more blood that day were much stronger than it, which was also why it had swiftly left the region after regaining consciousness. It would be too dangerous to head over there. I understand your concerns, but this is a trip that I have to make, Zhang Xian said firmly. Without a doubt, what had allowed the black-backed tortoise to achieve a breakthrough was the blood of a god. The incident had happened 2 months ago, which translated to roughly 600 days on the Master-Teacher continent. It matched the time that he first met Luo Ruoxin. There was a good chance that the god who had descended from the sky was Luo Ruoxin. However, he would only be able to verify it if he headed over personally. Seeing that its master's mind was made up, the black-backed tortoise thought about the little yellow chick and the semi-divinity artifact in its master's possession, and it felt a lot more assured than before. All right then, let's go. Zhang Xian could not bring himself to wait even a moment longer. Leaping onto the back of the black-backed tortoise, he quickly sent a telepathic message to Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao to inform the latter before quickly heading in the direction of the vacant sea. As a semi-divinity realm beast, the black-backed tortoise sped through the water swiftly like a bolt of lightning. Heavenly high immortal realm cultivators would often require at least a day to travel a distance of 2 million li, but with the black-backed tortoise traveling at its maximum speed, it only took half a day for him to arrive at his destination. Floating in the air, Zhang Xian gazed down at the vacant sea from above. Just as the black-backed tortoise had described, there was not a person or an island to be seen. All that could be seen was the ocean, which seemed to merge together with the sky at the horizon. However, unlike the deep blue water in the other parts of the Sea of Exiled Stars, the water here had a slight tinge of redness to it, giving it an eerie undertone. It felt like some kind of tragedy had happened there. The water in this region used to be deep blue in color, But ever since that young lady's blood dripped into the water, the area turned into such a state. It hasn't been able to revert back to its original state even after the passing of 2 months, the black-backed tortoise said. Nodding slightly, Zhang Xian carefully activated his eye of insight and entered the water to take a closer look. The slightly red ocean water was surprisingly abundant in spiritual energy, making it feel like a blessed land. It had nourished the beasts and plants living in the area, making them far stronger than those in the other parts of the ocean. Most likely, this had something to do with the blood of the god. Zhang Xian swam all the way of the bottom of the ocean, and over there, he found a couple of crimson-colored rocks. They were the god-blood rocks he had seen at the Wuhai market previously. There were not too many of such rocks, and most of them did not harness as much power as the one he had seen previously. Zhang Xian casually placed his hand on one of the rocks and used the Library of Heaven's Path to analyze it. The compiled book was the same as before, reflecting just the name, Godblood Rock. Zhang Xian swam around the area and noticed that the area tinged with redness wasn't too vast. He turned to the black-backed tortoise and asked, "Where did that figure appear back then?" "It appeared south of where we currently are. But master, I recommend you don't head there. The area is currently dominated by the 3 shark brothers. They were the ones who chased me away back then," the black-backed tortoise said with a reddened face. 3 shark brothers? Zhang Xian frowned. They are the conquerors of the vacant sea. They were already extremely powerful at the heavenly high immortal realm, such that I was never a match for them. Back then, in view of my powerful defense and the fact that I've never provoked them, we never crossed one another. However, after consuming the blood and achieving a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, they grew much stronger than before, even more so than me. In order to claim the blood lingering in the region for themselves, they forced me out of the area I previously resided in. As I was no match for them, I had no choice but to leave, the black-backed tortoise said. You are saying that all 3 of them have reached the semi-divinity realm? Zhang Xian's face darkened. Chapter 2041 Conquerors of the Ocean. Yes, master, the black-backed tortoise said with a nod. It was still able to stand its ground against Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and the others, but it was truly helpless against those sharks. As they were all native to the ocean of exiled stars, they knew the strengths and weaknesses of each other very well. Had it not left the vacant sea, it would have already died. Not only are they at the semi-divinity realm, they are also stronger than me. I specialize in defense, whereas they specialize in offense. If that semi-divinity realm cultivator who stalked and fought me earlier was encircled by them, I doubt that he would have even lasted 3 breaths before he breathed his last, the black-backed tortoise said. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed into slits upon hearing those words. Bai Xiansheng might not have been the strongest among the heads of the 6 sects, but he was not the weakest either. For someone of his prowess to be unable to survive even 3 breaths before those sharks, it seemed like they were indeed fearsome adversaries. Master, why don't we just drop the idea? It won't be too late to head there after you achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, the black-backed tortoise pleaded desperately. Even though its master had many tricks up his sleeves, and the little yellow chick was a formidable beast, it still could not help but feel a little insecure. After all, they were going to face 3 semi-divinity realm beasts at once. Even if the little yellow chick was able to swallow one of them, they would still have to deal with the other 2. Zhang Xian paused for a moment before saying, "You should return to the tamed beast sack for a moment. I'll head there discreetly. I'll just take a look and leave without alarming them." He had already gone all the way there, so how could he leave without properly investigating the matter? The black-backed tortoise did not specialize in stealth, so it was easy for any other semi-divinity realm beasts to detect its presence. On the other hand, he could conceal his aura just by driving the Heaven's Path divine art. He was confident that he would be able to hide himself even from those 3 sharks that the black-backed tortoise spoke of. Seeing that it was impossible to convince its master otherwise, the black-backed tortoise returned to the tamed beast sack with a helpless sigh. After that was done, Zhang Xian quickly reined in his aura and erased his presence before warily proceeding in the direction that the black-backed tortoise had pointed out to him before. He held his breath carefully as he allowed the water currents to carry him across the murky seabed. Fortunately for him, The seabed of the vacant sea was filled with taller seaweed and coral, making it easier to him to hide his silhouette. As he proceeded forward, he wondered if Luo Ruoxin was the one who had entered the azure from here through a breach in the dimension barrier, who received her. If the young lady whom the black-backed tortoise spoke about was referring to Luo Ruoxin, who was the one who had summoned her. So far, the only ones he knew that were capable of conducting rituals to summon deities and gods were the otherworldly demons. But why did this person summon her? And how did she sustain wounds so heavy that she lost so much blood? Changing in the ocean. Everything regarding Luo Ruoxin revolved within his mind like an unsolvable memory, leaving him feeling deeply frustrated. He was starting to find it hard to understand the young lady whom he loved. Sighing deeply, he took out the crimson pendant hung in front of his chest. He closed his eyes and focused his consciousness on the spiritual energy within. Slowly, he could feel it becoming warm. It seems like this has something to do with her, Zhang Xian thought as he continued speeding ahead. 10 minutes later, he finally came to a halt in a trench at the bottom of the ocean. Based on what the black-backed tortoise had said, this trench was where the base of the three sharks was located. Zhang Xian peered in and noted that the color of the water was even redder. At the same time, the spiritual energy felt even more abundant. Lush plants intercrossed one another as they crept out from within, creating a dense shroud. This must be where the bulk of the scattered god blood is. The concentration of spiritual energy there was greater than the surroundings, hinting that it was where the spiritual energy was originating from. Furthermore, he could feel the pendant growing hotter. If he wanted to investigate the matter further to see if Luo Ruoxin was tied to it, this would probably be it. Of course, given that it was highly likely that there were 3 semi-divinity realm immortal beasts inside, Zhang Xian was in no rush to charge right in. Instead, he hid behind a boulder outside the trench to observe the situation. The dense shroud of greenery blocked much of what he could see, but vaguely, he could still see innumerable life forms swimming about. However, there were no clues that indicated where the base of the sharks was at. He had spoken with the black-backed tortoise on the way here, and it seemed like the latter had been attacked by those 3 because it had refused to become their subordinate. If not for its tough shell and swift speed, it might have died to them. Even though they had fought before, the black-backed tortoise did not know much about the base of those 3 sharks. As such, it was unable to provide any useful details. There's no helping it. Seeing no merit in biding his time there, Zhang Xian stealthily walked alongside the walls of the trench and slipped in. The trench was reminiscent of a mountain valley that extended into unknown depths. The sunlight was unable to reach in there, so it was pitch black. With Zhang Xian's current cultivation as a high immortal and his eye of insight, he was able to navigate within such darkness without a problem. Leaning close to the walls of the trench, he gradually proceeded deeper in. The trench was eerily quiet. At some point, all the aquatic creatures that he had seen previously seemed to vanish from sight, as if he had proceeded into some kind of death zone. Zhang Xian was confident that he could hide his presence even in the face of semi-divinity realm beasts, so he did not pay it much heed. He continued observing his surroundings closely and advanced deeper in. It might have been due to the effects of the god blood lingering in the area, but the plants in the area were both thick and resilient. Even someone of Zhang Xian's fighting prowess was unable to easily pull apart a casual vine lying around. In other words, its resilience was already on par with an average true immortal tier artifact. The effects of the god blood are indeed formidable. Not only does it allow high immortal realm beasts to reach a previously unreachable level, even the plants have also been significantly strengthened. The deeper he proceeded in the trench, the more concentrated the surrounding spiritual energy became. He could feel his cells leaping in excitement, craving to devour the energy lingering around. However, he knew that he would be immediately discovered if he acted as such, so he made sure to hold himself back. After swimming another 2,000 meters deeper, he finally arrived at the seabed. Moving alongside the walls of the trench, he noticed a massive cavern. He activated the Eye of Insight and examined it closely before nodding. This should be the base of the 3 sharks. There was a particularly oppressive aura coming from within, and this aura somewhat resembled what he felt from the black-backed tortoise and pavilion master Kuei Xiao. Most likely, the 3 semi-divinity realm sharks were inside. He touched the crimson pendant hanging in front of his chest once more and realized that it was burning hot. The heat only further intensified as he approached the cavern. Could it be that there is still god blood here that hasn't been devoured by those sharks yet? The rule behind the response of the pendant seemed rather straightforward. The higher the concentration of god blood, the more heat the pendant would emanate. Given how hot the pendant was, it seemed very likely that there was still some god blood that had not been assimilated. If he could find it, he might just be able to find a way to confirm whether it had come from Luoruashin or not. There's no choice. I can only take this risk, Zhang Xian thought with gritted teeth before slowly swimming toward the cavern. The cavern was roughly several hundred meters wide. After proceeding a little further in, he noticed quite a few aquatic creatures lined up in neat formations within the massive cavern. Taking a closer look, he realized that even the weakest of them was at the heavenly true immortal realm. As for high immortals, there must have been at least several hundred of them. Several hundred high immortal realm beasts. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Was this formation not already stronger than that of any one of the 6 sects? With the strength of our kings, we'll be able to rule over the ocean of exiled stars and ensure that no humans are able to encroach on our territories. That's right. Our kings have already reached the semi-divinity realm, a level comparable to the leaders of the humans' 6 sects. Once they pass down the command, we'll slaughter all humans who dare to invade the ocean to show them who's boss. Several beasts cried out passionately. Zhang Xian looked at the very front of the formation and saw 3 massive thrones erected in the deepest depths of the cavern. 3 sharks were seated on the thrones, each of them emanating tremendous pressure. Semi-divinity realm experts. Each of them possessed strength greater than that of the blackback tortoise. If even each of them was that powerful, it was terrifying to imagine just how powerful their collaboration would be. The reason we have gathered all of you here today is to warn all life forms that the ocean belongs to us. For many years, humans have encroached on our territories and stolen our resources. We shall let those thieving scoundrels know that we shall tolerate their acts of transgression no more, and any trespassers will be massacred without any mercy whatsoever. The shark sitting in the middle spoke with a voice that reverberated loudly throughout the entire cavern. Our king speaks nothing but the utmost truth. The ocean belongs to us. We have to stop the tyranny of the 6 sects, especially that of Starchaser Palace. Those sentiments were echoed by the rest of the aquatic creatures, and they cheered fanatically in support of the movement. Are they planning to formally create their own power? Zhang Xian thought with a frown. There was no doubt that there were many powerful aquatic creatures in the ocean, but none of them had reached the semi-divinity realm before. As such, they did not have the strength to oppose the 6 sects. However, with 3 semi-divinity realm experts suddenly appearing, the ambitions of the high immortal realm aquatic creatures could not be suppressed anymore. Thus, they intended to rally the aquatic beasts together to construct a power that could stand against the 6 sects. That would explain why he had seen so many aquatic creatures earlier, but they simply vanished from sight later on. Most likely, he must have caught them while they were answering the summons and rushing over. Our first target should be Starchaser Palace. Their Starchaser Island is located at the center of the ocean of exiled stars. I have discussed this with the other 2 kings, and we intend to launch a surprise assault to let them know that we, the aquatic creatures, aren't to be trifled with. As long as we can show sufficient might, none of the 6 sects will dare make a move on us. The shark seated on the middle throne said imposingly. The ocean was rich with resources, and the beast cores of many of the aquatic creatures were beneficial to a cultivator's breakthrough. As such, despite the dangers lurking in the area, the 6 sects dispatched their disciples for hunting missions from time to time. This was especially so for Starchaser Palace. Living on a lone island, it was inevitable that they were reliant on the ocean around them for resources. If they wished to rally all the aquatic beasts together and command deference from the 6 sects, there was no better target than Starchaser Palace. A catfish with multiple ears voiced its concerns regarding the issue. My king, it would be most convenient for us to make Starchaser Palace our first target, but I believe that there's a need for us to think things through first. Based on the results of my investigation, The person who summoned that young female god 2 months ago was none other than Palace Chief Du Qingyuan of Starchaser Palace. Chapter 2042, The Unreliable Chick. She's the one behind that matter? The shark seated on the middle throne was somewhat taken aback by that news. Are you certain of it? The reason the three of them had been able to achieve a breakthrough was due to the blood droplets of the young female god falling into the sea. My king, I dispatched my 100,000 subordinates to look into the matter, and I am absolutely sure of it. The catfish replied affirmatively. The shark in the middle took a while to calm itself down before harumphing. Humph. So what if she's able to summon a god? Based on what I saw that day, shortly after entering the Forsaken Continent, the god broke open the surrounding space to head somewhere else, and she hasn't appeared ever since. As long as a god doesn't get involved in the battle, we still stand a good chance in a war against the Six Sects. Our big brother is right. Even the gods who have descended to the Forsaken Continent find their strengths significantly lowered here, the shark seated on the left remarked smugly. It's for this reason that no gods will descend and interfere in the affairs here other than the Hall of Gods. Even if Starchaser Palace is able to communicate with the gods, it's unlikely that they have the ability to rally the gods to fight on their behalf. Since that's the case, what do we have to fear? No matter how powerful the head of Starchaser Palace is, she's nothing more than an individual. With the combined prowess of us three, killing her will be a walk in the park. The fact that the heavens have allowed us to achieve a breakthrough shows that fate is starting to favor us oceanic creatures. We should seize the day instead of allowing this rare opportunity to slip through our fingers. The shark seated on the right added in agreement. Our era is swiftly arriving. How many of us aquatic creatures have those humans slain in the past? We shall return the favor twofold. We'll let them know that we aren't to be belittled. We aren't to be belittled. Those words immediately sparked the blazing passion among the aquatic creatures. Be it the prawns, octopuses, crabs, oysters. All of them trembled in agitation upon hearing those words. For the past several thousand years, the six sects of the humans had held the dominant position on the Forsaken Continent. As a result of that, the aquatic creatures had not dared step on land easily for fear of getting killed. But now that they had the backing of semi-divinity realm experts as well, they had nothing to fear anymore. Hiding at the back, Zhang Xian murmured with a frown, "The head of Starchaser Palace?" Starchaser Palace had been founded by the otherworldly demonic tribe. Considering that Luo Ruoxin was the spirit god, it was only natural for her to answer their summons. If what was said about Luo Ruoxin was right, it was likely that Palace Master Du Qingyuan had summoned her down to the Azure. Right after that, Luo Ruoxin had descended further down to the Master-Teacher continent in order to snatch the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. From the looks of it, getting in touch with Palace Master Du Qingyuan will be the crux of learning the truth behind everything. He had rushed over there after deducing that the god Blood Rock had something to do with Luo Ruoxin, but it seemed like his focus had been wrong. If Du Qingyuan was the one who had summoned Luo Ruoxin, how could she not know who and where the latter was? I should return for now, Zhang Xian thought to himself after learning of this critical piece of information. Putting aside the fact that there were 3 semi-divinity realm beasts there, just the several hundred high immortal realm ones were enough to overwhelm him. The main reason he had sought the true origin of the god blood was to verify if Luo Ruoxin had really been to the Azure and, from there, determine where she had gone. Since he had been able to acquire the news from Palace Master Du Qingyuan, there was no need for him to remain there anymore. After all, there was no need for him to expose himself to needless danger. So, Zhang Xian slowly backed away, and just as he was about to retreat from the cavern, he suddenly felt a pulsation of spiritual energy coming from within. This pulsation of energy caused the pendant around his neck to tighten a little. A frightening amount of heat was being emanated from it. He quickly turned around and saw the shark seated at the centermost throne bringing out a crimson droplet of blood before all the aquatic creatures gathered there. The droplet of blood was roughly the size of a sesame seed, but even so, the amount of energy that it emanated was alarming. It was as if an entire world had been compressed into it. If such an amount of energy was released, the entire ocean would immediately descend into turmoil. "This is the god blood," the centermost shark said as it rose from its throne. "This is the key that allowed us to reach the unattainable semi-divinity realm. Pledge your loyalty and serve us with devotion, and you will not be let down by what you receive. My king, we are willing to pledge our lives to you." The appearance of the god blood caused the eyes of the aquatic creatures to light up as they roared in excitement. Even a droplet of blood from a true god was enough for them to push for a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm. There was no doubt that it held great allure to all life forms. Seeing that it had managed to rouse the morale of the aquatic creatures, the centermost shark nodded in contentment. Through a mixture of fear tactics and incentives, it was confident that their subordinates would serve them loyally. Those who have reached semi-divinity realm really mustn't be underestimated, Zhang Xian thought warily. Their strength was one thing, but he had never thought that the sharks would be so skilled in the art of commanding as well. It seemed like human cultivators had really been underestimating the intelligence of other life forms all this while. "I should leave." There was no doubt that Zhang Xian was interested in the god blood, but he knew that it was impossible for him to obtain it given his current strength. The risk was too great for him to bear. Besides, there was no need for him to make a move personally. There was no doubt that Starchaser Palace and the rest of the six sects would deal with the three sharks once they learned of the matter. They could not risk the aquatic creatures forming a power of their own. By then, he could simply lend them a hand in dealing with the sharks. "Who is it?" Boom. A deafening voice reminiscent of rumbling thunder tremored through the entire cavern, causing rock fragments and dust to fall to the ground. Following that, 3 boundless auras burst forth. "What's going on?" Zhang Xian thought with a frown. He had been suppressing his aura the whole time, such that it should not have been possible for the other party to notice him easily. Besides, even if the other party did notice him, it should have happened as soon as he entered the cavern. Why would such a thing happen just as he was about to leave? Perplexed, Zhang Xian turned his head around, only to nearly faint in horror. At some point in time, the god blood that was floating right before the eyes of the aquatic creatures had vanished without a trace, causing a huge panic within the cavern. The 3 semi-divinity realm sharks flew into a fit of rage. They released their powerful auras, displaying their determination to rip the culprit into shreds. "There!" A voice echoed in the air all of a sudden. In response to that, a shot of water current burst forth and struck the ceiling of the cavern, causing rock fragments to fall to the ground. Tracing the shot of water current, Zhang Xian lifted his head to take a look. What he saw nearly caused his to keel over. In the corner of the cavern, a little yellow chick was frantically flapping its wings to maneuver through the water. At the same time, loud burps were escaping from its mouth. The energy of the god blood could be felt pulsating within its body. It was obvious who the culprit who stole the god blood was. "I'm not going to accompany your suicidal tendencies." What else could Zhang Xian do in a situation like this other than turn tail and flee? This fellow was really an idiot. There were 3 semi-divinity realm beasts and several hundred high immortal realm aquatic creatures there, and that dumb chick had still gone forward to devour their god blood. Was that any different from committing suicide? "Master, wait for me." Before Zhang Xian could get far, the little yellow chick cried out loudly, and the next moment, it had already caught up with him. "The might of the god blood is greater than I thought. I am at my limit and can't really move anymore. I'll need to rest for a while." "Who?" Right after saying those words, the little yellow chick dived right into his tamed beast sack. Looking around him, Zhang Xian saw a whole army of aquatic creatures staring at his revealed profile with stunned looks on their faces, and he nearly burst into tears. "My heavens, just what did I do so wrong to deserve such a punishment? You sure have it easy, going to sleep and dumping all the responsibility to me. What am I supposed to do now?" Zhang Xian cursed beneath his breath. He really wanted to roast that damn chick alive, but he knew that it was only possible if he got out there alive. Without any hesitation, he immediately executed his Heaven's Path movement art and fled. If he waited any longer, he would lose his life. "Capture him. How dare a human come here and steal our god blood? Kill him. Let's make meat paste out of him to feed the dogs." "You buffoon. We don't have dogs underwater. You can feed him to me instead." The aquatic creatures bellowed in frenzy. It was not too long ago that they had declared confidently that they would expel the humans from the ocean, yet a moment later, one of them infiltrated their nest and stole their god blood. It was inevitable that they were infuriated. Boom, boom, boom. As Zhang Xian fled, innumerable surges of energy kept exploding around him, leaving goosebumps rising all over his arms. He really wanted to burst into tears. "I am just an innocent bystander. I swear that I'm not the culprit behind this. Why won't any of you believe me?" The gray shark seated on the lift throne rose up and scoffed in fury. "Did you think that this is a place where you can come and go as you please?" With a whip of its tail, it appeared right before Zhang Xian to block his escape. There was no doubt that Zhang Xian's Heaven's Path movement art was formidable, but his movement speed was severely impeded due to the viscosity of the water. On the other hand, the opponents that he was facing had spent their lives in the water, and their physiques were adapted for gliding through the water. As such, he had no speed advantage whatsoever before the other party. "You thieving human, you shall pay for your foolishness." The gray shark whipped its powerful tail toward Zhang Xian with crushing might that caused even the surrounding space to collapse. There was no doubt that even the current Zhang Xian did not have the ability to withstand such a powerful strike. The threat of a semi-divinity realm beast that specialized in offense was indeed far greater than that of the black-backed tortoise. In this moment, Zhang Xian panicked a little. He had always been proud of his speed, but in the water, it was as if he was a crawling snail competing against a sprinting hare. Turning to take a look, Zhang Xian saw that the huge army of high immortal realm aquatic creatures was glaring at him ferociously. The other two semi-divinity realm sharks had also darted over to him with killing intent flaring from them. Zhang Xian's reaction was quick, but it was inevitable that he was handicapped against the aquatic creatures in a race underwater. Before he knew it, he was already tightly encircled. "Go." Knowing the urgency of the situation, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist. Hoo 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 hoo. 5 heavenly high immortal tier swords appeared before him. With an upward flick of his finger, these 5 swords, imbued with the god's sword intent, pierced toward the tip of the cavern. The semi-divinity realm shark before him was simply too powerful, so there was no way he could afford to face it directly. At the same time, he would be pushed back into the cavern, thus losing all chances of fleeing. Thus, he could not afford to be bogged down here. Since he was surrounded from all 4 directions, the only way he could escape was through the ceiling of the cavern. If he could knock a way out for himself, he would be able to get to the trench, and utilizing the cover of the plants, he might just be able to get away safely. It would be hard to find his tiny figure amid the massive ocean filled with all kinds of huge creatures. As long as he could get out of this cavern, with his disguising ability, there was a good chance that he would be able to make a successful escape. Chapter 2043 Encirclement of the Sharks. Boom. The 5 heavenly high immortal tier swords released their god's sword intent simultaneously, their combined might surpassing even that of his sea-severing sword. In an instant, a passageway that he could escape through was drilled in the ceiling. Zhang Xian immediately made his way in. As soon as he dived into the passageway, a loud explosion echoed beneath him. The space where he was standing at previously had been utterly decimated. "I need to hurry up." Zhang Xian knew that his time was limited before those aquatic creatures beneath caught up with him. Thus, he infused his energy furiously into the 5 swords, turning them into drills that reduced the ceiling to dust upon contact. It did not take long for the water to turn murky. "Where do you think you're going?" Boom. A furious howl echoed through the passageway, and Zhang Xian could feel the entire cavern tremoring. The sharks clearly did not expect Zhang Xian to dive right into the ceiling. Nevertheless, they quickly pursued him. Due to Zhang Xian's small stature, the passageway that he had dug out was not big enough for the sharks to pass through. As such, they had no choice but to use their own strength to ram their own way out. It took 3 breaths and a continuous infusion of zhenqi for Zhang Xian to escape from the other end. As soon as he broke out, he swiftly stowed his swords away before charging right into the coral and vines in the trench. Before he could get too far, a resounding explosion echoed from the cavern beneath. Amid the murky waters mixed with sediment, a shark charged out furiously. It opened its mouth and spat out a jet of water. Boom! The jet of water dashed upward with astounding momentum, tearing apart even the plants that Zhang Xian thought were incredibly resilient with ease. Parry. Seeing that it was impossible for him to evade the jet of water in time, Zhang Xian took out the Tongseng sword and slashed his blade down furiously with a livid look on his face. The sword chi collided with the jet of water current, causing Zhang Xian to feel a tearing pain between the webbing of his finger. While he did manage to deflect the enemy's attack, it had also left him with a stifling ache in his chest, causing him to tumble backward uncontrollably. Powerful! Zhang Xian's body stiffened a little. This was the first time that he had faced off with a semi-divinity realm expert in the truest sense. Even when he tamed the black-backed tortoise previously, he had tapped into the strength of the little yellow chick in order to subdue it. It was one thing to see a semi-divinity realm cultivator in action, but it was another matter to experience it firsthand. Even though he had managed to achieve a breakthrough to the lesser high immortal realm, and his physical body had managed to reach the heavenly high immortal realm, he felt like he still could not withstand a single attack from the enemy. Zhang Xian quickly regained control of his tumbling body before dashing outward once more. If even facing a single semi-divinity realm expert was so fearsome, he could not imagine having to deal with 3 of them at once. Furthermore, there were still several hundred high immortal realm aquatic creatures lying in wait for him. His only option was to run. From the moment you dared steal our possession, your fate was sealed. A thunderous roar echoed from above. Alarmed, Zhang Xian raised his head, only to see another shark charging at him with its mouth wide open, revealing innumerable sharp teeth that emanated cold glints. While one of the sharks was pursuing him, the other 2 had dashed out from the cavern with even greater speed to block his way from the front. At the same time, an even more powerful jet of water shot toward him from above. Knowing that he was in a terrible position, Zhang Xian did not dare hold back. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the semi-divinity artifact that he had tamed previously and compressed it together to form a massive barrier. A deafening explosion happened right after. The shockwave blasted all the surrounding plants and rocks into dust. Under the recoil, Zhang Xian felt both of his arms going numb, as if he could not raise them anymore. While the semi-divinity artifact did allow him to withstand their offense, the attack had still jolted his innards, causing him to sustain severe internal injuries. What the hell was that? Zhang Xian felt like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He had only gone there to scout out the area, not to alarm the enemy, and he had indeed managed to achieve what he had set out to do. The saying was really true. All it takes is a lousy teammate to bring down an entire team. A semi-divinity artifact? Seeing the shield that Zhang Xian had brought out, the eyes of the sharks shone in excitement. A droplet of god blood in exchange for a weapon. I guess that's not too bad a deal. As powerful as the god blood was, all they needed was a single droplet of it in order to reach the semi-divinity realm. Beyond that, it was not of much use. However, if they could tame a semi-divinity artifact as well, there was no doubt that their fighting prowess would rise by leaps and bounds. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 sharks continued bombarding the shield from all 3 directions, determined to break it down. Even though Zhang Xian was still holding on for the time being, he felt as though he was going to be paralyzed under the series of impacts. He immediately bellowed, "Black-backed tortoise, hurry up and get me out of here." Who? The black-backed tortoise of roughly 100 meters in length abruptly materialized, and as soon as it appeared, it dashed directly upward with Zhang Xian on its back. Its speed was much faster than that of Zhang Xian's, but it was still unable to outrun the 3 sharks. The 3 sharks continued pouring attacks down upon them, and it felt like the entire ocean would be destroyed at this. "Old tortoise, I never thought that you would choose to submit to a human instead of us. You are truly the black sheep of all aquatic creatures. I would have understood it if you submitted to an expert, but he's only a lesser high immortal. It's as if you are regressing with time. What a fool. We let you off, but you chose to come back. Since that's the case, don't expect us to show any mercy." You can be buried here together with that new master of yours." Cold sneers echoed all around them. Seeing how their old foe, the black-backed tortoise, had submitted to the young man before them, the three sharks could not help but mock it. As the black-backed tortoise sustained more and more damage, its speed reduced visibly. Before they could even get out of the trench, it had already sent a telepathic message over. "Master, I fear that we won't be able to get out of here at this rate." The reason it had been able to escape previously was because it had escaped as soon as the confrontation started, and the three sharks had no intention of going that far against it. But this time, its master had stolen the sharks' god blood and reduced their base to a pile of rubble. There was no way that the sharks would let them off. "You're right. It doesn't seem like we'll be able to get away at this rate," Zhang Xian murmured in agreement as he quickly assessed the situation around him. While they were clashing with the three semi-divinity realm sharks, the high immortal realm aquatic creatures that he had seen in the cavern earlier had already moved to seal all possible escape routes. In other words, they would be tied down no matter where they headed to, and eventually, they would come under the tight encirclement of the three sharks. "What should we do?" the black-backed tortoise asked worriedly. It had warned its master time and time again not to go there, but he just would not listen. In the end, disaster really did strike. Was it really going to die at the hands of the three sharks that it had gone through so much in order to escape from previously? "Since it's impossible for us to get away, we'll just have to make a stand," Zhang Xian said as he stood up on the back of the black-backed tortoise. The opponents might be three semi-divinity realm experts, but he had a semi-divinity realm artifact, a semi-divinity realm tamed beast, a clone, and many soulless metal humanoids. They would not be able to bring him down easily. "You wish to fight against them?" The black-backed tortoise shuddered in fear. "How? I can only hold back one of them for a short while." "It's fine. Just hold back one of them while I try to kill the other. As long as we can kill one of them swiftly, we should be able to make them hesitate." Zhang Xian bit his lips. The three sharks had allied themselves with one another and proclaimed themselves as brothers, but he was betting that their relationship was one of convenience rather than true kinship. If that was really the case, as long as he could slay one of the sharks, the other two, as well as the several hundred high immortal realm aquatic beasts around, would have to think twice before making a move. That would provide him an ideal opportunity to make his escape. In any case, his goal was to get out of there safely rather than to get rid of all his opponents. "Very well then." Gritting its teeth, the black-backed tortoise retracted its neck and limbs into his tortoiseshell before charging right toward one of the sharks. At the same time, Zhang Xian morphed his shield into a massive web of metal chains as he charged forth along with it as well. "Your opponent is me." But before he could get far, a shark charged right in his direction and swept its tail toward him. Zhang Xian immediately converged the web of chains together to deflect the attack, but the powerful impact still slammed him into the wall, creating another huge depression in the trench. "Humph!" Wiping the fresh blood from the corner of his lips, Zhang Xian brought out a soulless metal humanoid and commanded it to charge toward the shark. "You have a helper?" "Huh." Without any hesitation, the shark opened its mouth wide and crunched down on the soulless metal humanoid. "What you have here isn't a helper but food. That depends on whether you are able to digest it or not." Zhang Xian smirked. Boom. The soulless metal humanoid exploded on the spot. Pooh! Due to the massive explosion, the shark spurted a mouthful of blood and threw out one of its sharp teeth, leaving it in an unkempt state. "How dare you hurt me? I'll tear you apart." Feeling a stinging pain within its body, the shark was infuriated. It had not sustained such injuries since reaching the semi-divinity realm. So, it charged right toward Zhang Xian with its mouth wide open, seemingly intent on devouring him. On the other hand, Zhang Xian's eyelids were twitching in disbelief. That darn shark still fine after suffering an explosion within its body? That was a heavenly high immortal realm soulless metal humanoid, and its explosion should have destroyed everything within a radius of 100 meters. The explosion had occurred within the body of the shark, but all it had done was to spurt a mouthful of blood and shed a single tooth. Were semi-divinity realm beasts really that resilient? Zhang Xian immediately morphed the metal chains into a massive shield in order to block the shark's bite. He was just about to toss yet another soulless metal humanoid into the other party's mouth when he saw the final shark circling behind him. Damn it, I guess I can only use my clone. Zhang Xian knew that it was impossible for him to face two semi-divinity realm experts simultaneously in his state. He could very well die at this rate. Desperate, he was thinking of bringing out his clone and Vicious as well to support him when the shark behind suddenly came to a halt. Following that, a resounding voice echoed across the entire trench. Halt! Boom! The one who had made the command was the shark that had sat on the centermost throne back in the cavern, the strongest among the three. The shout made the shark, which was intent on swallowing Zhang Xian whole, retreat slightly, and the other one that was battling with the black-backed tortoise also paused its offense. Big brother, this human dared barge into our territory and steal our god blood. This is an unforgivable crime. We have to teach him a lesson. The shark that had lost a tooth cried indignantly. Big brother, I agree with our second brother. Why should we show these B***stards any mercy? They might have many means up their sleeves, but with our combined might, we should be able to destroy them easily. The other shark facing the black-backed tortoise exclaimed in agreement. Shut your mouths! The shark that the other two addressed as Big Brother bellowed. After silencing the other two, it turned to Zhang Xian and assessed him carefully with its massive eyes. Perplexed by the current situation, Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes and warily drove his shinchi, fearful that the other party was just buying time to assault him. But the next moment, the massive shark before him suddenly kneeled down and exclaimed, Your humble subordinate pays its respect, master. Chapter 2044, Taming the Sharks, Master? Humble subordinate? The black-backed tortoise and Zhang Xian glanced at one another, completely taken aback by the abrupt twist. The sharks had been dying to tear them apart a moment ago, so why would one suddenly turn into his subordinate? The ones who were shocked by the situation were not just limited to those two. The other aquatic creatures swarming the area were stunned as well. Their kings had always hated humans with a passion, such that there was no doubt that they would have incited a genocide if they could. Just a moment ago, they had even been discussing a scheme to teach the six sects a lesson. Why would one of the kings suddenly change its mind? Not to mention, its body was bent perpendicular as if it was a set square, and it even called the human that stole their god blood its master. Big brother, why are you acknowledging this measly being as your master? The other two sharks could hardly believe what they were hearing. Shut your mouth. The big brother shark roared angrily. Get over here right now and pay your respects to master. Those two sharks had no idea what their big brother was up to, but they dared not disobey its command. With a shake of their tails, they swam all the way up to Zhang Xian. They shot a hesitant glance at their big brother once more, and after seeing the look on the latter's face, they trembled fearfully and hurriedly bowed down. Your humble subordinates pay its respects, master. Zhang Xian had no idea what to make of the current situation. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Acknowledge me as your master. Regardless of whether they were putting on an act or not, they would no longer be able to do anything once they were bound by soul contracts. Yes. To Zhang Xian's surprise, the big brother shark offered its blood essence without any hesitation. As for the other two, they were indecisive for a moment, but after a piercing glare from the big brother shark, they quickly offered their blood essence. Zhang Xian accepted their blood essences and completed the soul contract. As telepathic connections were formed among them, he realized that the sharks really were not plotting anything at all. They were earnestly acknowledging him as their master. It was just a moment ago that they had been trying to tear one another apart when all of a sudden, they had become his tamed beasts. This peculiar situation left Zhang Xian feeling deeply confused. Could it be that he was actually very charismatic, such that they could not help but submit to him after witnessing his splendor? But he had not intentionally released any imposing aura or the like. The big brother shark noticed Zhang Xian's bewilderment and explained, It's all due to the bestowment of the god blood that we were able to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Master, you carry a token of the god with you, so it's our duty to serve you. A token of the god? Zhang Xian subconsciously lowered his gaze to look at the crimson pendant hung around his neck. He would usually place it within his clothes, but due to the intense heat from reacting to the god blood, he had hung it outside his clothes instead. That's right, the shark replied respectfully. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. He had guessed previously that the god blood was related to Luo Ruoxin, and this verified his guesses. It was through consuming the fresh blood that Luo Ruoxin had spilled into the ocean that these tortoises had managed to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. As such, they held natural deference toward anything related to her. Regardless of how that happened, it was a huge relief that he was finally out of danger. He quickly drank a bottle of chicken soup to heal his injuries before turning to the big brother shark. Dismiss the others. There are a few questions that I would like to ask you. The sharks quickly passed down the orders. The high immortal realm aquatic creatures could sense that their previously agreed upon plans would go awry if they scattered right now, and they felt incredibly indignant about it. However, they did not dare go against the semi-divinity realm sharks, so they could only leave the area with reddened eyes. After all the aquatic creatures evacuated the area, Zhang Xian turned to the three of them and nodded wisely. Since you have submitted to me, I should bestow names upon you so that I can better address each of you. You will be Shark 1, you will be Shark 2, and you will be Shark 3. The three shark brothers were befuddled. Paying no heed to the constipated looks on the trio's faces, Zhang Xian continued grimly. I want you to recount to me in detail how the head of Starchaser Palace conducted a ritual to the heavens to summon a god, how the god descended to the world, and where the god eventually went. It all happened 2 months ago. Shark 1 began to recount what happened that day. The head of Starchaser Palace suddenly appeared in the vacant sea. Back then, we didn't know it was her. We were only furious to see a human trespassing into our territory, so we assaulted her. Due to the disparity in strength, we were all defeated. Considering how they were all only at the heavenly high immortal realm back then, it was inevitable that they were not a match for Palace Master Du Qingyuan, following which, she used our fresh blood as a tribute for her ritual to tear apart the heavens and summon a god. Her first attempt failed, so she pushed herself to her limits and tried a second time. She probably expended all her energy in the midst of doing so as her appearance swiftly withered to that of an old granny, and it looked as if she would pass away from her frailty. All of us thought that it would be the end like that, but who could have known that a god would really appear at that moment? As Shark 1 spoke about the god, its body trembled uncontrollably. It was hard to tell whether its reaction was out of fear or agitation. I can't really say for sure, but it seems like even the second ritual was only a partial success. Perhaps it was due to the lacking strength of the head of Starchaser Palace, or the dimension barrier was simply too resilient, but the god was still unable to pass through it and descend upon our world. So, the god forced her way through the dimension barrier, and she succeeded in the end. However, she ended up paying a heavy price for it. Her forceful actions resulted in a severe backlash from the heavens of the Forsaken Continent, causing her to lose a fair bit of blood. As tributes for the ritual, the three of us were in the vicinity when the god breached the dimension barrier and came over. When we saw the blood from the god dripping in the ocean, we thought that this might be a golden opportunity for us. Thus, we drank a droplet of blood each, and before we knew it, we fell into a deep sleep. So, we don't really know what happened after that. You don't know what happened afterward? Earlier, didn't you say that the god left afterward? Zhang Xian frowned. I was the one who saw that. Shark 3 spoke up. I was more timid than the other two, so I hesitated quite a bit before swallowing the god blood. I vaguely saw the god placing her hand on the body of the head of Starchaser Palace, and the latter slowly reverted to her youthful form. They exchanged a few words, and shortly after, there seemed to be another ritual elsewhere summoning the god. Another dimension rift appeared, and the god left the Forsaken Continent through it. There was another ritual elsewhere? Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. If that was the case, it was very like that other ritual was conducted by Sovereign Chen Yong to summon Luo Ruoxin to the Master Teacher Continent. Thinking back, it could be due to the backlash from consecutively breaching 2 dimension barriers that Luo Ruoxin's strength had been severely limited when she first descended to the Master Teacher Continent. As a result, She had been forced to impersonate a 6-star master teacher until she finally regained her strength. Of course, this was just speculation. As for the exact circumstances, he could only verify it with the head of Starchaser Palace in person. Zhang Xian took out Luo Ruoxin's portrait in order to verify with the 3 sharks if they were the same person. But just as had happened with the black-backed tortoise, even though the 3 sharks could vaguely remember what had happened, they were unable to recall the physical characteristics of the god other than her gender. Then, how did you know that this is a token of the god from back then? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. The god used that pendant to force her way through the dimension barrier back then. It was as bright as the sun. All of us witnessed it clearly, so there's no way we wouldn't recognize it, Shark One replied. They might have forgotten the physical characteristics of the god, but they could never forget the splendor of her might. Given that the ritual was incomplete, it should have been impossible for the god to descend upon the Forsaken Continent. It was by using the might of the pendant to rip open the dimension barrier that she managed to pass through eventually. It was for this reason that they felt deep fear toward the prowess of the pendant and dared not make a move. Even a droplet of blood from the god was enough for them to make a breakthrough. Considering how this young man had a token of the god in his possession, it was likely that he had deep ties with the god. If they wished to reach anywhere higher than semi-divinity realm in the future, this young man would be their greatest bet. Pride and backbone? All of that meant nothing in the face of the superior might commanded by the gods. Does this pendant have the ability to tear open the dimension barrier? Zhang Xian wondered as he held the crimson pendant tightly in his grasp. It still felt warm. He tried infusing his zhenqi into it, but nothing happened. He tried using the Godblood Rock, Eye of Insight, and his own zhenqi on the crimson pendant, but there was simply no response. If not for the wonders it had displayed from time to time, he would have really wondered if it was just an ordinary pendant. It might be because my cultivation is still lacking. Zhang Xian shook his head as he thought about the time his cultivation went berserk. Given that Luo Ruoxin had entrusted this artifact to him, there was bound to be something extremely important about it. The fact that it was able to suppress the inner demons that threatened to collapse even the Library of Heaven's Path spoke a lot about it. Since the 3 of you have submitted to me, you will be following me from this day onward. There are many things that I'll require your help with, and you can rest assured that you'll be handsomely rewarded for your service, Zhang Xian said as he tucked the crimson pendant safely back inside his clothes. With the loyalty of these 3 sharks, he would be under the protection of 4 semi-divinity realm beasts. Adding in the semi-divinity artifact in his possession as well, even the Hall of Gods would have to think twice before making a move on him. Zhang Xian took out a bottle of chicken soup and passed it over to the injured shark for it to recuperate from its injuries. After that was done, he continued asking them a few questions regarding the Godblood. He learned that of the entire vacancy, the only ones who had successfully made a breakthrough were the 3 sharks and the black-backed tortoise because they had been the closest when that incident occurred. Shark One had acted quickly back then to store an additional droplet of god blood, but that had eventually ended up as chick fodder. As for the rest, they had diffused all over the vacant sea. While the diffused god blood did strengthen the aquatic creatures and plants living in the region, it was not sufficient for them to make a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Zhang Xian had intended to study the remaining god blood to double-confirm the issue, but since there was none left, he could only drop the idea. Another option was for him to force Little Chick to spit it out, but that did not seem viable. Following that, Zhang Xian procured quite a bit of blood from the 3 sharks and fed them to the serpentine dragon, 9-headed fiery phoenix, and the rest, but they were still unable to make a breakthrough. It seemed like it was not that easy to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. It would take a lot more than the blood essences of other semi-divinity realm experts in order to take that final step forward. After that was done, Zhang Xian moved Shark 2, Shark 3, and Blackback Tortoise into the tamed beast sack before riding Shark 1 back to Starchaser Island. While Zhang Xian was exploring the vacant sea, the group from the Myriad Beasts Hall, which was still on the way to Starchaser Island, received a message from the 7-star pavilion. Elder Qin Yuan, what's wrong? Elder Liao asked. With his eyes still fixated on the communication jade token in his hand, Elder Qin Yuan replied, I received a message saying that the 7-star pavilion has just chosen a new pavilion master. Elder Liao was surprised by the abrupt news, and he asked, Who is it? It's a young man named Lu Yang. His cultivation is at the lesser high immortal realm, but he managed to master all the battle techniques of the seven-star pavilion within a very short period of time. His talent in the field of martial arts is said to be unrivaled, and his cultivation is exceptional. Elder Qin Yuan said. Who would have thought that shortly after they found a highly talented hall master, the seven-star pavilion would find a worthy successor as well? As the saying went, heroes rise in times of trouble. Perhaps this was a premonition that a huge crisis was awaiting them in the near future. Lu Yang. I don't think I have heard of that name before, Elder Liao muttered contemplatively. The same news had reached the ears of the group from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion rushing towards Starchaser Island as well. The group consisted of only Han Jianxiu, First Elder He Tian, and a few others. One thing of note was that the adolescent youth, Wu Chun, who had traveled all the way to Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion in search of Zhang Xian, was part of the group as well. Not too long after we established Zhang Xian as our new sect leader, the Myriad Beasts Hall and the Seven-Star Pavilion rushed to do the same as well. Han Jianxiu shook his head after receiving the news. Rushed to do the same as well? What do you mean by that? First Elder He Tian asked doubtfully. A few days ago, the Myriad Beasts Hall nominated a middle-aged man named Zheng Yang as their new hall master. Just a moment ago, I received a message from the Seven-Star Pavilion saying that Kuei Xiao has stepped down, and he has passed his position on to a young man named Lu Yang. Han Jianxiu said. Zhang Xian, Zheng Yang, Lu Yang. Hearing those three familiar names, a bad premonition gripped Wu Chun as his lips began twitching uncontrollably. With a look of disbelief on his face, he murmured, "It can't be that. They are all the same person." Chapter 2045 Paying respects to the Palace Master. There must be at least billions of people on the Forsaken Continent, so it was inevitable that some of them would share the same names. But for the other two rising stars of the other sects to have the same names as Zhang Xian's direct disciples, there was no way such a coincidence could possibly happen. While others on the Forsaken Continent might not know of Zhang Xian's direct disciples, Wu Chun was familiar with them. It was no easy feat to ascend to the Forsaken Continent. It was already incredible that Zhang Xian had been able to make his way up there with his own strength, so how could he possibly be able to bring his direct disciples along with him? Not to mention, it was hard to believe that even his direct disciples would grow as monstrously fast as him. In other words, he suspected that Zheng Yang and Lu Yang were Zhang Xian's aliases. Thinking back to the days on the Master-Teacher Continent, Zhang Xian had always liked to take on new personas, such as Yang Xian, Luo Tianya, and Sun Chang. What better way was there for a humble bragger to humble brag than this? Sharply catching Wu Chin's murmurings, Han Jianxiu turned his gaze over and asked, "They are the same person? What do you mean by that?" "No, it's nothing much." Wu Qin shook his head. "It was just a casual remark." "I see." Han Jianxiu nodded a little before remarking, "It seems like there will be a commotion at the Azure Bridge this time. I wonder how Zhang Xian will fare against Jing Yang and Lu Yang. To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing those three geniuses going against one another in the dueling ring. It will indeed be an interesting match." Elder Liao nodded in agreement. Wu Qin's eyes darted downward, and he murmured with an even softer voice that only he could hear, "It's indeed something worth anticipating. It's just that I wonder if the person in question feels the same way." Half a day later, Zhang Xian arrived back at Starchaser Island, paying respects to Pavilion Master Lu. Kuei Xiao clasped his fist. He had thought that the young man had just gone around touring the area, oblivious to the fact that he had just made a round trip to the highly dangerous vacant sea. Pavilion Master? Zhang Xian frowned at that title. "I have just instructed the elders to officially relay the message to the other 5 sections. From this day onward, you will officially be the incumbent head of our 7-star pavilion." Kuei Xiao said with a cheery smile. "There's no need to worry, though. I'll be supporting you as an elder." Zhang Xian did not expect everything to proceed so swiftly, and he could not help but shake his head. However, since he had already given his word to Kuei Xiao, he would not back out anymore. Besides, his influence as the head of the 7-star pavilion would make it much easier for him to move around the Forsaken Continent. He would just have to leave the black-backed tortoise with them before leaving the Forsaken Continent in order to repay them for this favor. How is the relationship between the Seven-Star Pavilion and Starchaser Palace? Zhang Xian asked. On the whole, Starchaser Palace doesn't really have friendly relations with any of the other 5 sections. The Seven-Star Pavilion liaises with Starchaser Palace regarding business matters, but other than that, I'm afraid that we don't have any informal connections with them, Elder Kuei Xiao replied. In other words, we aren't close to them at all? Zhang Xian asked with a deep frown. It wouldn't be wrong to say that. Elder Kuei Xiao nodded. However, it doesn't mean that it's impossible to bargain with them. As the head of the Seven-Star Pavilion, as long as what you request isn't overboard, they will still try to accommodate your request to uphold some basic formalities. Even if the 2 sects were not close with one another, as fellow heads of the 6 sects, they still had to give each other some leeway. After all, there was no saying when they would require each other's help, especially since there was a greater threat looming above them. It would be unwise to cause a fallout over minor issues. I wish to pay a visit to the head of Starchaser Palace to ask about some matters, Zhang Xian said. If you are just asking some questions, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Elder Kuei Xiao nodded. As long as it doesn't involve their rituals and the gods, I don't see any issues in that. As you know, Starchaser Palace's greatest strength is its ability to reach out to the gods. Naturally, that's a confidential matter to them, and it would be unwise to ask them to share such sensitive matters. Back then, when the heads of the 6 sects were gathered together to discuss their plans for the Azure Bridge, Hall Master Qin Yuan had just broached the subject a little, and that had nearly landed them in a fight. As long as the young man did not touch this sensitive topic, everything should be fine. Those words left Zhang Xian completely wide-eyed. Those 2 were the exact things that he wanted to ask the head of Starchaser Palace about. Taking the young man's response into sight, Elder Kuei Xiao's eyes widened, as well as he carefully asked, Pavilion Master Lu, do you intend to ask them about that? Well, there is something extremely important to me that I really need to verify with Palace Master Du, Zhang Xian replied hesitantly. Do you know how I can get into contact with her? Even though Elder Kuei Xiao had already discouraged him, he still wanted to give it a try. If he visited her and asked her in his capacity as the head of the Seven-Star Pavilion, it was more likely that he would receive a favorable response compared to him probing around as a disciple. Seeing that the young man's mind was made up, Elder Kuei Xiao rubbed his temples in exasperation. It was just a moment ago that he had officially announced that he was passing down his position to this young fellow, and this young fellow was already starting to stir trouble. Eventually, though, out of consideration that the young man was already the pavilion master, he still spoke up. It's not too difficult to get in contact with her. I should be able to help you arrange a meeting. However, Pavilion Master Lu, you must exercise the utmost prudence. Palace Master Du is a very hot-tempered person. If you get into a verbal disagreement with her, I will have to ask you to calm down and consider the interests of our sect. To be honest, he was not too worried about the young man's safety. Du Qingyuan was a formidable cultivator, but their new pavilion master had a semi-divinity artifact and the black-backed tortoise with him. If a battle really broke out, the one who would be in a disadvantageous position might not necessarily be him. That being said, it was still best to avoid a conflict altogether. As heads of their respective powers, their relationship with one another would dictate the future relationship between their respective powers. Rest assured, I would just like to ask some basic questions. I have no intention of burning bridges, Zhang Xian said with a smile. He had always gone with the mentality of an eye for an eye. He would not cause trouble if the other party did not provoke him, not to mention that the relationship between the 2 sects was at stake. That's a huge relief. Elder Kuei Xiao patted his chest in relief upon receiving that promise. All right then, I'll help you contact her right now. After that, he took out a communication jade token and tapped it lightly. A few moments later, he raised his head and said, Pavilion Master Lu, she has agreed to a meeting with you. However, she requests for the meeting to be in Starchaser Palace. Zhang Xian nodded in response. The location did not matter to him. Under Elder Kuei Xiao's lead, the 2 of them quickly made their way through the island, and soon enough, they were already standing right before the massive gates of Starchaser Palace. Unlike other sects, Starchaser Palace appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary palace. It was located at the center of the massive city, just like the seven-star pavilion, but its form was nowhere near as imposing as the latter's 7 towers. However, if one took a closer look, one would realize that the spiritual energy within millions of li was surging endlessly toward this very palace, forming an enormous formation. It was probably due to such a firm foundation that the Starchaser Pavilion had been able to thrive despite being surrounded by powerful aquatic creatures. Elder Kuei Xiao handed the greeting scroll over, and the two of them were immediately granted entry to the palace. Led by a female attendant, they were taken from corridor to corridor before eventually being settled within a spacious guest hall. They waited for a short while before another female attendant entered the guest hall and said, "Pavilion Master Lu, our palace master wishes to have a private meeting with you. I'll have to ask Elder Kuei Xiao to rest here for the time being." "I understand." Elder Kuei Xiao nodded. He knew that the young man had something confidential that he had to discuss with Du Qingyuan, so it was not convenient for him to be listening in as well. Thus, Elder Kuei Xiao told the young man to take care of himself before settling back down in the chair. Zhang Xian followed the female attendant out of the guest hall, and passing through the corridor, he soon arrived before a private chamber. The interior of the chamber was deathly silent, and there was a massive veil at the center of the room that hindered one's sight. A calm voice sounded from beyond the veil. "To what do I owe this visit, Pavilion Master Lu? I just received news regarding your inauguration, and I didn't think that you would come knocking shortly after. The seven-star pavilion has always been a trading partner of Starchaser Palace. I reckon that a matter that requires Pavilion Master Lu to request a meeting with me so urgently is something of vital importance. I'll try my best to fulfill your request as long as it's something within my means." Zhang Xian was slightly displeased to see that the head of Starchaser Palace was putting on airs with him by facing him through a veil. He had never heard that Du Qingyuan had such a habit, so he could not help but think that the latter was trying to test or mock him. Nevertheless, he clasped his fist and said, "I do have an urgent request that requires your assistance." Palace Master Du, the person beyond the veil, nodded. "Feel free to speak your mind." Palace Master Du, I heard that you have conducted a ritual 2 months ago for a god to descend upon the Forsaken Continent. I would like to ask some matters regarding the god, Zhang Xian said. Since he was already there, he was determined to clarify the doubts in his mind. I have no idea where you received the news from, Pavilion Master Lu, but I am unaware of what you are speaking of. Given so, I fear that there's nothing I can tell you. The person beyond the veil replied coldly. A frown appeared on Zhang Xian's forehead, and he said, I have visited the vacancy personally to investigate the matter, and there are witnesses stating that you visited the area 2 months ago. You conducted a ritual in order to summon a god, and the ritual failed, resulting in the god incurring some severe injuries while trying to barge her way through. Pavilion Master Lu must have heard wrongly. I have been cooped myself in Starchaser Palace for years, and there's no way I could have been at the vacant sea. I'm afraid that I know nothing of what you are saying at all, the person beyond the veil replied. If you are here to grasp at straws, I'm afraid that I don't have time to accompany you, Pavilion Master Lu. Xiao Qing, send off our guest. The female attendant from before immediately walked over and gestured outward. Pavilion Master Lu, this way please. Since you are reluctant to share about that matter, Palace Master Du, I will have to ask you to pardon my discourtesy. Without even sparing a glance at the female attendant, Zhang Xian harumphed coldly before abruptly rising to his feet. He knew that there was a chance that Du Qingyuan would feign ignorance of the matter, but since this matter concerned Luo Ruoxin, even if he had to flip the entire Starchaser Palace upside down, he was determined to uncover the truth. He might still have thought twice in the past, but with 5 semi-divinities protecting him, he definitely possessed the means to force the other party to speak. He was more than willing to wait for any other matter, but for this single issue, he could not allow himself to wait any longer. Discourtesy? The voice beyond the veil turned wintry. Pavilion Master Lu, are you intending to make Starchaser Palace your enemy? I have no intentions of doing so. All I wish is for you to satisfy this little bit of curiosity of mine. Palace Master Du, Zhang Xian replied with a wave of his hand. Hula. The 4 semi-divinity realm beasts appeared in the room simultaneously. Invite Palace Master Du over here. Yes, Master. Even though the three sharks and the black-backed tortoise were aquatic creatures, having reached their current cultivation realm, they were more than capable of surviving on land as well. It was just that their strength would be slightly crippled as a result. Hong Long. With the four aquatic creatures releasing their might at once, a tremendous energy burst right into the clouds. Audacious. The person on the other side of the veil clearly did not think that the new head of the Seven-Star Pavilion would be so brazen as to make a move in her own territory. Voila! Several heavenly high immortal realm elders burst into the room, causing a powerful burst of wind to sweep inward. Send out those intruders, Zhang Xian ordered calmly. Pung 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 pung. All the elders who had just entered flew outward simultaneously and crashed to the ground, sustaining severe injuries. There was simply too huge a gap between high immortals and semi-divinities. Even though these aquatic creatures were only able to bring forth at most 80% of their strength on land, they were still a force far surpassing what those heavenly high immortals could deal with. While Shark 1 knocked those heavenly high immortals back, Shark 2, Shark 3, and the black-backed tortoise dashed forward to encircle the figure beyond the veil. With their combined strength, they swiftly bound the other party and brought her before Zhang Xian. You aren't Palace Master Du Qingyuan? Who are you? Facing the young lady before him, Zhang Xian questioned her with a deep frown. The young lady before him was dressed in a light purple dress, and she boasted a curvaceous figure. Her appearance was reminiscent of that of a 25 years old, so her actual age was definitely beneath 100 years. Furthermore, her cultivation was only at the lesser high immortal realm. Of course, someone of Du Qingyuan's means would be more than capable of concealing her age and cultivation, but it was obvious that the young lady before him harbored great fear of him despite the bravado that she was putting on. How could she possibly be the head of Starchaser Palace? Not to mention, Du Qingyuan was rumored to be an expert even stronger than Elder Kuei Xiao. Even if she was not the strongest within the 6 sects, she would definitely rank within the top 3. Chapter 2046 Guests from the Hall of Gods, are you trying to incite a war? The young lady roared with a reddened face. You dare wreak havoc in Starchaser Palace. Are you trying to incite a war? The young lady roared with a reddened face. She never would have thought that the newly inaugurated Pavilion Master Lu of the 7-Star Pavilion would be so unreasonable, completely disregarding the etiquette between sects and capturing her without any hesitation. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up upon hearing those words. He took a step forward imposingly and glared at the young lady coldly. I don't think your audacity is anywhere beneath mine. I earnestly sent a request for an audience with Palace Chief Du, but you tried to play me off with a mere substitute. Is this a provocation directed toward the 7-Star Pavilion? Are you trying to incite a war? No matter what, he had come as a representative of the 7-Star Pavilion, having made a formal request and submitted a name scroll at the entrance. Yet, it was one thing for Palace Master Du not to meet him, but they had even tried to hoodwink him with a fake. Was this not as good as making a fool out of him? It was no wonder they refused to allow Elder Kuei Xiao to come along with him. It was obvious that they were taking advantage of him for being green and not knowing the real Du Qingyuan. You. The young lady trembled fearfully. She seemed to have many words on the tip of her tongue, but nothing came out of her mouth. She knew that Starchaser Palace was at fault. Where is Palace Master Du? Get her to meet me right now, and I'll drop this matter. Otherwise, if this matter blows up, none of you will be able to take responsibility. Zhang Xian harumphed as he swept a threatening gaze across the room. He was not too sure of the reason, but it seemed like Du Qingyuan was unwilling to meet him. Otherwise, she would not have allowed her subordinates to play such a trick on him. Given so, it was apparent that talking would not suffice, so he chose to put up a strong front in order to force Starchaser Palace to bring out Du Qingyuan. No matter what, he was determined to acquire information regarding Luo Ruoxin. The young lady clenched her teeth tightly, but she did not say a word at all. Keeping silent, aren't we? If that's the case, I won't be standing on ceremony anymore, Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. The 4 semi-divinity realm beasts immediately released their auras, crushing the surrounding cultivators to the ground. As powerhouses of the Sea of Exiled Stars, These 4 beasts had their hands stained with fresh blood. Their auras carried frightening, killing intent that left the weaker-willed panting for breath. Pavilion Master Lu, please quell your rage. At this moment, a voice sounded from the distance. Right after, a heavenly high immortal realm old lady dressed in a robe flew into the private chamber. I am the first elder of Starchaser Palace, Zhao Yu. This young lady over here is our palace master's direct disciple, Chu Yin. Please pardon her if she has offended you in any way. Zhang Xin gazed at the old lady intently, indicating for her to go on. Palace Chief Du has some matters to attend to, so she isn't in Starchaser Palace at the moment. We fear that there might be unease if those coming here from the other sects learned of the matter, so we chose to suppress the news for the time being. I beg for pardon for this matter. First Elder Zhao Yu clasped her fist. Those words caused a frown to be etched on Zhang Xian's forehead. It should not be anything much for the head of a sect to not be in. So was there really a reason to conceal such a trivial matter? On the contrary, such a move would only lower Starchaser Palace's credibility if it was exposed, thus achieving the opposite effect. Besides, even if the head was not in, there were still many elders to attend to administrative affairs. With the mechanisms driving the daily functions of the sect still present, it was unlikely for any mishaps to occur. It was not as if other powers would send in their troops to wreak havoc as soon as they realized that the head of the sect was not around. First Elder Zhao Yu noticed Zhang Xian's doubt, and she clasped her fist with a bitter smile. We have our own reasons for coming up such a flawed solution. I humbly ask for Pavilion Master Lu's understanding. Reasons? Zhang Xian asked. Pardon me, but it isn't convenient for me to speak about this matter. Since our palace master isn't present at the moment, I would like to ask you to come back on another date, Pavilion Master Lu. Our sect has indeed made a mistake, and you can be assured that our palace master will offer you a satisfactory explanation when she returns. First Elder Zhao Yu said. Zhang Xian looked intently for a moment longer to assess the sincerity of the other party's response before eventually nodding. It's fine. I don't intend to take the matters that happened today to heart. However, I would like you to inform me as soon as Palace Master Du returns to Starchaser Palace. He was just there to inquire about Luo Ruoxin. He had no intention of turning Starchaser Palace against the 7-star Pavilion. Since the other party had already lowered their stance, it would only seem petty of him to continue pursuing the matter. With a wave of his hand, he returned the 4 semi-divinity realm beasts to his tamed beast sack. Farewell. After that, he turned around and left the private chamber. As soon as he returned to the guest hall, Elder Kuei Xiao immediately stood up and walked over anxiously. I felt pulsations of energy coming from where you were earlier. What happened? He was afraid that the young man before him had come to blows with Palace Master Du Qingyuan, and this had left him feeling deeply uneasy. I'll fill you in on the details once we return, Zhang Xian said instead of explaining on the spot. With this, the two of them left Starchaser Palace. However, after they had flown just a short distance away, Zhang Xian abruptly came to a halt. Pavilion Master Lu. Noticing that the young man's complexion did not look quite right, Elder Kuei Xiao asked in bewilderment, just what in the world happened earlier? Did you meet Palace Master Du? What was with that pulsation of energy earlier? It could not be that they had really come to blows, right? Pavilion Master Lu, you promised me that you wouldn't act recklessly. I didn't meet Palace Master Du. Zhang Xian shook his head. He filled Elder Kuei Xiao in on the entire story. You said that Palace Master Du wasn't in the sect, so her direct disciple impersonated her and met you in her stead? Elder Kuei Xiao was stunned by the turn of events. It was not too rare for a sect leader to be out. The fact that the two of them were at Starchaser Palace at this very moment served as a perfect example. Was there really a need for them to get someone to impersonate her? Something really felt amiss. It did not make sense for a sect with millenniums of history behind it to not know the common protocols and end up making such a foolish move. I also think that something is off. Elder Kuei Xiao, you should return to the 7-star Pavilion for the time being. Meanwhile, I'll head back to Starchaser Palace to scout T.P. situation, Zhang Xian said. No matter how he looked at it, it was clear that something was happening within Starchaser Palace. The situation that had happened just a moment ago was simply too baffling. It was something that never should have happened in the circle they were in. Palace Master Du was the only person who knew about the details regarding Luo Ruoxin's descent, so he had to find her no matter what it took. "I'll go with you," Elder Kuei Xiao said worriedly. "I'm afraid that something might happen while we are away. Someone needs to be there to take charge of the situation in case something occurs," Zhang Xian replied grimly. Hearing those words, Elder Kuei Xiao did not insist. "All right then, you must take care." If Starchaser Palace was acting so weirdly in their own headquarters, something major must really be happening. It would indeed be unsafe if there was no semi-divinity realm cultivator in the 7-star pavilion to stand guard. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian leaped into a remote alley, and when he walked out once more, his appearance had already changed completely. He was no longer Lu Yang. After completing his disguise, he quickly made his way back to Starchaser Palace. This time, instead of walking in through the main entrance, he snuck in stealthily. His concealment would allow him to hide from semi-divinity realm experts, let alone the bunch from Starchaser Palace. It did not take him long to return to the private chamber that he had entered previously. He discreetly flew in and hid among the beams in the ceiling. The elders whom he had knocked out of the room had disappeared, and even the traces of battle had vanished. The only ones left around were Elder Zhao Yu and Chu Yin. "First Elder, this really won't do. If even Pavilion Master Lu was able to see through my disguise, those people will definitely be able to do the same," Chu Yin said worriedly. "I am able to put on my teacher's voice, but I am unable to imitate my teacher's disposition and aura. I know that it's impossible for you to imitate our palace master impeccably, but we have no other choice. We can only stall for as much time as possible." The first elder said. "I understand. What should I do then?" Chu bit her lips nervously. "This is a jade token containing our palace master Shinchi. As long as you hold it in your palm and activate it, you'll be able to bring out the aura of a semi-divinity realm cultivator, similar to that of our palace master," First Elder Zhao Yu said. "I'll try my best then." Chu Yin nodded hesitantly. She held the jade token in her grasp, and the next moment, her aura changed. It was as if she had turned into another person. Her disposition became extremely cold, keep others a distance away from her. At the same time, a power that the ordinary would not dare think of approaching burst forth from her. "No matter what happens, you might make sure to rein in your emotions. Don't worry if you find yourself in a tight spot. I'm there to support you if need be," First Elder Zhao Yu added. Before she could finish her words, a powerful aura suddenly materialized in the courtyard just in front of the private chamber. The first elder's voice trailed to a halt as her face darkened. She hurriedly urged Chu Yin to the other side of the veil. Barely after they were done with that, a calm voice echoed across the courtyard. "May I hear Palace Master Du's decision?" A few figures walked over with deliberate footsteps. There were 5 people in total. The one leading the group was a gray-robed, middle-aged man whose cultivation felt like the boundless ocean, making it nigh impossible to gauge the extent of his strength. Glancing at the guests outside, Zhang Xian's body trembled a little from disbelief as he murmured, "Hall of Gods?" Chapter 2047. The strongest fist reigns mighty. He had crossed blows with those from the Hall of Gods twice, and even slain a couple of their heavenly high immortal realm cultivators. As such, he already had a deep understanding of them. The 5 fellows in front of him emanated a unique aura that felt both sharp and disconcerting. With just a glance, there was no doubt that they were from the Hall of Gods. A semi-divinity realm cultivator accompanied by 4 heavenly high immortals. What a lineup! Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed into slits. The cultivators from the Hall of Gods possessed extraordinary strength, such that even their heavenly high immortal realm cultivators wielded strength that allowed them to withstand the might of semi-divinity realm experts. As such, it did not take too much imagination to fathom just how formidable a force this group of people was. Even if Palace Master Du was there, she would probably have had difficulties dealing with them. Of course, that was not to say that she would not be able to win the battle. They were in the heart of Starchaser Palace after all, her territory. It was just a matter of how high a price she would have to pay for victory. The accumulation of the 6 sects over their thousands of years of existence was not to be underestimated. The Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion, for example, only had one semi-divinity realm expert, Han Jianxiu, so it might seem like the current force that Zhang Xian commanded could easily overwhelm them. However, if he really dared invade the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion, the one who would end up dead in the very end would be him. Just the countless sword intents stored in the Compendium of Sword Wisdom would be more than enough to overwhelm his 4 semi-divinity realm beasts. Not to mention, the sect was protected by the founder's god sword intent as well. This was why the Hall of Gods dared not cross the 6 sects easily. While its strength was a notch higher than that of the 6 sects, it was not so absolute as to be able to destroy the 6 sects with ease. Of course, the 6 sects would not use these trump cards easily too, especially since most of them were only one-time use. If the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion tapped into the prowess of the Compendium of Sword Wisdom, it would effectively be destroying their own heritage, preventing the knowledge of the predecessors from being passed down to the later generations. For this reason, unless it was in a time of crisis, no one would think of utilizing these trump cards. For Starchaser Palace to be able to survive despite not being on friendly terms with the other 5 sects, there was no doubt that they had such trump cards as well. Just their ability to communicate with the gods was one perfect example. While it would be far too arrogant to expect the gods to fight for them, the gods might have granted them powerful artifacts in return for their offerings. I have already thought it through, and it'll be difficult for Starchaser Palace to accede to your request, replied the voice beyond the veil. Her voice was much more stable than before, carrying the weight that a sect leader should have. Difficult? The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods chuckled lightly to himself. You should be aware that there's a limit to the patience of the Hall of Gods. If you don't grasp this opportunity now, you will have to face the consequences in the future. Is that so? There's one thing that I am very curious about that I hope you can enlighten me on. The Hall of Gods has always been a lofty existence, never interfering in the secular affairs of the Forsaken Continent. Why are you seeking out our Starchaser Palace at this juncture? There's no need for you to ask any questions. You'll know what you need to know. We are just carrying out the orders of our master. The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods replied without the slightest change in his expression. Don't delude yourself. The Hall of Gods always gets what it wants. Even if you turn us down, we have plenty of means to achieve our goals. The only reason we gave you a day to consider the matter is because we don't wish to dye your beautiful island crimson. I advise you not to test us. There was a brief moment of silence in the air before the voice beyond the veil sounded once more. I don't deny it. We won't stand a chance against the powerful Hall of Gods. However, if you make such a big move, the lofty reputation of the Hall of Gods will be tarnished. Are you worrying about us? The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods burst into laughter. Reputation means nothing to existences like us. Even without it, who would dare question our authority? Starchaser Palace might have its trump cards, but make no mistake, it wouldn't take us too much effort to crush you beneath our feet. Reputation was only important between equal existences. To behemoths whose every footstep quaked the world, what did the mere opinions of ants count for? Before absolute strength, those doubtful voices meant nothing at all. What airs the Hall of Gods is putting on? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly as he gazed upon the happenings from above. Those words sounded very jarring to his ears, but he knew that there was a sliver of truth in them. It reminded him of the Manchuiel in his previous life. Those who dared keep their hair would not be able to keep their heads. Through absolute force, they forced the territories that they annexed to bow to their culture. It was clear that this was the stance that the Hall of Gods was going with. This was a world where the strongest fist reigned mighty. Do you really intend to make a move against Starchaser Palace? The person beyond the veil clearly did not expect to hear such words, and her voice began to quaver a little. We don't need to make a move personally. All we have to do is kill you, the backbone of Starchaser Palace, and I believe that there will be many sects who will be more than willing to deal the finishing blow so that they can replace you. The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods pointed out coldly. If Starchaser Palace lost its semi-divinity realm expert, it would gradually lose its say in the matters of the world, and it would be forced to compromise again and again. Eventually, It would come to a point where it fell out of the top echelon. This was simply reality. You, the person beyond the veil, fell silent. A moment later, she said, I'm willing to make compromises, but the item you requested is the foundation of our Starchaser Palace. Even I don't have the right to make such a decision individually. What Palace Master Du means to say is, give me another day. I'll discuss the matter with the elders of the sect and give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow, the person beyond the veil said. You want another day? The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods sneered coldly. Even if I give you another day, I doubt that a fake like you will gain the authority to make the call. Isn't that so? Hula. Right after those words were spoken, a surge of sword chi burst forth and sliced the veil in two, revealing Chu Yin's silhouette. You. Seeing that she had been exposed, Chu Yin's body trembled in fear. She had thought that her impersonation was close enough to fool the other party, but it seemed like the other party did not fall for it at all. Are you wondering how I knew that you were a fake? The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods harumphed coldly. Chu Yin could not help but clench her fists tightly as she stared anxiously at the person before her, and First Elder Zhao Yu's body stiffened in horror as well. Yesterday, when Palace Master Du said that she would give me an answer a day later, I knew what you lot were up to. Did you really take us, the warriors of the Hall of Gods, for fools? The middle-aged man scoffed. I was just playing along with you to see how far you'd go. That being said, I must admit that I am impressed. Despite your young age, you can impersonate Du Qingyuan rather well. I can tell that you have put quite a bit of effort into it. If you knew from the start, then... Chu Yin was taken aback. Since they had known right from the start, why did they still agree to give them an additional day to discuss the matter? Why did they choose to reside in Starchaser Palace for another day instead of forcing them to hand over the artifact? It's very simple. I wanted you to hand the item over yourselves. We already knew of Du Qingyuan's departure, and we have dispatched our men to deal with her. Most likely, that palace master of yours has either been captured or killed, the middle-aged man replied. The reason we chose to stay here is just to numb you all. Did you really think that such cheap ploys would work on us? Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu's faces turned utterly pale as they subconsciously retreated several steps. If that was the case, did it not mean that their palace master was in danger? The Manchu, who ruled over China during the Qing dynasty, had a unique hairstyle for males where they would shave the front and leave a ponytail at the back. Those who have watched Return of the Pearl Princess, Empresses in the Palace, or Story of Yinchi Palace might find them familiar. Chapter 2048 The Warriors of the Hall of Gods. Seeing that words were unnecessary at this juncture, the middle-aged man waved his hand and ordered, "Capture them all." The four heavenly high immortals behind him immediately marched forward. "Protect the First Elder." In response, more than a dozen heavenly high immortal realm elders rushed into the private chamber from all directions. 3 minutes later, all the elders from Starchaser Palace were lying on the ground, every single one of them incapacitated. Despite being fellow high immortals, the warriors from the Hall of Gods were simply much more powerful than ordinary sect elders. They simply were not on the same footing as one another, so the outcome of the battle was decided right from the start. At the same time, Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu were captured as well. Bring them back. It would be best if we can capture Du Qingyuan, but if they fail, we'll use these two as hostages to force her to submit. The middle-aged man ordered before turning around to leave. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian slowly drove his zhenqi as he prepared to make his move to save the crowd from Starchaser Palace from the hands of the Hall of Gods. He had refrained from making a move so far in hopes of seeing what trump cards the group from the Hall of Gods was capable of. After all, this was the first time that he would be facing a semi-divinity realm expert from the Hall of Gods, so he knew that he should only make a move when he was confident of victory. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to save the rest, he would also place himself in deep danger. Unfortunately, the group from Starchaser Palace never managed to force the semi-divinity realm expert into making a move. Despite the uncertainties involved, Zhang Xian knew very well that he could not allow the Hall of Gods to take away these people. For one, it would put Du Qingyuan in danger, and that would make it difficult for him to acquire the information he required. Not to forget, he had a grudge with the Hall of Gods. He was not too sure what the Hall of Gods was up to yet, but there was no harm getting in the way of what they were doing. Zhang Xian discreetly took out the Tongsheng sword and the other 4 heavenly high immortal tier swords. He was intending to quickly assassinate the 4 heavenly high immortal realm cultivators from the Hall of Gods before focusing on the semi-divinity realm expert. But before he could make a move, a sharp gust of wind sounded from the distance, and right after, an overwhelming pressure crushed down on the private chamber. Another semi-divinity realm cultivator? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. He quickly halted his circulation of Jinqi and continued concealing his aura. Who is it? The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods also noticed the intruder, and he quickly scanned his surroundings intently. A warm and soothing voice filled the air. Friend, don't you think you are going too far a little? I'll have to ask you to free those from Starchaser Palace. Following that, an old man dressed in green descended upon the entrance of the private chamber before making his way in. This old man appeared to be in his 60s, and he had a flowing beard that gave him a sagely presence. Just like what Zhang Xian had perceived earlier on, his cultivation was at semi-divinity realm, and his aura felt incredibly deep, reminiscent of peering into the abyss. It was likely that he was stronger than even Han Jianqiu. Is he from the evanescent immortal sect? Zhang Xian frowned. He had met 4 heads of the 6 sects thus far, leaving only the faces of Palace Master Du and the sect leader of the evanescent immortal sect a mystery to him. The only reason Shark 1, Shark 2, Shark 3, and the blackback tortoise were able to achieve a breakthrough was due to the godblood, and given the nature of the Hall of Gods, it was not too surprising for them to have semi-divinity realm cultivators in their ranks. Other than them, the heads of the 6 sects should have been the only semi-divinities in this world. It was clear that the old man who had just appeared was not an ally of the Hall of Gods, and bewilderment could be seen reflected in the eyes of Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu. So, the only one that was left was the head of the evanescent immortal sect. The middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods harumphed coldly. You want me to free them? You'll have to prove yourself worthy of uttering those words first. Who? 2 of the heavenly high immortals from the Hall of Gods raised their swords and drove them right toward the old man. Even though the 2 of them did not intentionally coordinate with one another, their sword intents seemed to fuse together, producing a force that ripped a void in the space before them. In terms of mastery of swordsmanship, these 2 would not pale in comparison to First Elder He Tian and the others from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Sensing the pressure produced by those 2, Zhang Xian could not help but clench his fists tightly. He had made great advancements in his cultivation recently, making him nearly invincible among all high immortals. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the might produced by the 2 of them was indeed formidable. If used well, it could have potentially forced him into a corner. Even a semi-divinity realm beast like the blackback tortoise would have some difficulties dealing with it. Thus, Zhang Xian focused his attention on the old man, wanting to see how the latter would deal with a situation like this. Who? In his eyes, he could see a hint of a smile creeping onto the lips of the old man as he made a move. The old man raised his palm and waved it lightly. Pong, pong. The 2 heavenly high immortals from the Hall of Gods were immediately sent crashing heavily onto the ground. Their faces turned ghastly pale as fresh blood spurted from their lips. It was just a single move, but those 2 had already sustained severe injuries. Zhang Xian widened his eyes. He had thought that the old man was only slightly stronger than Han Jianqiu, but it turned out that he was underestimating the other party a great deal. It was hard to believe that what had appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary wave of a hand boasted such unbelievable might. After knocking out the 2 heavenly high immortals, the old man quickly advanced toward the other 2 heavenly high immortals holding Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu before waving his hand lightly once more. It was a deceptively simple move consisting of innumerable transformations. The 2 heavenly high immortals tried to retaliate, but everything they tried was easily countered. Pong pong. With another 2 hollow thuds, those 2 were sent crashing onto the ground as well with severe injuries. Judging from their wounds, they would not be able to participate in the battle in the short term. There's no need to worry anymore, the elder said with a smile as he freed Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu from the energy binding them with a flick of his finger. You have our deepest gratitude for saving our lives. The two of them hurriedly bowed deeply. It's what I should do, the old man replied with a faint smile before finally turning his gaze toward the middle-aged man standing in the room. You can make your move. You aren't too weak after all, the middle-aged man remarked with narrowed eyes. He did not expect that the intruder would actually have the ability to incapacitate his heavenly high immortal realm subordinates so easily. Even he would have taken some time before he could incapacitate them. Before he could give this matter any deeper thoughts, the old man before him had already begun charging right toward him. In response, the middle-aged man darted forward to receive his blows. Boom, boom, boom. The duel between the two semi-divinities caused innumerable rifts to appear in the surrounding space. It was fortunate that there was a formation protecting the private chamber, or else the whole of Starchaser Island would have been riddled with innumerable holes by the time they were done with their battle. Zhang Xin knew that it was hard to come by a battle involving two such powerful experts, so he activated his Eye of Insight and observed the situation closely. The middle-aged man's moves were sharp, forceful, and fatal, but the old man was able to deflect them through ingenious maneuvers. In a few moments, they were already engaged in an intense fight against one another, and surprisingly, they seemed to be equally matched with one another. But why do the moves executed by this old man seem so familiar to me? Zhang Xin pondered with a frown. The moves of the old man appeared to be simple on the surface, but they were all aimed at the crux of his opponent, making them incredibly hard to defend against. It was clear that the old man lost out to the middle-aged man in terms of strength and Zhenqi purity, but as the battle continued, it was the middle-aged man who was forced back again and again. It was clear who was in an advantageous position by now. The old man's battle techniques are a little similar to the simplified Heaven's Path battle techniques, consisting of the condensation of profound concepts within simple moves in order to draw out greater prowess in battle, Zhang Xin thought. Slowly, he realized that the feeling of déjà vu stemmed from the similarities in their battle techniques. His fighting style was also centered around searching for and striking his enemy's weaknesses. It looks like he's going to win. Zhang Xin nodded. Barely after such a thought appeared in Zhang Xian's head, the middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods was struck squarely in his chest, forcing him to retreat several steps. You be *starred. Let's see how you will deal with this then. With a furious roar, the middle-aged man took out a sword and channeled his sword chi into it before charging forward at an incredible speed. Judging from the momentum, this seemed to be the strongest move that the middle-aged man had in his arsenal. He was determined to bring down the old man with this. With a grim look on his face, the old man was just about to make his move as well when the silhouettes before him abruptly blurred. The middle-aged man, along with the four heavenly high immortals, vanished from view simultaneously. I'll spare you this once. Pray that you never meet me again. With those words lingering in the air, the group from the Hall of Gods escaped from Starchaser Palace. Taken aback by the use of such a cheap feint from the lofty Hall of Gods, the old man chuckled quietly beneath his breath before shaking his head lightly. He flew into the air to observe the surroundings a while, and only after confirming that the group from the Hall of Gods had left the area did he return back to Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu's side. Elder, thank you for saving our lives. The two of them clasped their fists and bowed deeply. There's no need to stand on ceremony. I only came to lend my aid to Starchaser Palace under the orders of our Hall Master, the old man replied with a smile. Hall Master? The two of them glanced at one another in confusion for a moment. The first elder clasped her fist once more and asked, May I have the honor of knowing your name and the sect you are from? As the first elder of Starchaser Palace, Zhao Yu knew all the top experts from the 6 sects. Yet, she did not recognize the old man before her. Furthermore, despite being a semi-divinity realm cultivator, the other party still was not the leader of the power he was in. Just how formidable would the organization behind him be? Of course. I am Fu Chunzi, the old man said with a hint of pride as he stroked his beard. I am an elder from the Ethereal Hall. The Ethereal Hall? Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu were taken aback. Despite all their guesses, they did not think that the old man would actually be from the Ethereal Hall. Zhang Xian was taken aback as well. He knew that the ethereal hall founded by Kong Shi was filled with many experts, but who could have known that the semi-divinity realm experts in their ranks would actually be this powerful, as expected of a power that had received an entire god character? Indeed. Elder Fu Chenzi nodded. Hall Master Kong has been keeping a close eye on the movements of the Hall of Gods, and noticing that it was intending to lay its hands on Starchaser Palace, he sent me here as support. It is truly fortunate that I came in time, or else the consequences would have been dire. It's indeed a huge relief. Elder Fu, I'll have to trouble you to relay our gratitude to Hall Master Kong as well. First Elder Zhao Yu clasped her fist. You are too courteous, Fu Chenzi replied with a nod. Switching to a more serious look, he looked at First Elder Zhao Yu and said with a hint of confusion, the Hall of Gods has always steered clear of secular affairs. Pardon me, but may I know the reason they have chosen to approach Starchaser Palace at this juncture? This. First Elder Zhao Yu hesitated a little. Noticing the look of difficulty on the other party's face, Fu Chenzi added, treat it as if I never asked that question if it's not convenient for you to speak. It's just that I'm a little worried about Palace Master Du. It'll be hard for me to make a move without knowing the exact details of the current situation. First Elder Fu is our savior. Chu Yin looked at First Elder Zhao Yu. Their current priority should be to save their Palace Master. There was no way they would be able to do it with their current strength, so they could only rely on the old man before them. Thus, Chu Yin could not understand why First Elder Zhao Yu was still hesitating at this moment despite their current plight. I guess we have no other choice. First Elder Zhao Yu nodded with a wry smile. Since Elder Fu is an expert from the Ethereal Hall, there's no harm in filling him in on the details. Even though the Ethereal Hall was a mysterious entity on the Forsaken Continent, it had always moved with the interests of the continent at heart. There had never been any rumors about it being affiliated with the Hall of Gods, and it had never acted improperly. As such, it should be safe to assume that the other party was trustworthy. In truth, the Hall of Gods has approached our Starchaser Palace in hopes of obtaining our greatest treasure. Your greatest treasure? Fu Chenzi asked with a frown. Indeed. It's the altar that Starchaser Palace uses for its rituals, First Elder Zhao Yu explained. Chapter 2049 City of Collapsed Space Altar? Fu Chenzi's eyebrows shot up. The reason Starchaser Palace was deeply feared by the other sects was due to its ability to communicate with the gods through its rituals. Such rituals would require not just appropriate offerings, but an altar to hold the offerings as well. To think that the Hall of Gods would attempt to take this away from Starchaser Palace. The altar is the very foundation of Starchaser Palace, so how could we give it away to others easily? Thus, our Palace Master tasked us with the responsibility of stalling for time, while she finds a suitable place to hold a ritual in order to report this matter to the gods so that they can redress our grievances. Chu Yin explained. I see. Fu Chenzi nodded in realization. Hiding on the beams in the ceiling, Zhang Xian's eyes widened in comprehension as well. He had been wondering why Starchaser Palace would have a disciple impersonate Du Qingyuan all along, and this turned out to be the real reason. With the Hall of Gods keeping a close eye on Starchaser Palace, there was no way it would allow Du Qingyuan to hold a ritual to report the incident to the gods. Thus, the latter could only find a remote location to conduct the ritual. In order to buy time for her, they chose to have Chu Yin impersonate her in hopes that the Hall of Gods would not notice anything amiss. It was just a pity that the Hall of Gods seemed to have seen through them right from the start. Elder Fu, it's likely that my teacher is still being pursued by the warriors of the Hall of Gods. I beseech you to save her. Chu Yin kneeled down and implored. I will not hesitate to help her if I am able to, Fu Chenzi replied grimly. However, you'll have to tell me where she is headed to and where she intends to hold the ritual. Or else, I'm afraid that there's nothing I can do. This, knowing the severity of the matter, Chu Yin looked at First Elder Zhao Yu, and the two of them fell into deep thought. Their palace master's destination was confidential, and the latter had instructed them not to tell anyone prior to her departure. The Hall of Gods has already uncovered your goal, and most likely, they have already dispatched their men to apprehend Palace Master Du. She's likely in deep danger. I won't be able to help her until I know where she currently is, Fu Chenzi said grimly. I believe you should know better than anyone the importance of Palace Master Du and the altar to Starchaser Palace. If you lose both of them, there's a good chance that Starchaser Palace will fall to ruin. This is not something that the Ethereal Hall wishes to see. Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu clenched their fists tightly. They knew that there was some truth in what Fu Chenzi had said. Losing their altar would be as good as losing their greatest trump card. That would be equivalent to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion losing its God Sword intent. If something happened to their Palace Master at such a time, Starchaser Palace would definitely fall into turmoil. The aquatic creatures that it had offended over the years would make use of this opportunity to massacre everyone on Starchaser Island. Thus, no matter what happened, they had to make sure to protect their Palace Master and the altar. First Elder Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment longer before carefully speaking. Elder Fu, it's not that we don't trust you, but revealing the whereabouts of our Palace Master can have severe consequences. We have to consider this matter carefully. Fu Chenzi looked at the two of them silently for a moment before slowly nodding. Since this is the will of Starchaser Palace, I'll keep my hands out of this matter and return to the Ethereal Hall, following which, he turned around to leave the private chamber. The abrupt departure of Fu Chenzi caused First Elder Zhao Yu to panic. She hurriedly exclaimed, "Please wait for a moment. If something really happened to their Palace Master, this old man before them was their greatest hope. If he left just like that, there was a good chance that their Palace Master might really lose her life in the hands of the Hall of Gods." Fu Chenzi halted his footsteps and looked at the duo. "Elder Fu, may I see your identity token?" First Elder Zhao Yu asked carefully. "I understand your apprehension. That isn't a problem at all," Fu Chenzi replied as he whipped out a token. Inscribed on the back of the token were the characters _ethereal. These characters carried a deep conceptualization behind them, such that even painters at Zhang Xian's caliber would not be able to imitate the calligraphy. It's indeed the Elder Token of the Ethereal Hall. First Elder Zhao Yu visibly heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Elder Fu." Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu clasped their fists as they voiced their gratitude. "I should follow him to take a look." With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian drifted out of the private chamber like a light gust of wind before quickly heading in the direction that Fu Chenzi disappeared. His goal at Starchaser Palace was to find Du Qingyuan to uncover the truth behind Luo Ruoxin. Since the latter was likely in the City of Collapsed Space, there was a need for him to make his way over there as well. Otherwise, if the latter was killed before he could even meet her, he would really lose the final clue linking him to Luo Ruoxin. Fu Chenzi's traveling speed was formidable. By the time Zhang Xian left Starchaser Palace, the other party had already completely vanished from sight. "I have insight." The next moment, the slight disturbances in the air that Fu Chenzi left behind as a result of his movements appeared clearly before Zhang Xian's eyes. Zhang Xian hurriedly followed the trail. It did not take him long before he was out of the perimeters of Starchaser Island. As he proceeded, several more trails appeared before his eyes. It seemed like there were a few others trailing Fu Chenzi as well. "These trails are from those 5 fellows from the Hall of Gods. Weren't they incapacitated by Fu Chenzi earlier?" Zhang Xian frowned. Did they use some kind of secret art that allowed them to swiftly recover? In any case, the fact that they were following Fu Chenzi did not bode well. "I have to quicken my pace," Zhang Xian thought anxiously. Whether those 5 had been camping in wait to follow Fu Chenzi to where Du Qingyuan was or something else, one thing was for sure. Du Qingyuan's whereabouts had already been leaked to the Hall of Gods. Knowing that his speed was severely lacking compared to those semi-divinity realm experts, Zhang Xian quickly brought out Shark One and urged it to rush forward. Half a day later, after traveling for over 1,000,000 li, the trail suddenly vanished. Zhang Xian instructed Shark One to come to a halt and return to the tamed beast sack before he began examining the surroundings. He was in the midst of a barren desert. Yellow sand filled his entire sight, and it seemed as if there was no end to it. The trail stops here. Could it be that the City of Collapsed Space lies within the yellow sand? Zhang Xian wondered. The fact that the trail stopped there likely meant that he was not too far from the City of Collapsed Space anymore. Thus, he tried to recall the details regarding the City of Collapsed Space from the books. The City of Collapsed Space is an ancient domain that has existed ever since the time where the indigenous population ruled the entire Forsaken continent. It's hidden amid a vast desert. Zhang Xian hurriedly sieved through all the information in his head. The books in the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion, Myriad Beast Hall, and Seven-Star Pavilion all had some records regarding that place. It should be in the vicinity then. Zhang Xian surveyed the area around him, and all of a sudden, his eyebrows shot up. He began walking in a certain direction, and before long, he was standing before a sand dune. To the naked eye, it would seem as if there was nothing peculiar about this place. However, if one perceived the surroundings carefully, one would feel a prehistoric aura hidden beneath the yellow sand. A world that had vanished from the eyes of the world was hidden under his feet. Zhang Xian slowly took a walk around the sand dune as he carefully examined it. Then, he took a step forward toward it and stomped his feet down forcefully. Whew! A powerful suction force appeared, causing him to instantaneously fall through space. Zhang Xian quickly steadied his figure before breaking his fall to float in the air. By the time he looked at his surroundings once more, he found that he was no longer in the desert anymore. Right before his eyes was a massive, dilapidated city suffused with a breath of history. It was almost as if he had stepped into a brand new world. The area was completely barren. There were no plants thriving in the area, and beneath him was a murky swamp. It felt as if he would have been swallowed whole if he had fallen in earlier. This is the City of Collapsed Space? Zhang Xian's expression turned grave. He had long heard that this place was fraught with dangers, and from the looks of it, that was indeed the case. What was surprising to him was that he had envisioned the City of Collapsed Space to be an actual place on the Forsaken continent, but it turned out to be in a folded space in the desert instead. He quickly took a sweeping gaze around him. The path that he had entered through had already vanished without a trace. Even with his sensitivity towards space, he was unable to find any traces of it. In other words, he was trapped in the City of Collapsed Space. He had to find a different exit if he wanted to get out of there. I'll just have to deal with it when I get to that. For now, I should focus my efforts on finding Du Qingyuan, Zhang Xian thought as he tossed aside all of his negative emotions. Looking at the massive city before him, he slowly made his way in. Wang. Before he could even reach the city, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling sensation behind him. The next instant, a surge of sword chi burst out of the marsh toward his chest. At the same time, another burst of sword chi fell from the ceiling. It was clear that these two were coordinating with one another to kill him in a single move. An ambush? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been so focused on following Fu Qinzi that he did not expect that he would fall into an ambush here. Chapter 2050 The Disdainful Clone. The Hall of Gods? Huh? Zhang Xian immediately identified his assailants. The disconcerting killing intent and the sharp precision that seemed as if it had been carefully measured with a ruler. These were traits that were unique to the sword practitioners of the Hall of Gods. More importantly, the angle, positioning, and attack timing that they had coordinated with one another were truly sharp, such that even semi-divinity realm experts would find it hard to avoid their offense. The only ones he could think of that were capable of such a feat were those from the Hall of Gods. Only two heavenly high immortals? Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. 10 days ago, he would have been completely helpless against such a lineup, but to the current him, they were no longer a problem for him to deal with anymore. However, while there were only these two on the surface, there was no saying that the semi-divinity realm middle-aged man was not lying in wait around as well. Thus, Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message to the 4 semi-divinities in his tamed beast sack to prompt them to be ready to strike at any moment. At the same time, he brought out the Tongsheng sword and released the God's Sword Intent to seal away the surroundings. God's Sword Intent? You are the new sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Zhang Xian? Those two assailants were alarmed, and the one above immediately turned tail to flee. If the young man before them was still at heavenly true immortal realm, he would have given it his all to take him down. However, the young man had already reached high immortal realm. Taking into consideration that the previous 2 assassinations had failed as well, It did not take him long to figure out that the opponent standing before them was not someone whom they could defeat. What he had to do right now was inform their leader of the news as soon as possible. If he could capture this young man, the merit he would earn would be far greater than acquiring the altar of Starchaser Palace. It's too late, Zhang Xian remarked lightly. Zhang Xian's sword descended like a gust of wind. It appeared to be slow on the surface, but that single move effectively sealed away all his routes of escape. He was trapped. Pooh! A bloodied slit appeared on the glabella of the heavenly high immortal above, and just like that, his soul dissipated, sealing his fate. Who? Zhang Xian quickly grabbed his falling corpse and threw it into his storage ring. All in all, from the moment those two attempted to assassinate him till the heavenly high immortal above was killed, not even a single breath had passed. At the same time, though, the sword chi from the heavenly high immortal below had arrived right before him. Ding! Just as it seemed as if the sword chi was going to pierce through Zhang Xian's chest, a gourd suddenly materialized right before him and blocked the sword chi. Damn it! Break! With gritted teeth, the heavenly high immortal below drove his zhunqi to his limits, hoping to pierce through the gourd. However, it was as if the gourd was as resilient as a fortified city wall. Even when pouring in his full strength, he was still unable to breach it. Could that be a semi-divinity artifact? The heavenly high immortal jolted in fear. He was at the heavenly high immortal realm, and the sword in his hand had reached the same tier. Given so, it should have been impossible for any heavenly high immortal tier artifact to stop his attack. Yet, a mere gourd managed to block him from advancing any further. He dared not imagine just what tier the artifact was at. It's impossible. There's no way I can defeat a monster like this. I need to get away right now. Knowing that it was impossible for him to pull off the assassination alone, he immediately turned tail. But before he could even turn around, his vision suddenly went dark. A gourd was flying right toward his face. With just a single strike, the shape of the gourd was imprinted right into the head of the heavenly high immortal. With indignation reflected in his eyes, his body began falling helplessly downward. To think that a heavenly high immortal realm expert like him would die to a mere gourd. Who? Zhang Xian quickly threw his body into his storage ring as well. Despite having defeated two heavenly high immortals, he did not show the slightest hint of joy. Instead, he scanned his surroundings warily. A few breaths passed, but there were no movements at all. Slowly, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like these two are the only ones lying in ambush. There was a possibility that the entire group that he had encountered earlier would be lying in wait for him, but since they had not appeared after so long, it appeared that there was no one else. Otherwise, they surely would have exploited the opening that he had shown while he was dealing with those two heavenly high immortals to strike. These two might have been left behind to serve as sentries to alert them in case anything happens. If that's the case, the others must have gone on ahead to find Du Qingyuan and the altar. He pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. I made sure to seal the surrounding space before killing these two, so I doubt that any energy pulsation or information has managed to get out. If so, the others shouldn't have noticed my presence yet. Who? An identical figure swiftly appeared by his side. It was his clone. After taming those 4 semi-divinity realm beasts, he had passed some of their blood along to Vicious and his clone. Due to the lack of a cultivation technique, Zhang Xian was unable to continue his cultivation. However, such a problem did not apply to his clone, and the latter had already reached the heavenly high immortal realm. Needless to say, his clone was stronger than him yet again. "You'll take one while I'll take the one," Zhang Xian said. "All right." Catching Zhang Xian's drift, his clone nodded. The next moment, he had already morphed his appearance to match the heavenly high immortal, who had his head smashed in with a gourd. While his clone did not have a disguise amulet, the 9 Hearts Lotus granted his body a property reminiscent of water. He could freely morph into any form that he wanted. That was also why he could easily reform his body even when it had been dented inward. After changing his appearance, his clone quickly put on the other party's clothes before suppressing the pulsation of his soul energy to the minimum. On the other hand, Zhang Xian took on the appearance of the other warrior. With 2 light taps of his finger, he made the 2 swords of the heavenly high immortals submit to him. His disguise was flawless, such that it was impossible for one to see through even if one checked his bloodline. However, there was still some degree of discrepancy regarding his clone's disguise, such as his soul aura. Nevertheless, the mere fact that they were holding onto the swords of the 2 heavenly high immortals should be enough to make up for that. Heavenly high immortal tier artifacts were known to possess their own spirits, making them extremely hard to tame. As long as they saw that they were wielding the swords of the 2 heavenly high immortals, it was unlikely that they would conduct a thorough check. After they were done, Zhang Xian double-checked their disguises and made some additional adjustments. It was only when he was unable to see any more loopholes that he finally gave a nod of approval. He took the lead forward, and his clone quickly followed behind him. In order to ensure that these 2 heavenly high immortals would be able to find them afterward, the semi-divinity realm middle-aged man who had left earlier made sure to leave some marks behind. Thus, it was not too difficult to trace them. Proceeding ahead, it did not take too long for them to enter the ancient city. The dilapidated city walls emanated an air of degeneration, leaving one with a heavy feeling on the inside. The environment felt inexplicably stifling, leaving those walking in the area with some difficulties breathing. Even someone of Zhang Xian's caliber felt his cultivation being suppressed significantly, rendering him incapable of exerting his full might. A thought came to Zhang Xian's mind, and he slid a small incision on his arm. Tzzzz. As soon as the incision was made, the air of degeneration in the surroundings immediately corroded the area of the wound, hindering his recovery. Zhang Xian quickly drove his Heaven's Path Zhanqi to ward off the air of degeneration and heal his injury, but some time later, he shook his head helplessly. Usually, such minor injuries would take less than a breath to heal up entirely. Yet, even after driving his Heaven's Path Zhanqi for a few minutes, the incision was still showing no signs of recovering at all. There was indeed something deeply unnerving about this place. It was no wonder Elder Bai Yi was unable to recover from his injuries, leaving him with no choice but to wait for his death. Most likely, it was the work of this air of degeneration. Zhang Xian took out a jade bottle and poured out a bit of chicken soup on his wound, and a trail of black smoke immediately rose from it. Following that, the incision quickly healed up. It seems like I should proceed carefully here and try my best not to get hurt, Zhang Xian thought grimly. Other cultivators were not as privileged as him in having little chicks broiled soup. In other words, once they got injured, their bodies would immediately be assailed by the air of degeneration, causing their injuries to progressively worsen. Eventually, they would die a tragic death. I'll pass you a bottle just in case, Zhang Xian said as he tossed a bottle over to his clone. Since the Heaven's Path Zhanqi did not work for him, it was likely the same for his clone. It would be a great deal of trouble for his clone if he got injured. His clone caught the jade bottle, but he did not store it right away. Instead, he looked at Zhang Xian with a disdainful expression before slicing his arm with a surge of zhenqi from his fingertip. Puha! A glaring, deep laceration immediately appeared on his clone's arm, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Zhang Xian frowned upon seeing this situation. He had no idea what his clone was up to. The next moment, however, his clone began driving the zhenqi in his body. Tzzzz. A trail of black smoke was expelled from the laceration, and the wound swiftly healed up as if nothing had happened in the first place. Zhang Xian's eyebrows twitched. I don't need this thing. Placing his hands behind his back, his clone looked at him and shook his head. Weakling. Zhang Xian, would you die if you stopped bragging for a day? Feeling deeply stifled on the inside, Zhang Xian decided to ignore his clone and proceed ahead. Despite the air of degeneration within the ancient city, there was still some lush greenery in between the ruins. It felt like a new spring was gradually setting in on this land of devastation. Life sprouting in a land of death. It was as if the world was displaying the power of nature to wash away all devastation and heal the lands. These medicinal herbs growing amid the air of degeneration possess exceptionally potent medicinal energy, and they are remarkably diverse in terms of their types. It's no wonder so many experts are drawn to the city of collapsed space despite the dangers involved. If one forged a pill out of the medicinal herbs that were found there, the pill would surely be far more potent than usual. While tracing the footsteps of those from the Hall of Gods, Zhang Xian did not neglect to collect the medicinal herbs that were conveniently within his reach. Not too long later, a cluster of collapsed buildings came into sight. This place was different from what he had seen previously. The places that he had walked through earlier were tattered from the wear and tear of age, but this cluster of collapsed buildings had many fresh imprints on it. It felt as if someone had just laid waste to it. A battle has just happened here, Zhang Xian remarked. With his sharp eye of discernment, he could tell that these imprints were at most an hour old. Otherwise, under the air of degeneration lingering in the area, even the fresher imprints would swiftly have become worn out, making it impossible to tell the difference. Could it be that the lot from the Hall of Gods have managed to catch up with Fu Qinzi, or did they manage to find Palace Master Du? Zhang Xian wondered worriedly. The fact that there were fresh signs of a battle there meant that two parties from different factions had encountered one another. Zhang Xian halted his footsteps, wanting to take a closer look at the marks to see if he could acquire any useful information from them. However, he suddenly felt cold sweat raining down his body. A powerful burst of energy had descended from above. Zhang Xian quickly backed away as he brought out 6 swords to form a protective layer around his body. Ding 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 ding. A series of sounds reminiscent of the pitter-patter of rain echoed in the air. Lowering his head, Zhang Xian saw a large group of black shadows diving out from the ground, like an army of specters escaping from the depths of hell. Chapter 2051 Inner Demon's Flower. The dark shadows before him appeared similar to mist, as if they had no tangible form. However, their strength was not to be underestimated. They would be able to stand their ground even against Zhang Xian's sword qi. With a grim look on his face, Zhang Xian muttered, "Could they be degeneration beasts?" He had read about degeneration beasts in the books before. It was a unique life form in the city of collapsed space, rising and nurtured from the air of degeneration lingering in the area. They were known to be extremely vicious. Those that encountered one would find the air of degeneration seeping into their body, corroding their organs and even zhenqi. To make matters worse, it was nigh impossible to expel the air of degeneration from one's body. Elder Bai had likely been wounded by a degeneration beast back then. Let me see how powerful you are. After confirming the other party's identity, Zhang Xian brandished his Tongsheng sword and launched dozens of surges of sword qi right toward the degeneration beasts. Waves of swords. This was a sword art that was not too difficult to grasp. As long as a cultivator had sufficient zhenqi, they should be able to learn it easily. But as one advanced further in this technique, one would realize that there were many technical details that one had to take note of while executing the sword art, and these details could only be refined slowly by the sword practitioner themselves through endless trial and error. As such, it was known to be one of the hardest sword arts to master. In the long history of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, there were not many who had managed to master this technique, but Zhang Xian was definitely one of them. Carrying might greater than that of ordinary heavenly high immortals, the dozens of surges of sword qi fell on the degeneration beasts. Pung pung pung. The degeneration's beasts were immediately blasted into bits, and the collapsed buildings behind them were further devastated. It doesn't seem like they are very powerful. Seeing how he was still able to kill each of them with a surge of sword qi, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, before he could even lower his sword, the black shadows before him began wriggling once more. The dissipated degeneration beasts swiftly reformed and continued with their offense. Complete physical immunity? Zhang Xian's face darkened. He did not think that these degeneration beasts would be capable of regenerating so swiftly, such that his sword qi was completely useless against them. Are they more vulnerable towards soul-related attacks? He quickly drew his soul out from his body and executed a palm strike against the degeneration beasts. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. This was the ultimate art of ancient sage Qiu Wu, but he had modified it to be far stronger than the original. It was one of the rare battle techniques that combined physical offense with soul offense. Its prowess would be greater enhanced when executed in his soul state, allowing him to deal irreparable damage to souls. His palm strike successfully tore the degeneration beasts apart, but just like before, it took only a few breaths for them to recover fully. Zhang Xian took a deep breath. He tried a few more means, but nothing was effective on the degeneration beasts. This time, he was at a complete loss. If these beasts were able to regenerate no matter what he threw at them, there was no way he would be able to defeat them. Eventually, even his seemingly boundless Shinshi would be worn down as well. Eye of Insight. After activating the Eye of Insight, he finally saw what was wrong. Every time a degeneration beast was killed, the surrounding air of degeneration would nourish it, allowing it to regenerate and come back to life. These degeneration beasts can be said to be the very manifestation from the air of degeneration lingering in the city of collapsed space. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. As long as the air of degeneration continues lingering in the area, it'll be impossible to defeat these degeneration beasts. No wonder he was unable to eliminate these things despite all the means he had utilized. Rather than saying that they were beings thriving on the air of degeneration, it would be more accurate to say that they were the air of degeneration itself. Unless one completely rid the area of the air of degeneration, these beings would be indestructible. If that's the case, the only way to deal with these degeneration beasts is to distract them. He released another barrage of sword chi once more, but this time, his target wasn't the degeneration beasts but the already tattered buildings around them. Boom! Rock fragments scattered around the area as the buildings collapsed further, causing new marks to appear on them. As soon as the new marks appeared, the air of degeneration immediately concentrated around them in order to corrode them as well. Making full use of this opportunity, Zhang Xian quickly slaughtered the degeneration beasts with a few bursts of zhenqi. This time around, just as he had expected, they were not able to regenerate. More precisely, the rate of their regeneration was much slower than before. I should quickly press on. It won't take long before new degeneration beasts form, and they will be in greater quantities than before, Zhang Xian remarked. There was really something weird about the city of collapsed space. Even though the new marks on freshly destroyed buildings would swiftly draw the air of degeneration to them, the problem was that this method could not be used too many times. Furthermore, as the corrosion spread, the air of degeneration would grow stronger and stronger, causing the number of degeneration beasts that lingered in the area to increase. In other words, while it was possible to escape from a crisis by breaking some of the buildings, it also meant placing those who came after in greater danger. The air of degeneration would simply grow stronger and stronger till no one was able to deal with it anymore. I really wonder where the air of degeneration originates from. This has already surpassed the comprehension of high immortals and even that of semi-divinities. Zhang Xian quickly shook the thought out of his head before proceeding onward. With his previous experience with the degeneration beasts, Zhang Xian and his clone flew forward stealthily. They did not even dare pick the medicinal herbs on the ground anymore. After advancing for another 10 minutes, they suddenly sensed a furious outpour of zhenqi ahead of them. It seemed like there was a fight going on. Zhang Xian shot a glance at his clone before carefully proceeding forward. Circling around the wall, they saw two figures ahead of them. They were the other two heavenly high immortals who had barged into Starchaser Palace with them. Of those two, one of them had lost an arm whereas the other one had a glaring wound right across his chest. Due to the corrosion from the surrounding air of degeneration, their wounds had started festering, resulting in a pungent smell filling the entire area. To hell with you. You be *starred. I'll rip you into shreds. The two of them roared furiously as they brandished their swords against one another. They were of roughly equal strength to one another, so it was hard to tell who held the upper hand in the battle. Why are they fighting one another? Zhang Xian frowned. He had thought that it would be either Fu Qinzi or Du Qingyuan, but who would have thought that these two heavenly high immortals had started fighting one another instead? Not to mention, they were even dealing such vicious blows against one another. This was hard to comprehend. Zhang Xian widened his eyes and exclaimed, "No, it's likely that they have fallen into an illusory formation." He had encountered quite a few cultivators from the Hall of Gods thus far, and they were known to be perfectly rational, never allowing emotions to get in the way of their work. Yet, These two were frenziedly trying to rip one another apart, directing every attack at each other's vitals. It was clear that there was something influencing their minds. Chances were that there was an illusory formation in the area. Zhang Xian quickly activated his Eye of Insight and scanned the surroundings, but soon, his eyebrows shot up in bewilderment. As a veteran formation master, his comprehension of formations definitely ranked among the top in the Forsaken Continent. If there was an illusory formation in the area, there would have been some disturbances in the surrounding spiritual energy. There was no way he would have missed that with his Eye of Insight. Yet, everything was serene in his Eye of Insight. There was no disturbance in the surrounding energy, and he could not find any formation flags or a formation core. Without formation flags and a formation core, it can't be an illusory formation. If so, what else could it be? Zhang Xian quickly scanned the surroundings once more, and soon, his attention fell upon several uniquely patterned flowers not too far away. These flowers were dyed a bewitching red, and they were scattered around the ruins in radial symmetry. Through the Eye of Insight, he could see the flowers breathing an air of degeneration from the surroundings. These are Inner Demon's flowers. Inner Demon's flower was a legendary plant that emanated a unique aura that gave birth to inner demons within one. It was similar to the blood-soaked stone in terms of effects. Under normal circumstances, however, these flowers would not take effect even if a cultivator came in close proximity to it. It would only react when it came under attack. Could it be that these cultivators launched an attack on these inner demons' flowers, leading to the flowers retaliating against them? But as warriors of the Hall of Gods, they should not be so foolish as to indiscriminately attack other life forms, especially in a place as dangerous as the City of Collapsed Space. No, that isn't right. Zhang Xian examined the situation closely for a moment before coming to a conclusion. It's a trap someone set up beforehand, and these two simply stepped into it. He noticed several spheres of energy implanted right before these inner demons' flowers, such that if someone approached the region, these spheres of energy would swiftly blast apart, drawing the aggression of the flowers. It was likely that these two heavenly high immortals had fallen for that trick, thus landing them in their current state. Is it the doing of Du Qingyuan? Du Qingyuan knew the dangers that lurked in the City of Collapsed Space, but she still insisted on coming over. This suggested that she might be familiar with the environment here, and she intended to utilize it to her advantage in order to get rid of her enemies. Regardless of the truth, it's good news for me anyway. Having made sense out of the situation, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He continued ahead, but he made sure to make a detour to avoid the inner demon's flowers. However, barely after flying several meters forward, he suddenly halted. This won't do. It's a huge waste to leave just like that. Those two were going to die anyway, so I might as well just do it. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian released dozens of surges of zhenqi into the surroundings. Wong. With a stomp of his foot, a spherical barrier appeared around the two heavenly high immortals, protecting them from the aura of the inner demon's flowers. Slowly, the two heavenly high immortals were freed from their unnatural states, and the crimson tinge in their eyes gradually faded. What happened? Just what were we doing? Regaining their wits, the two of them stopped their swords. While the two of them were still in a daze trying to figure out what had happened to them, Zhang Xian, disguised as a warrior of the Hall of Gods, walked over and said, "You were fighting against one another due to the effects of the inner demon's flowers in the area." Inner demon's flowers. Realizing how close they had come to killing one another, the injured duo felt cold sweat pouring down their heads. They had heard about the fearful reputation of the inner demon's flower as well, but they had never thought that they would fall prey to it. I'm afraid that the effects of the inner demon's flowers might still be lingering in your bodies. In order to prevent the two of you from hurting anyone else, I'll have to ask you to pass your swords over to me for the time being, Zhang Xian instructed firmly. Those words brought frowns to their foreheads. Hurry up. If you succumb to the inner demon's flowers once more, all of us might just end up dying here. Zhang Xian berated furiously as he reached out to snatch their weapons. The two of them had already been severely weakened due to their earlier battle, so they did not even manage to react when Zhang Xian snatched their weapons. Before they knew it, their weapons in his hands. You. Seeing how the other party had snatched their weapons forcefully, a displeased frown appeared on their faces. I didn't want to make such a move either. I'm doing this so that we can all get out of this darn place alive. Zhang Xian chucked their swords into his storage ring before patting their shoulders to console them. Afterward, he leaped into the air and flew away, leaving the dumbfounded duo with a few last words. All right, the two of you can have fun here. Pop. The barrier that Zhang Xian had set up earlier burst apart, allowing the aura of the inner demon's flowers to slip in once more. What are you doing? Sensing the changes in their states of mind, the two warriors of the Hall of Gods were completely flabbergasted. Did that fellow not go there to save them? Why would he suddenly expose them to the aura of the inner demon's flowers once more? Furthermore, what did he mean by having fun? What was fun about their situation? But those thoughts only lingered in their minds for a moment before they were brought into an illusion once more. Before long, their eyes turned red, and they began charging at one another again. Pung 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 pung. Even without weapons, they were not pulling their punches. Every single strike they dealt was deadly, such that it could take the other party's life if their moves connected. Pu pu pu. Before long, the two of them spurted a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground simultaneously. From the looks of it, they were already goners. Even at their deaths, they could not figure out why their comrade would leave them to kill each other after taking away their weapons. There's nothing to watch, let's go. Knowing the outcome that awaited them, Zhang Xian could not be bothered to waste his time with them and proceeded straight ahead. Since they were going to die, it would be a waste to leave their weapons there. As for their corpses, he already had plenty of heavenly high immortal bodies in his storage ring, so he did not have to top up at the moment. Chapter 2052 The Assault from Zhang Xian and his clones. Proceeding forward, it was obvious that Zhang Xian's clone had toned down quite a bit. It was not showing its usual smugness and narcissism at all. It seemed like the eeriness of the city of collapsed space had surpassed his expectations as well. It was little wonder why few would dare venture in here. Just the air of degeneration lingering in the area would already be fatal to most cultivators. Through the eye of insight and library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian was able to foresee most dangers in advance and circumvent them, thus sparing him from much trouble. Nevertheless, over the course of less than 10 li, he had still ended up being attacked thrice and nearly fallen into a trap twice. That being said, they overcame the challenges and marched on. Soon, they sensed an intense pulsation of energy just ahead of them. Zhang Xian and his clone exchanged glances before stealthily advancing. A vast square came into view. On the left was a lady dressed formally with a copper mask on her face. There was an altar floating quietly not too far away from her with sky-blue flames blazing on it. It seemed like the ritual had already begun. Her hair was fluttering in the air as she infused all her zhenqi into the altar, causing the surrounding space to distort. On the right was a familiar face, the middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods. He was staring at the altar with utterly cold eyes. Fu Chenzi? Not too far away, there was a figure lying diagonally on the ground. Fresh blood was spurting from his chest, indicating the severity of his injuries. It was none other than Fu Chenzi from the Ethereal Hall. Zhang Xian had guessed that Fu Chenzi might have encountered the middle-aged man along the way, but who could have thought that the latter would have sustained such severe injuries? Could that copper-masked lady be Palace Master Du Qingyuan? Zhang Xian thought as he looked over. He could not tell what the ritual was for, but he could sense overwhelming zhenqi surging through the copper-masked lady's body. Judging from her strength, it was apparent that she had already reached the semi-divinity realm. The only lady of the 6 sects who had reached this realm was Du Qingyuan, so the person before him was likely her. The middle-aged man gazed at Fu Chenzi coldly and said, "Does your master intend to make an enemy out of the Hall of Gods as well?" Zhang Xian was a little perplexed. He had not watched the entire battle earlier, but should Fu Chenzi not be stronger than the middle-aged man? It was true that anything could happen in a battle, but considering that he was joining hands with Du Qingyuan now, it was hard to believe that he would end up sustaining such a severe injury. Otherwise, could it be that the middle-aged man had intentionally admitted defeat so as to allow Fu Chenzi to lead the way? Such was not completely implausible. Through his interactions with them, he felt that the Hall of Gods was unscrupulous in the means they resorted to in order to achieve their goals, and even sacrificing themselves was not beyond them. It was not unthinkable for them to use such a ploy. If you could do anything, cough cough, to our hall master, you would have long made a move, one Fuchinzi scoffed coldly as he coughed out blood. Following which, he turned to the copper-masked lady with difficulty and warned, Palace Master Du, you must be careful. He has a semi-divinity artifact with him. The copper-masked lady did not bother responding to Fuchinzi's warning. Instead, she continued looking at the middle-aged man with cold killing intent in her eyes. Who? A massive palm that cast a shadow over the lands suddenly appeared in the sky, crushing down with incredible might. Great azure palm, not bad. The middle-aged man laughed loudly as he charged forth with a sword in his hand. Ding! Holding back the massive palm in the sky with the sword in one of his hands, he raised his other hand and thrust a palm strike right toward the nearby altar. You are courting death. The copper-masked lady spat coldly. In retaliation, she thrust a flurry of palm strikes toward the middle-aged man. As a result of her relentless attacks, the surrounding space was strained into distortion, making it seem as if the entire area was going to explode from the shockwave. However, with speed as swift as lightning, the middle-aged man was able to skillfully maneuver through her palm strikes without sustaining any damage. Palace Master Du, you seem far weaker than how the rumors made you out to be. Is it the effects of the ritual? Well, regardless of what it is, it's a fact that you aren't a match for me in your current state. Hand over your altar obediently, and I can consider sparing your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for not going easy on you. The middle-aged man smirked. Known to be one of the strongest experts of the six sects, Du Qingyuan's strength was so great that even the middle-aged man was not entirely confident that he would be a match for her. Yet, for some reason, even though the other party's attacks seemed powerful on the surface, it felt like there was no substance behind them. Could she have depleted her strength due to the ritual and resorted to putting on an act to scare him off? In any case, this worked in his favor. As long as he could successfully obtain the altar, the contribution that he had made to the Hall of Gods would surely earn him an advancement in his cultivation. On the other hand, the copper-masked lady paid no attention to the middle-aged man's words and continued her offense. The flames burning on the altar were growing more and more brilliant by the moment, as if a connection was swiftly being forged with the firmament. Since you don't know your place, don't blame me for not going easy on you. Seeing how the copper-masked lady refused to give up on the ritual, the middle-aged man sneered coldly as he raised his palm. Who? A halberd materialized right in his hand. With a powerful leap, he pierced the halberd toward the other party furiously. Woo! A massive tear in space appeared along the trajectory of the halberd. After being infused with the energy of a semi-divinity realm cultivator, the tip of the halberd emanated a menacing glow, as if it would reduce anything before it to dust. A semi-divinity artifact? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. He could tell that the halberd was no ordinary semi-divinity artifact. Even the metal chain that he had with him was a notch weaker than it. It seemed like it was still possible for there to be huge disparities in the might of semi-divinity artifacts. Sensing the tremendous power behind the halberd, the copper-masked lady could not keep her cool anymore. With narrowed eyes, she abruptly turned her head and glanced at the altar not too far away from her. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. With a furious roar, she reached out toward the altar and grasped at it. Hula! The sky-blue flames on the altar shot over and formed a blazing wall of fire right in front of the copper-masked lady. If the middle-aged man wanted to get to her, he would have to first destroy the altar. However, the mission that his master had passed down to him was to acquire the altar, so the altar would have been completely useless once it had been destroyed. Thus, he could not possibly choose such a course of action. He pulled back his halberd and glared at the copper-masked lady with narrowed eyes. You darn spinster! You can rest assured that I'll destroy the altar with my own hands before I die. I'll be letting my predecessors down, but I believe that they wouldn't want to see the treasure of our Starchaser Pavilion falling into the hands of a bunch of beasts. Just try me. The copper-masked lady laughed manically. In terms of strength, she was definitely no match for the middle-aged man before her. To make matters worse, the middle-aged man even had a semi-divinity artifact with him. There was no way she stood a chance. Since that was the case, the least she could do was ensure that the other party did not get what he wanted. She knew that he wanted the altar, and that meant that she was able to caution him using it. Humph! With tightly clenched fists, the middle-aged man glared at the copper-masked lady with a terrifying look on his face. A moment later, however, the frown between his brows loosened, and a sadistic smile crept onto his lips. Since that's the case, perhaps I should start with him first. Hong Long. The halberd immediately changed its target toward the old man lying feebly on the ground. Fu Qinzi. Fu Qinzi's face paled. He tried to gather his strength to protect himself, but due to the severity of his injuries, he was unable to even push himself off the ground. With a desolate look on his face, he turned to the copper-masked lady and cried out, "Palace Master Du, hurry up and leave. With the altar in your hands, he won't dare make a move on you. There's no need to worry about me." The copper-masked lady clicked her tongue in irritation before grabbing the altar and dashing in front of Fu Qinzi. "Continue what you were doing if you really want the altar to be destroyed. So, who?" The halberd halted in midair. UB*TCH. The middle-aged man was so furious that he could have exploded on the spot. Tremendous might crackled around the halberd, causing a shockwave to ripple into the surroundings. Even though he had halted his attack, the sheer momentum of it had already caused the ground around him to crack. Pong! At this critical moment, the face of the copper-masked lady suddenly turned ghastly pale. A spurt of fresh blood escaped from her lips, and she fell forward, crashing heavily onto the ground. With a look of disbelief in her eyes, she turned around and saw the severely wounded Fu Qinzi rising to his feet, wiping away the blood trickling down his lips. "My sincere apologies, Palace Master Du. We can't afford to allow the altar to be damaged in any way, so we could only resort to trickery. I hope that you can understand where we are coming from." With a swift series of movements, Fu Qinzi extinguished the sky-blue flames on the altar and sealed it with his zhenqi, making it impossible for the copper-masked lady to control it anymore. After that, he stowed the altar into his storage ring. UB**starred. The copper-masked lady cursed furiously. Even the lofty ethereal hall has decided to bow down to the Hall of Gods as well? Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that even Fu Qinzi, who had pitted his life to protect her earlier, would actually be in cahoots with the Hall of Gods. Everything that had just happened was an act. Even Zhang Xian, who was hiding to the side, could not help but recoil a little at the sight. He had thought that it was weird how the middle-aged man had allowed Fu Qinzi to defeat him so easily back at Starchaser Palace. His initial assumption was that the middle-aged man was taking a step back to bait Starchaser Palace into making a move so that he could track them down and eventually get to where Du Qingyuan was. However, the issue with that hypothesis was that there was no guarantee that Fu Qinzi would be heading to where Du Qingyuan was, and that Starchaser Palace would even make a move at all. After all, this was a battle of time. If Starchaser Palace could last long enough for Du Qingyuan to complete her ritual and acquire the protection of a god, the tables would be turned. The middle-aged man did not have the luxury to be wasting time on an uncertain possibility. This drew his attention to Fu Qinzi's words and actions. After all, without Fu Qinzi's intervention, the middle-aged man would not have been so successful in finding Du Qingyuan. He had a feeling that Fu Qinzi had been playing on the worries of Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu back then in order to pressure them into revealing Du Qingyuan's whereabouts, and that had brought up a sliver of doubt within him that Fu Qinzi might have been working together with the Hall of Gods. However, he had swiftly tossed the notion away because he did not think that an elder of the ethereal hall would have colluded with the Hall of Gods. Since the altar is already in our hands, there's no reason for us to keep her alive any longer. The middle-aged man harumphed. Indeed. Fu Qinzi nodded in agreement. He channeled his energy into his palm to execute a decisive blow on the copper-masked lady, but at this crucial moment, footsteps suddenly echoed in the air. Who? Two figures appeared in the square. They were two of the four heavenly high immortals subordinated to the middle-aged man. "Have you cleared away that pest who was following us?" the middle-aged man asked nonchalantly. That pest is extremely cunning. He seemed to know that we were lying in wait for him, so he fled before we could even make a move. One of the heavenly high immortals replied awkwardly. He fled? The middle-aged man asked with a hint of displeasure in his tone. If I'm not mistaken, that person seems to be the new head of the seven-star pavilion. It won't be too easy to get rid of him, Fuchenzi said with a shake of his head. The new head of the seven-star pavilion, the middle-aged murmured with a frown. I felt that his rise was a little too abrupt, similar to that of Hall Master Zhang Yang and sect leader Zhang Xian. As such, I tried looking into his background, but I haven't been able to gather anything so far, Fuchenzi said grimly. However, we don't have to pay him any heed. Let's take the altar back to our master first. We'll deal with that fellow in due course. Yes, this matter takes priority. The middle-aged man nodded. He shot a glance at the copper-masked lady once more and said, Let's head out after you get rid of her. Very well. Fuchenzi nodded. The two heavenly high immortals suddenly stepped forward at this moment and said, Please allow me to do it. I wish to redeem myself for failing to capture Pavilion Master Liu Yang. Following which, one of them quickly moved over to the copper-masked lady's side, whereas the other one remained beside the middle-aged man. I'll leave it to you then. The middle-aged man nodded before turning around to leave the area. All of a sudden, two powerful surges of sword chi burst forth simultaneously. They were directed right toward the backs of the middle-aged man and Fuchenzi respectively. The two heavenly high immortals, who were Zhang Xian and his clone in disguise, had made their moves. The middle-aged man and Fuchenzi were completely caught off guard by this assault, such that the sword chi pierced a gaping hole through their bodies in an instant. Not expecting their own subordinates to assault them, the faces of the middle-aged man and Fuchenzi warped in disbelief. Chapter 2053 The Price of Bragging. Kill him, Zhang Xian roared. Even though the middle-aged man and Fuchenzi had been inflicted with fatal wounds, as semi-divinity realm experts, if they were allowed to regain their footing, they would still be able to bring devastating might upon them in an instant. Thus, Zhang Xian unhesitatingly opened his tamed beast sack. Voila! The semi-divinity metal chain immediately flew forth and bound the middle-aged man tightly. At the same time, the black-backed tortoise and Shark 3 charged toward the middle-aged man, whereas Shark 1 and Shark 2 moved to support Zhang Xian's clone in dealing with Fuchenzi. While their strength was diminished on dry land, the fighting prowess they displayed was still extremely terrifying. In an instant, many bloodied punctures appeared all over the middle-aged man, and his arms were jolted apart by the powerful body tackle. Everything happened so abruptly that the middle-aged man was overwhelmed by the current situation. Nevertheless, he swiftly recovered from his shock and made his move. With powerful killing intent gushing out of him, he summoned his halberd to knock away 3 semi-divinities encircling him. Puha! Unfortunately for him, the movements of his halberd abruptly came to a halt as a heavenly high immortal realm corpse suddenly blocked its way. Clenching his fists tightly, the middle-aged man willed his halberd to pierce right through the corpse and come to his aid. But before that could be done, a tremendous of energy abruptly bubbled within the corpse. Boom! The corpse blew apart, causing the halberd to be jolted back by the shockwave. It wavered uncontrollably in the air as it struggled to regain its balance in the midst of the frightening gale. The semi-divinity halberd was indeed a force to be reckoned with, but the sheer force from the explosion from a heavenly high immortal still jolted its spirit, confusing its senses for a moment. It took it quite a lot of effort for the halberd's spirit to regain itself, but just as it was about to rush forward to help, another corpse appeared and exploded right in its face. After facing 3 consecutive exploding corpses, the halberd's spirit finally reached its limit and fell from the sky. It seemed like it would temporarily be incapacitated. These explosions did not cause any harm to the semi-divinity halberd at all, but the spirit inside had already been worn out, such that it was no exaggeration to say that the weapon had been ruined. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was continuously being struck by the 4 semi-divinity beasts. Finally, with a decisive ram from the black-backed tortoise, his head sank into his shoulders, and his body fell to the ground with a loud thump. All in all, From the moment that the battle started to the moment that the middle-aged man dropped dead, only 3 breaths had passed. It was indeed an incredible feat to be able to defeat a semi-divinity realm expert from the Hall of Gods within 3 breaths. But one had to know that Zhang Xian had expended 3 heavenly high immortal corpses and mobilized a semi-divinity artifact and 2 semi-divinity realm beasts for this battle. Zhang Xian was probably the only person in the world who could make such an extravagant move. While they were dealing with the middle-aged man, over on the other side, Shark 1, Shark 2, and the clone were charging right toward the collapsed Fu Qinzi. It did not matter whether Fu Qinzi was from the Ethereal Hall or the Hall of Gods. Since he had already bared his fangs at Du Qingyuan, there was no need for them to hold back. Who? The clone rushed right up to Fu Qinzi and wrapped the latter tightly in his embrace, making sure to lock all his joints so as to prevent him from moving. Meanwhile, Shark 1 and Shark 2 rained ferocious attacks down upon the old man. Zhang Xian flicked his wrist to bring out 7 heavenly high immortal tier swords, and these swords swiftly moved to encircle the other party, forming what was reminiscent of a silvery net around him. FSH, 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 FSH. Swordchi rained down on Fu Qinzi furiously. Before he could even recover his footing in the battle, his body had been sliced apart, leaving slabs of meat and a pool of fresh blood on the spot where he had formerly existed. Zhang Xian had not bided his time in vain. He had observed the earlier battle carefully and analyzed all the weaknesses of Fu Qinzi and the middle-aged man, which had allowed him to design a plan that would allow him to take these 2 semi-divinity realm experts down swiftly with the least cost. Seeing that everything had worked out fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. His glance moved toward Fu Qinzi's corpse as he murmured, "Did this fellow betray the Ethereal Hall?" Having used the Library of Heaven's Path to check on Fu Qinzi, there was no doubt that the latter was an elder of the Ethereal Hall. If so, why would he help this middle-aged man, who was a warrior of the Hall of Gods? Did they have some kind of secret deal, or was he actually a spy from the Hall of Gods that had been tasked with infiltrating the Ethereal Hall? There was also the possibility that the Ethereal Hall might have submitted to the Hall of Gods, but Zhang Xian did not think that the possibility was too likely. After all, the Ethereal Hall had already acquired an entire god character, and there was nothing that could shake their position on the Forsaken Continent anymore. There was no reason the Ethereal Hall would collude with the Hall of Gods. Not to mention, Kong Shi was the current head of the Ethereal Hall. Zhang Xian had thought of keeping Fu Qinzi alive in order to interrogate him, but he dared not take any chances when dealing with semi-divinity realm cultivators. If he did not kill them while he had the chance to, there was no knowing what they would pull from their pockets later on. He could not risk them getting away and revealing his other identities and trump cards. Knowing that he would not receive any answers just by pondering over the matters like this, Zhang Xian turned toward the severely wounded copper-masked lady and clasped his fist. "Palace Master Du, I am the new head of the 7-star pavilion, Lu Yang. Allow me to treat your injuries." Fu Qinzi had dealt the other party a fatal blow, and if she was not treated quickly, she could very well lose her life. Zhang Xian took out a jade bottle, but just as he was about to pass it over, the copper-masked lady suddenly thrust a sword right toward him. "What?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. He hurriedly retreated, but the next instant, the copper-masked lady suddenly dissipated into a layer of mist, vanishing completely from sight. Knowing that the other party was executing some sort of movement art, Zhang Xian shouted, "Palace Master Du?" However, it was already too late. The copper-masked lady was no longer around. "She is probably afraid that I would harm her as well." Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. Considering how the other party had just been backstabbed by Fu Qinzi, whom she was trying to protect, it was inevitable that she would be wary of him as well, even if he had just saved her from the 2 experts from the Hall of Gods. He might attempt to exploit her at a time like that. Given that this was a critical period for Starchaser Palace, she could not afford to take that risk. After all, the 7-star pavilion could not be said to be in friendly relations with Starchaser Palace, but he still took the risk to venture into the dangerous city of collapsed space to save her. Not to mention, he had even brought out a semi-divinity artifact and 4 semi-divinity realm beasts. It would be hard for her not to be skeptical. Just that, the altar was still there. She had put her life on the line in order to prevent the altar from falling into the hands of the other party. Why would she abandon it now? With a helpless sigh, Zhang Xian walked over to the middle-aged man whom he had just killed, took his storage ring, and claimed possession of it. Only then did he finally walk over to take a closer look at the altar. The sky-blue flame was still burning on it. It emanated an aura that made one tremble, almost as if it was forging a connection with a god from the firmament. This made Zhang Xian frown. Based on what he had seen thus far, the copper-masked lady was in the midst of conducting a ritual when she was attacked, and she had not had a chance to complete it yet. So, the ritual should have come to an immediate halt as soon as she fled. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the sky-blue flame was still burning with fervor. This was as inexplicable as a flame still blazing on even though there was no longer any firewood for it to feed on. Extinguish. With a flick of his finger, Zhang Xian put out the sky-blue flame. With his eye of insight, he examined the altar that was famed for being able to reach the gods, such that even the Hall of Gods would go to such lengths to acquire it. At first glance, it looked similar to the altar that Sovereign Qin Yong had used back then to summon a deity from the azure. It had a very old aura to it, indicating that it was an ancient artifact that had been passed down from generation to generation. Zhang Xian reached out to touch it. His eyes first widened a little before he helplessly burst into laughter. To think that they've all been fooled by that fellow. Zhang Xian chuckled as he shook his head. He wanted to see just what was so precious about the altar that Fu Qinzi and the middle-aged man would go to such lengths in order to acquire it, but to his amusement, the altar was actually a fake. It seemed like Fu Qinzi was not the only good actor after all. That being said, he had to admit that the altar was indeed really well made, such that he was unable to see through it with his eye of insight. If not for the Library of Heaven's Path, he might not have noticed the anomaly. Shark One waddled over and said, "Master, there's god blood smeared on the surface of the altar." Hearing those words, Zhang Xian took a closer look and saw a layer of faint crimson inscriptions on the surface. Vaguely, he could hear a faint hum echoing from the inscriptions that quivered his soul. Zhang Xian took out the crimson pendant and placed it close to the inscriptions. As expected, the pendant began to heat up in resonance with the inscriptions. It's indeed god blood. Zhang Xian exhaled deeply. It was no wonder they were unable to see through the altar. Starchaser Palace had gone to the extent of using the invaluable god blood to create the effect of an ongoing ritual so as to confound their senses. But if this altar is fake, where's the real one? Zhang Xian frowned. Considering how Du Qingyuan had put her life on the line in order to distract the Hall of Gods from pursuing the real altar, where could the real one be hidden? Forget it. There's no point thinking about all of this right now. My priority at the moment should be finding Palace Master Du. She is my only clue to Luo Ruoxin. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian stowed the altar and the corpses of the two semi-divinity realm experts into his storage ring. Then, together with the 4 semi-divinity realm beasts and his clones, he quickly darted in the direction that the copper-masked lady had disappeared in previously. Palace Master Du has sustained severe injuries, so it's unlikely that she will have been able to get too far. Help me search for her together, Zhang Xian instructed. Just like that, the group of 6 quickly combed the area. Due to the rubble lying all around the city of collapsed space, there were many spaces where one could hide. If Zhang Xian had to search the place all alone, who knew how long he would have to take? Considering the dangers lurking in the area, it would be wise for him to quickly get it over and done with so that he could leave the area. Master! Around 3 minutes later, the blackback tortoise came before him and pointed in a direction. The group headed in said direction, and through the eye of insight, Zhang Xian quickly noticed that something was amiss. There were no distinctive marks left in the area, but the spiritual energy there was considerably more concentrated than elsewhere. Not only so, the spiritual energy also felt as if it had been refined. She should be in the vicinity. It's likely that she's unable to control her strength from leaking out due to the severity of her injury, Zhang Xian said with a nod. The copper-masked lady had been struck in her vitals, causing her to be in a very precarious state. She had made sure to conceal her tracks properly, but she was still unable to control her cultivation properly in order to stop her Jinqi from leaking out of her body. Considering that the air of degeneration lingering in the area, her injuries would only continue to worsen. At this rate, she would really die. Thus, it was of paramount importance for him to find her as soon as possible so as to ensure her survival. Otherwise, everything would have been for naught. Zhang Xian quickly scanned the surroundings, but he was unable to find anything at all. Searching for her like this won't do. Since she's wounded, it's likely that she'll draw the surrounding air of degeneration to her. We should be tracing the movement of the air of degeneration instead. Zhang Xian waved to his clone and said, "Hey, come here." With a deep frown, his clone came over. "Stay very still and make sure not to move at all," Zhang Xian said as he took out the Tongsing sword and pierced it right into his clone. Puha! A gaping hole immediately appeared in his clone's chest. "I need you to walk around the area to test out the concentration gradient of the air of degeneration. The quicker the wound corrodes, the higher its concentration is," Zhang Xian said. Zhang Xian's clone was speechless. "The heck? You are the one who wants to find the concentration gradient of the air of degeneration, so shouldn't you be stabbing yourself? Even if you are afraid of pain, you have so many tamed beasts with you too. Why the hell are you stabbing me?" "Well, none of us have the ability to expel the air of degeneration from our bodies." Zhang Xian shrugged casually. "You are the only one who wields this amazing ability, so it goes without saying that this task should fall to you. This matter is completely decided based on our expertise and not because you pissed me off with your bragging earlier. I'm not the type of vindictive person who would settle personal grudges through such despicable means." The lips of Zhang Xian's clone twitched. "Well, you look exactly like the type of vindictive person who would settle personal grudges through despicable means to me right now. All I did was brag a little bit, right? Do you really need to go to such lengths?" Chapter 2054 Palace Master Du's Ritual. As he spoke, black smoke was flowing out from the clone's wounds. Just like before, his body was automatically expelling the air of degeneration that had seeped into his wounds. What a pity that such wounds don't last too long on my body. I don't think that I'll be able to determine the concentration gradient of the air of degeneration for you at this rate. With a cry of agony, the clone lowered his head, only to see Zhang Xian's sword lodged in another part of his body. "You don't need to worry about that. It'll be tiring, but I'm willing to take up the responsibility of ensuring that there are plenty of wounds on your body so that you can get the job done," Zhang Xian said with a smile. With veins bulging at his temples, the clone felt tempted to smash Zhang Xian's head in. With a helpless sigh, he dragged his wounded body around the area to test the concentration gradient of the air of degeneration. Just as Zhang Xian had guessed, there was indeed a visible difference in the concentration of the air of degeneration in the area. It did not take the clone too long to find the region where the concentration of air of degeneration was the highest. What was surprising was that it was located in a region that had very little rubble but plenty of plants. Thick vines could be seen creeping up the walls and covering the roofs. Having narrowed down the location, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly scanned his surroundings for a moment before bringing out over 100 formation flags with a flick of his hand. With a tap of his finger, all the formation flags flew out and planted themselves in the surroundings, forming a wind wall. After this was done, Zhang Xian flew up into the sky and shouted, "Palace Master Du, I am Lu Yang, the head of the 7-Star Pavilion. I don't have any ties with the Hall of Gods or the Ethereal Hall. I know that you are somewhere below, and I implore you to show yourself so that I can treat you. Otherwise, you won't even last an incense's time. Under the corrosion of the air of degeneration. If I'm not wrong, your innards and meridians are already starting to collapse under the corrosion, such that even breathing isn't easy for you." With the severity of the copper-masked lady's injuries, she would find it hard to survive even outside, let alone in the city of collapsed space. Once the air of degeneration seeped into her wounds, it would slowly corrode her innards as well, destroying her vitals. If her condition persisted, she would not last too long even if she was a semi-divinity realm expert. Hong Long. The vines suddenly exploded, and the copper-masked lady flew out from within. Her body was trembling non-stop due to the excruciating pain. However, her body still remained upright despite her current condition, and she was staring at Zhang Xian warily, seemingly still unwilling to trust him. She was afraid that this young man was yet another card prepared by the Hall of Gods in order to lure her out. Most likely, this young man should have already noticed that the altar she had left behind was a fake. The warriors from the Hall of Gods were beings devoid of feelings. To them, there was nothing more important than accomplishing the missions that they were tasked with. She knew just how valuable the altar was, and it would not surprise her if the Hall of Gods was willing to sacrifice a few semi-divinity realm experts in order to acquire it. Besides, even though it appeared that the young man had killed those two, who could say for sure that it was not just another illusion to trick her? As such, she was unwilling to trust the young man before her. She could not allow Starchaser Palace to fall to ruin due to her misjudgment. I have already hidden the altar in the depths of the city of collapsed space. None of you will be able to find it, so there's no need to keep up with the pretense. If you wish to kill me, I suggest you get it over and done with. You won't be getting anything out of me. The copper-masked lady scoffed. You are really misunderstanding my intentions, Zhang Xian said with a sigh. He flicked a jade bottle over and halted it right before her. Drink the recovery medicine inside here. Otherwise, even if I don't make a move, there's no way you'll get out of here alive. The copper-masked lady scanned her surroundings and confirmed that there was no way she would be able to escape quickly. Seeing that there was no way around this, she reluctantly took the jade bottle and drank it. The young man was right. Her innards had been corroded by the air of degeneration, and her energy had nearly dried up. The severity of her injuries was much worse than those of Elder Bai Yi back then. If not for the fact that she had reached the semi-divinity realm, she would have already died. Any escape routes had been sealed by the formations set up in the area. Regardless of whether what was in the jade bottle was poison or an antidote, it made no difference to her. At the very most, she would just explode her cultivation and bring the young man down with her. After drinking the jade bottle, her face suddenly began twitching. A moment later, she spurted a mouthful of blood. However, the blood was not red in color but pitch black. As it landed on the ground, black smoke swiftly evaporated from it and dissipated into the surroundings. The copper-masked lady widened her eyes in incredulity. She knew about the situation in the city of collapsed space very well, and it was for that reason that she had set up the formation involving the inner demon's flowers in advance to whittle down the forces of the Hall of Gods. For many years, everyone had believed that one's fate was sealed once the air of degeneration seeped into one's body. Yet, she was cured just by drinking a bottle of water. Who are you? The copper-masked lady asked with narrowed eyes. It was impossible for those from the Hall of Gods to be so kind as to treat her of her affliction. Besides, she had never heard of the Hall of Gods possessing the means to expel the air of degeneration from one's body. The very fact that several warriors of the Hall of Gods had died here in the past proved that. Given so, it was highly likely that the young man really was not in cahoots with Fu Chenzi and the others. I told you earlier. I am Lu Yong, the new head of the Seven-Star Pavilion. I have come here in search of you not to find the altar, but to inquire about some personal matters. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. You wish to inquire about some personal matters? Indeed. I heard that Palace Master Du conducted a ritual above the vacant sea to summon a god. May I know if that god was Luo Ruoxin? Zhang Xian asked nervously. However, the copper-masked lady simply looked at him quietly with a frown. Sensing some wariness from the other party, Zhang Xian pulled out the crimson pendant and said, You should recognize this artifact, right? Considering how Shark One and the others were able to recognize this pendant despite having only seen it once, as the one who had summoned Luo Ruoxin down to the Azure, Du Qingyuan should be very familiar with it. This is a possession of the spirit god? The copper-masked lady's eyes widened as she staggered backward a little. With an incredulous look on her face, she asked, Could it be that you are sect leader Zhang Xian? Indeed. Zhang Xian nodded as he quickly canceled the effects of the disguise amulet to revert to his original appearance. The copper-masked lady quickly kneeled down and greeted, Elder Jiang Yao of Starchaser Palace pays respects to sect leader Zhang. Jiang Yao? Zhang Xian frowned. The copper-masked lady took off her copper mask and revealed the appearance of a middle-aged lady. With her gaze lowered deferentially, she explained, "We received intelligence that the Hall of Gods intended to snatch the altar, so our palace master instructed me to disguise myself as her. I would come to the city of collapsed space and find a way to kill them while she hid the altar at a discreet location." This, Zhang Xian blinked. It seemed that Du Qingyuan was an extremely meticulous person. Considering that she was up against the Hall of Gods, it was only right for her to go this far. And her efforts had paid off. It was clear that she was the victor in the war of wits after all that had happened. Most likely, she might have guessed that First Elder Zhao Yu and the others would not be able to keep silent about the matter for too long. So she had intentionally leaked fake news to them, so as to lure those from the Hall of Gods over to the city of collapsed space. This would buy Du Qingyuan more than enough time to complete her ritual. "But your cultivation realm?" Zhang Xian remarked questioningly with a frown. Based on what he knew, Starchaser Palace should not have any semi-divinity realm experts other than Du Qingyuan. After all, the only way they could advance their cultivation to the realm was through the Centennial Azure Bridge. So, how could the other party possibly have reached the semi-divinity realm as well? "It's the godblood," Jiang Yao explained. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. Even a few droplets of blood from the god was enough for the black-backed tortoise and the 3 sharks to make the final step forward. As the person who had summoned the god, Du Qingyuan should have been able to acquire quite a few droplets of god blood. With that, it would not be too much of a surprise for some semi-divinity realm experts to appear in the ranks of Starchaser Palace. However, as such an occurrence would shake the balance of power among the 6 sects, Starchaser Palace had chosen to hide this matter. Most likely, the reason Jiang Yao had been chosen to consume the godblood was because she was a close confidant of Du Qingyuan, similar to what Elder Feng was to Kuei Xiao. After confirming that Jiang Yao knew nothing about Luo Ruoxin at all, Zhang Xian asked with a frown, "May I know where Palace Master Du is at the moment?" "Our Palace Master instructed me that to treat you with the utmost respect and fulfill all of your requests unconditionally," sect leader Zhang. "However, I'm afraid that I don't really know," Jiang Yao said with a bitter smile. "Sect leader Zhang?" Zhang Xian frowned. He was slightly perplexed by the address. It was true that he was the Hall Master of the Myriad Beasts Hall and the Pavilion Master of the 7-Star Pavilion, but sect leader? Where did that title come from? Yes. Jiang Yao was slightly surprised to see that Zhang Xian was confused by her manner of address. "You are the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion." The entire continent was aware of this matter, so it was not possible that the person in question was unaware of the matter, right? Zhang Xian's lower jaw slackened, and his mouth remained agape for a long while. Then, he sighed deeply and said, "Let's put that aside for the moment and leave the city of collapsed space. I'll need you to help me contact Palace Master Du and inform her that I am looking for her. I believe that I should be able to help her deal with the threat coming from the Hall of Gods." Knowing that the young man before her wielded great authority in his hands, Jiang Yao hurriedly nodded. "All right." Thus, Jiang Yao quickly led Zhang Xian toward the exit. The city of collapsed space was a sinister region filled with all sorts of menace, but Jiang Yao was familiar with the terrain, and Zhang Xian was able to spot threats from a distance with his eye of insight. This allowed them to circumvent most danger along the way. Even if they were unlucky enough to encounter some danger along the way, they were strong enough to get past them without sustaining any injuries. Just like that, they were able to successfully return to the desert after an hour of travel. Tension finally escaped from Jiang Yao's body as she finally stepped out of the city of collapsed space. She turned to Zhang Xian and said, "I'll try to get in touch with our palace master." She had been prepared to lose her life in that dark, eerie place. So when she felt the warmth of the sun embracing her body once more, she felt like she had just been born anew. Taking out her communication jade token, she quickly set up a formation in order to extend the device's range. A moment later, she said, "I have already sent a message to our palace master. Let's return to Starchaser Palace for now. Our palace master will head there as well once she receives my message." Zhang Xian nodded. Riding on Shark One, the two of them quickly headed back to the Sea of Exiled Stars. In a distant space-time, the head of Starchaser Palace, Du Qingyuan, was standing in front of an altar, muttering softly beneath her breath. In response to her mutterings, the altar was emanating a divine aura, causing the flames on top to blaze furiously. Sometime later, an illusory figure gradually materialized atop the altar. Priestess, state your affair. The voice of the figure was distinct yet distant, almost as if it had traveled across dimensions in order to reach here. I wish to meet the spirit god. Du Qingyuan kneeled to the floor. The spirit god has already departed, the figure replied. Du Qingyuan was silent for a moment before she spoke once more. There is something that I would like to report. The Hall of Gods has made a move against the 6 sects, and the timing for the descent of the Azure Bridge has been arbitrarily changed. I suspect that something might have happened with the Hall of Gods. The figure frowned. Do you know of the reasons behind those changes? I do have a conjecture in mind, but I'm not too sure about its veracity, Du Qingyuan replied. To be able to incite the Hall of Gods to interfere with secular affairs and attempt to snatch the altar, I suspect that it has something to do with... Boom. Before she could finish her words, the space-time behind her suddenly distorted, and yet another person appeared within this dimensional plane. Pa. With a light flick of his hand, the figure atop the altar dissipated into fleeting mist. The person walked straight toward the altar to grab it, and in retaliation, the altar released a powerful burst of energy. However, the person dispelled the burst of energy with a flick of his finger. Just like that, the altar fell into his hands. Seeing how neither the god nor the altar was able to stop the person, Du Qingyuan's eyes narrowed in utter astonishment. She was just about to make a move when the other party suddenly turned to look at her with a faint smile on his lips. Palace Master Du, we meet once again. As I thought, it's really you? Du Qingyuan felt as if her heart had been plunged into the depths of an icy river. 1. An incense's time is roughly 15 minutes. Chapter 2055 Catalyst for a Breakthrough. It took half a day for Zhang Xian and Jiang Yao to return to Starchaser Palace. First Elder Zhao Yu widened her eyes in disbelief upon seeing Jiang Yao. She had thought that their previous parting would be eternal, but the latter had managed to return alive. It's all thanks to sect leader Zhang Xian's help, Jiang Yao explained. Sect leader Zhang Xian? Are you referring to the new head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? First Elder Zhao Yu was stunned. Jiang Yao nodded before asking, Is our palace master back yet? First Elder Zhao Yu shook her head. That's weird. I sent a message to our palace master after I was safe, so she should have returned right after receiving my message. Why isn't she here yet? She did not know exactly where Du Qingyuan had headed to, but it should not be as far off as the city of collapsed space, so she should have been able to return ahead of them. Let's just wait a bit more. Our palace master might have been held up by something else. Given her strength, it's unlikely that anything bad will have happened to her, First Elder Zhao Yu replied. Jiang Yao nodded. She settled Zhang Xian down in one of the accommodations before pacing around the main hall, waiting for Du Qingyuan to return. However, even after half a day, Du Qingyuan was nowhere to be seen. This caused the two elders to start to panic. Let's head to the ritual palace and try to get in contact with our palace master through a ritual, Jiang Yao said with a frown. They had been with Du Qingyuan for over 1,000 years, and they knew the latter's temperament very well. The latter should have rushed over as soon as she received the news. She was not the type to allow anything else to hold her up when it came to urgent business. Yet, she was not even responding to their messages. Could she have met with some kind of danger? Worried sick, Jiang Yao and First Elder Zhao Yu headed to Zhang Xian's accommodation to urge him to come along with them before rushing to the ritual palace. In the massive room, an altar similar to the one that Zhang Xian had seen back in the city of collapsed space stood at the very center. The two elders of Starchaser Palace quickly placed several offerings on the altar, and a moment later, a sky-blue flame seedling suddenly appeared on it. It was a known fact that the altars of Starchaser Palace could even cross dimensions to establish a connection link with the gods, so reaching a person within the same dimension should not pose a problem at all. The sky-blue flame seedling flickered slightly, seemingly trying to summon someone. Jiang Yao dripped 3 droplets of blood onto the altar, and a powerful blaze rose up from the flame seedling as it morphed into the form of a person. The silhouette of the person became more and more distinct, but all of a sudden, with a resounding pop, the flame abruptly burst apart. Watching the entire process from the side, Zhang Xian frowned. Having lived in the capital of the Master-Teacher Continent's otherworldly demonic tribe for some time, he had browsed through their massive collection of books. As such, he had some understanding regarding the rituals they conducted. This occurrence did not mean that the ritual had failed. On the contrary, the ritual had succeeded. It was just that the person they were trying to reach could not be summoned. In other words, something has happened to our palace master. Jiang Yao and First Elder Zhao Yu muttered with utterly pale faces. Jiang Yao turned to Zhang Xian and anxiously explained, usually, the ritual would forge a connection link with our palace master's consciousness, allowing us to communicate directly with her. The abrupt dissipation of the flames means that either our palace master is rejecting the connection link, or she's in no state to accept the connection link. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed into slits. Even after all the countermeasures that Du Qingyuan had prepared to distract the Hall of Gods, she was still caught by them in the end? If that was really the case, the Hall of Gods was far more terrifying than he had thought. What should we do now? Zhang Yao asked First Elder Zhao Yu anxiously. In view of her safety, Du Qingyuan did not inform anyone of their whereabouts prior to her departure, so no one knew where she had gone. Given everything that she had done, it went without saying that she would have made sure to conceal her trail properly. So, it would be nigh impossible for them to find her. First Elder Zhao Yu suddenly thought of something, and she hurriedly took out a jade token from her storage ring. Before our palace master left, she told me to crush this jade token if she didn't return. Right after saying those words, she immediately crushed the jade token. Wong. There was a flash of light, and a line of words appeared in the air. Should I fail to return to Starchaser Palace, the one who will take my place as the palace master will be Zhang Xian from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Regard him with the utmost respect and obey his commands unconditionally. Reading the words in the air, First Elder Zhao Yu and Jiang Yao exchanged gazes before hurriedly turning to look at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was also flabbergasted by the matter. Du Qingyuan had left a will behind to appoint him as the next head of Starchaser Palace. What was going on? Taking a closer look, he realized that there was an illusory figure right next to the message. His eyebrows shot up as he hurriedly pointed at the figure and asked, "Is that lady over there your palace master?" That illusory figure was the deity who had appeared on the Master-Teacher Continent back when Sovereign Chen Yong conducted the ritual to summon Luo Ruoxin. First Elder Zhao Yu nodded. That's indeed our palace master. As I expected. Zhang Xian nodded slightly before a bitter smile crept onto his lips. He had guessed as much when he realized that the indigenous population living on Starchaser Island were from the otherworldly demonic tribe. He was just a single step away to learning the truth, but who could have thought that a mishap would occur at this moment? That person was likely the only one on the Forsaken Continent who knew of Luo Ruoxin's true identity, as well as where she had gone afterward. If something really happened to her, his only source of information would be severed. He had initially been a little surprised that Du Qingyuan would nominate him to be the next palace master, but after some thought, he could understand the rationale behind her decision. The only power who wielded the ability to force her, one of the strongest semi-divinity realm experts on the Forsaken Continent, into a corner was the Hall of Gods. And the only one who really wielded the strength to go against the Hall of Gods was him, the new sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, who had comprehended the God's sword intent. On top of that, while the names Liu Yang and Zheng Yang might have sounded foreign to others, as the one who had saved Wu Chun, it was likely that Du Qingyuan might have heard a thing or two from him and guessed that they were actually all him. It was probably in view of his current power and influence on the Forsaken Continent that she wanted to entrust Starchaser Palace to him, so as to help it tide through this difficult period. Sect Leader Zhang. Jiang Yao turned to Zhang Xian and clasped her fist. We believe that our palace master has her reasons for issuing such an order, and we are willing to heed her commands. May I know what your view on the matter is? The two of them had personally witnessed Zhang Xian's 4 semi-divinity realm beasts, so they had no doubts regarding his abilities. Furthermore, Du Qingyuan was a wise and discerning person. They trusted her judgment. Since Palace Master Du trusts me so, I'm willing to take on the position as the new head of Starchaser Palace. Zhang Xian nodded. He had thought that it was just a great deal of trouble to lead a sect initially, but the Hall of Gods had turned out to be a much more difficult opponent than he had expected. In order to counteract them, the 6 sects would have to unite together, but they would need someone to rally under. If he could become the head of Starchaser Palace, that would definitely give him much more credence. More importantly, Starchaser Palace held the means to contact Luo Ruoxin, even if Du Qingyuan was missing at the moment. Thank you, Sect Leader Zhang. First Elder Zhao Yu bowed deeply. We'll make preparations for the inauguration ceremony right now. For the time being, please do have a good rest at the accommodation we prepared for you. You must be exhausted after the trip to the city of collapsed space. Those from the other 5 sects should only be arriving tomorrow. Those from the other 5 sects had gathered together in order to discuss the details of how they would deal with the Azure Bridge. It would be good to hold the inauguration ceremony with the other 5 sects as witnesses to build prestige. They had no idea why Du Qingyuan would nominate the incumbent sect leader of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion as her successor, and to be honest, they had some qualms regarding the issue. However, they were also aware of the benefits it would bring. Having a common leader would create a firm foundation for an alliance between the 2 sects, thus granting them more power to deal with the Hall of Gods. I understand. Zhang Xian nodded. For the time being, I wish to take a look at the library of Starchaser Palace. Even though he had already reached the High Immortal Realm, he was unable to advance his cultivation any further until he gathered sufficient cultivation techniques to compile the High Immortal Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art. Of course, allow me to lead you there, First Elder Zhao Yu said. She quickly led Zhang Xian over to the library before leaving to arrange the upcoming inauguration ceremony. So, Zhang Xian quickly collected all the books within the library. Half a day later, he left the library and headed to an isolated chamber. As expected of a power that could communicate with the gods, Starchaser Palace had a massive collection of cultivation technique manuals that surpassed even that of the 7-star pavilion. This was especially so when it came to books relating to souls. The soul-related books in the other sects could only be considered elementary compared to what they had. Compile. With a jolt of the Library of Heaven's Path, all the soul-related books were compiled into a High Immortal Realm Heaven's Path Soul Art. Shortly afterward, he moved on to compile all the High Immortal Realm cultivation techniques that he had gathered so far. With trembling fingers, Zhang Xian nervously flipped open the compiled book, and after taking a look, he heaved a sigh of relief. There are still 3 more flaws, but they can be resolved by using items as catalysts. Even though Starchaser Palace's collection of High Immortal Realm cultivation techniques was limited, it was fortunate that they had collected quite a lot of insights and cultivation experiences of High Immortals over the years: water of heavy silver, metal of luminescent star, and grass of biting leaf. Each of these 3 items would resolve one of the flaws, but they were incredibly invaluable, such that they were worth even more than the diamond that the 7-star pavilion had used earlier in the Ocean of Exiled Stars. I managed to obtain some grass of biting leaf back in the City of Collapsed Space, and its potency is even greater than that of normal ones, so that's fine. Zhang Xian quickly ran through the various items that he had at the moment. The City of Collapsed Space was fraught with dangers, but the natural treasures that thrived in that environment still managed to convince many cultivators of each generation to brave the dangers. Back then, before he encountered the degeneration beasts, he had grabbed all the medicinal herbs that he could find, and fortunately, the grass of biting leaf was among them. As for metal of luminescent star, what luck! There happens to be one in by Xuanqing's storage ring. Zhang Xian had secretly taken Citadel Lord by Xuanqing's storage ring before, and he had quickly checked on the contents earlier. There were all sorts of valuable things in there: 2 heavenly high immortal tier weapons, all sorts of precious medicinal herbs, ores, and cultivation resources. The metal of luminescent star was among them, too. Thus, all he was lacking was the water of heavy silver. He had read about this item in the books before. Similar to the Northern Sea Dragon Orb, it existed in the depths of the ocean, making it extremely difficult to find. Even the 7-star pavilion, which had a massive information network and all sorts of connections, did not have a clue as to where to source one at the moment. Maybe I should take a look in the ethereal hall. It would be best if I could buy one straight away, but otherwise, I could try putting up a bounty. Since it was recorded in the books, it meant that there was someone in the world who had used it before. The only power that boasted a greater information network and more connections than the seven-star pavilion was the ethereal hall. The ethereal hall had branches all over the Forsaken continent, and most cultivators accessed the ethereal hall frequently. While he harbored some doubts regarding the ethereal hall after the encounter with Fu Chunzi, he felt that this was a risk that he had to take. Otherwise, there was no saying when he would be able to find the water of heavy silver. If he could advance his cultivation to the heavenly high immortal realm, he would be in a much better position to deal with the warriors of the Hall of Gods. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian left his room and quickly looked for First Elder Zhao Yu. Here is a high immortal realm ethereal token. Starchaser Palace is located on the remote Starchaser Island, so we didn't isolate Starchaser Palace from external ethereal halls. As such, you can enter the ethereal hall here, First Elder Zhao Yu said as she passed an ethereal token over. Thank you, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. On the other hand, Zhang Yao gazed at Zhang Xian with a conflicted frown before eventually saying, "Be careful. I don't have any concrete evidence, but I'm not sure if the ethereal hall is trustworthy anymore." "I know. I will be careful." Zhang Xian nodded grimly before taking his leave. He headed back to the isolated chamber and sat down. Holding the ethereal token tightly in his hand, he stared at the wall before him contemplatively. Thinking back, I was connected to the ethereal hall those 2 times before I was assassinated by the warriors of the Hall of Gods. Will it be the same this time? Chapter 2056 The Truth. It was right after he had visited Wuhai City's ethereal hall to purchase some superior immortal pills that he had been assaulted by them. It was the same for the second time around at Buyuan City. He had thought that it was weird that the Hall of Gods could accurately identify him back then, and he had even tried to loiter around the area to confirm once more if the Hall of Gods was really able to see through his disguise. Could something have happened to the ethereal hall? Even an elder of the ethereal hall, Fu Chinzi, had ended up colluding with the Hall of Gods. This was a huge cause for concern. Kong Shi's deeds on the master-teacher continent showed that he was a benevolent man who constantly had the welfare of the masses in mind. There was no way someone like that would collude with the Hall of Gods and incite chaos on the Forsaken continent. However, the same could not be said about those who were continuing his legacy. After all, several thousand years had already passed since the founding of the Ethereal Hall. There was no doubt that the primary intentions for the founding of the Ethereal Hall were good, but as the organization expanded and developed through the years, for better or for worse, it was inevitable that it would begin to change. But all of this is speculation. I'll have to give it a try to know for sure if I'm right or not, Zhang Xian thought as he activated the ethereal token and immersed his consciousness into it. The high immortal realm ethereal hall looked rather deserted compared to the other ethereal halls. Considering the low number of high immortals in the world, this was only to be expected. Zhang Xian walked right up to the front receptionist and said, "Is it possible to purchase water of heavy silver here?" "Water of heavy silver?" the attendant asked with a slight frown, confused by the unfamiliar name. "Give me a moment, I'll check." He quickly flipped open a book, and a moment later, a smile broke out on his face. "Customer, even though the water of heavy silver is very rare, our ethereal hall happens to have some of it in stock. However, it might be a little pricey." "How much does it cost?" Zhang Xian asked. "Around 5 million ethereal coins," the attendant replied. "That was way beyond pricey. I don't have that many ethereal tokens with me at the moment, but is it possible for me to exchange this for a portion of water of heavy silver?" Zhang Xian took out 3 jade bottles and placed them on the table. The attendant doubtfully uncorked one of the bottles, and concentrated spiritual energy immediately gushed out from the bottle. With a look of disbelief in his eyes, the attendant uttered, "Isn't this the blood essence of a semi-divinity realm expert? Is it enough?" Zhang Xian asked. "Yes, of course. Definitely." The attendant replied anxiously, "I'll make the price estimation right now." There were only so many semi-divinity realm experts on the Forsaken Continent, which made their blood essence priceless treasures. Every single droplet of it harnessed tremendous energy. Furthermore, it would be difficult for a semi-divinity realm expert to produce 3 bottles of blood essence even over several decades without hurting their foundation. Sometime later, the attendant returned and passed 5 jade bottles over. Customer, here are 5 bottles of water of heavy silver. Zhang Xian nodded in relief. With all the 3 catalysts prepared, he should have no trouble pushing for a breakthrough to heavenly high immortal realm anymore. The only thing to do now was to see if he would be assassinated by the warriors of the Hall of Gods. So, he backed out of the ethereal hall. He quickly set up multiple layers of defensive formations that would warn him of any approaching intruders and keep them at bay. Only after that did he take out the 3 catalysts and a bottle of semi-divinity realm blood essence. With a tap of his finger, the semi-divinity realm blood essence swiftly diffused into a powerful surge of spiritual energy that gathered around him like a tornado. While semi-divinity realm blood essence would be an invaluable treasure to any cultivator, he had no lack of it at the moment. To be exact, he had over 20 bottles of it in his storage ring. That was more than enough for him to splurge. He had managed to acquire that much through squeezing the bodies of Fu Qinzi and the middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods dry. Of course, he did not forget to cleanse it of the air of degeneration using Little Chick's chicken soup. In any case, Zhang Xian began driving his Heaven's Path divine art, and his cultivation began surging once more. Greater high immortal realm, earthly high immortal realm. In just an hour, he had already raised his cultivation to the heavenly high immortal realm. Due to the lack of semi-divinity realm cultivation techniques, this was the highest level he could reach at the moment. There's no way I will be able to compile a semi-divinity realm Heaven's Path divine art here. So the only way I can advance is to forge my own path ahead and create my own cultivation technique. Zhang Xian thought with a troubled look on his face. He knew of his own problems very well. The Heaven's Path divine art was indeed flawless, but ironically, this very trait of it was also its greatest flaw. It dawned upon him when his cultivation went berserk the previous time. There was no true perfection in this world. Even the heavens were flawed. So how could anything possibly be perfect? It was all just a matter of perspective. Nevertheless, it was true that cultivating the Heaven's Path divine art would guarantee him superior strength. It might not be as perfect as he thought, but it was the best that he had. But this very train of thought was poison to him. It made him dependent on the Heaven's Path divine art. The idea of cultivating something flawed disgusted him so much that he would retch for days on end. Even if he created something of his own, that lingering doubt that it was riddled with flaws would eventually become his greatest inner demon. So, this semi-divinity realm would surely be a huge hurdle for him to overcome. It was likely that he would have to create a semi-divinity realm cultivation technique with his own wisdom. It would be tough, but it was not impossible. Since others were able to do it, there was no reason for him not to be able to do it too. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian entered the cultivation chamber inside the Library of Heaven's Path. It was the manifestation of the great codex of spring and autumn that Luo Ruoxin had installed within his Library of Heaven's Path before she left. Inside this unique cultivation chamber, the flow of time was 10 times faster than that of the master-teacher continent. Zhang Xian had thought that the flow of time inside the cultivation chamber would change according to the flow of time to the Forsaken Continent, but to his surprise, it remained the same as before. In other words, it was still 10 times faster relative to the master-teacher continent, which equated to 100 times faster than the time on the Forsaken Continent. Even if he spent 100 days inside of the cultivation chamber, a single day would have only passed on the Forsaken Continent. Even a mere hour in there would equate to 4 days on the Forsaken Continent. Zhang Xian first went through the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula, which was the only semi-divinity realm cultivation technique that he knew of, before using it as a reference to further develop his Heaven's Path divine art. Just like that, he remained stationary for a very long while before he began to drive his zhenqi. But not too long later, he began coughing out blood. First try, failed. Unwilling to give up just like that, Zhang Xian tried once more, but it was still a failure. He continued 100 more times, but he was still unable to make any progress. It's indeed not easy to make a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. It was fortunate that he had Little Chick's chicken soup, allowing him to recover swiftly from his injuries. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before he sustained severe internal injuries under all his reckless experimentation. Feeling drained from all the thinking and experimentation, he finally retracted his consciousness from the great codex of spring and autumn. All in all, less than an incense's time had passed in the real world. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian severed a slight will of his consciousness and placed it inside his library of Heaven's Path to continue researching the development of a semi-divinity realm cultivation technique. After that, he walked out of the isolated chamber. With his cultivation reaching the heavenly high immortal realm, his strength was already comparable to that of an average semi-divinity realm cultivator. Feeling confident, he retracted the formations around him before heading out to take a look. To be honest, he was slightly surprised to see that the Hall of Gods did not make a move while he was cultivating. Was his guess wrong? Could it be that they were hesitant to make a move because he was currently in Starchaser Palace? The last 2 times he had been assaulted, he had only been attacked after he left the ethereal hall and stepped into a public area. This conjecture did not seem too likely given that the Hall of Gods had attacked Chu Yin and First Elder Zhao Yu while they were at Starchaser Palace, but it was probably worth testing that out. So, Zhang Xian silently left Starchaser Palace without informing anyone and headed to a remote location above the ocean of exiled stars. With a flick of his finger, he dropped several water droplets into the ocean. Even though he had many means at his disposal, he would not dare let down his guard against the Hall of Gods. Zhang Xian sat on the surface of the ocean for over 2 hours, but everything remained quiet. Nothing happened at all. Could it really be that? Zhang Xian thought with a deeply worried look on his face. His initial deduction was that there was a faction of traitors in the ethereal hall that was giving away his location to the Hall of Gods when he entered. However, from the current looks of it, that did not seem to be the case. This left him no choice but to turn to the other deduction he had in mind. If this deduction turned out to be true, that could really be the worst-case scenario for them at the moment. I can only give it a try then. He quickly changed his disguise, soul aura, and bloodline once more with the disguise amulet before entering the ethereal hall. He walked up to the receptionist, passed the token that he had received from Kong Shirover, and said, "I want Premier Immortal Pills. Bring me as many of them as possible." This token. Esteemed customer, please give me a moment. I'll prepare your Premier Immortal Pills this instant, the receptionist said before hurriedly leaving the counter. An hour later, she returned with 2 jade bottles and said, "My apologies, but we are only able to gather 20 Premier Immortal Pills at the moment." "It's fine," Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. Just 20 Premier Immortal Pills was enough to make even the richest man on the Forsaken Continent gasp. Superior Immortal Pills were worth 20,000 ethereal coins, and Premier Immortal Pills were 100 times more valuable than that. In other words, what he had just received was worth an unbelievable 40 million ethereal coins. Even the elusive water of heavy silver was only worth 5 million ethereal coins. Zhang Xian retracted his consciousness, formed the ethereal hall, and withdrew his Premier Immortal Pills. He uncorked one of the jade bottles and sighed in awe at the hulking amount of spiritual energy that each pill contained. Even with his current cultivation realm, the Premier Immortal Pills were still of great use to him. As long as I can figure out a semi-divinity realm cultivation technique, I will definitely be able to make a breakthrough with these pills. His current strength was already on par with semi-divinity realm cultivators, so their blood essence was no longer of much use to him. As such, he had been a little troubled over how he should push for a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. However, with these pills in his hand, there was no need for him to worry anymore. Zhang Xian stretched his back lazily before slowly rising to his feet. He took another look around him once more, but there was still nothing at all. Of course, there's no way that could have been the case. He murmured with a hint of relief beneath his breath. Nodding in reassurance, he turned around to head back to Starchaser Palace. But right at that instant, the space around him suddenly began distorting. The brilliant sun seemed to have been plucked from the sky, plunging him into a dark world filled with stars. Hoo. An old man appeared before his eyes. This old man appeared to be in his 50s to 60s, and he was dressed in a simple gray robe. Just by standing quietly on the spot, he seemed like a phantom that wandered beneath the darkness of the night, drawing out the deepest fears in one's heart. "Are you from the Hall of Gods?" Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. This was not good at all. The powerful old man before him was one thing, but what was more important was the fact that the old man had only appeared after he used Kong Shi's token in the ethereal hall. In other words, the token that Kong Shi had given him actually served as a GPS locator for the Hall of Gods. Based on what he had heard from Han Jianxiu, it appeared that Kong Shi had handed this token to him personally, so the chances of anyone tampering with it were very low. Could it be that the world's teacher had really colluded with the Hall of Gods? Or could it be a misunderstanding? Zhang Xian sighed deeply and shook his head. Regardless of the truth, it was good that he had sorted this matter out. At the very least, he knew who he had to be guarded against in the future. Then, he turned to look at the old man as he drove his Zhenqi furiously. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.